Match found. Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
وين ما في؟ وين صاحبي؟ والله ما راهي صار مشكل كاع في اللعبة راهي اليوم تعيي فيا كاع هكا. اي من الصباح دير هكا. هي مريقلة ماشي مشكل. مريقلة انا ثاني كتوك شوية ولا نعاود ندخل. صح.
In our culture, we tend to elevate those who are smooth talkers, seem more gregarious, and fit in better, conforming to certain norms. They smile and seem happier. This is a superficial appraisal of character. If we reverse our perspective and look at this from the fearless point of view, we come to the opposite conclusion. People who are self-sufficient are generally types who are more comfortable with themselves. They do not look for things that they need from other people. Paradoxically, this makes them more attractive and seductive. We wish we could be more like that and want to be around them, hoping that some of their independence might rub off on us. The needy, clingy types, often the most sociable, unconsciously push us away. We feel their need for comfort and validation, and secretly we want to say to them, get it for yourself. Stop being so weak and dependent. Those who are self-reliant turn to people out of strength, a desire for pleasant company or an exchange of ideas. If people do not do what they want or expect, they are not hurt or let down. Their happiness comes from within and is all the more profound for that reason. Finally, do not be taken in by the culture of ease. Self-help books and experts will try to convince you that you can have what you want by following a few simple steps. Things that come easy and fast will leave you just as fast. The only way to gain self-reliance or any power is through great effort and practice. And this effort should not be seen as something ugly or dull. It is the process of gaining power over yourself that is the most satisfying of all, knowing that step by step you are elevating yourself above the dependent masses. There is a time in every man's education when he arrives at the conviction that imitation is suicide, that though the wide universe is full of good, no kernel of nourishing corn can come to him but through his toil bestowed on that plot of ground which is given to him to till. The power which resides in him is new in nature, and none but he knows what that is which he can do, nor do know until he has tried. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 3. Turn shit into sugar, opportunism. Every negative situation contains the possibility for something positive, an opportunity. It is how you look at it that matters. Your lack of resources can be an advantage, forcing you to be more inventive with the little that you have. Losing a battle can allow you to frame yourself as the sympathetic underdog. Do not let fears make you wait for a better moment or become conservative. If there are circumstances you cannot control, make the best of them. It is the ultimate alchemy to transform all such negatives into advantages and power. Hood alchemy. If one is continually surviving the worst that life can bring, one eventually ceases to be controlled by a fear of what life can bring. James Baldwin. For well over a year, 50 Cent had been working on what was meant to be his debut album, Power of the Dollar, and finally, in the spring of 2000, it was ready to be released by Columbia Records. It represented to him all the struggles he had been through on the streets, and he had hopes that it would turn his life around for good. In May of that year, however, a few weeks before the launch date, a hired assassin shot 9 bullets into him while he sat in the back of a car, one bullet going through his jaw and nearly killing him. In a flash, all of the momentum he had built up reversed itself. Columbia canceled the release of the record and dropped 50 from his contract. There was too much violence associated with him. It was bad for business. A few inquiries made it clear that other labels felt the same. He was being blackballed from the industry. One executive told him flatly he would have to wait at least 2 years before he could think of resurrecting his career. The assassination attempt was the result of an old drug beef from his days as a dealer. The killers could not afford to let him survive and would try to finish the job. 50 had to keep a low profile. At the same time, he had no money and could not return to street hustling. Even many of his friends, who had hoped to be part of his success as a rapper, started to avoid him. In just a few short weeks, he had gone from being poised for fame and fortune to hitting the bottom, and there seemed no way to move out of the corner he found himself in. Could this be the end of all his efforts? It would have been better to die that day than to feel this powerlessness. But as he lay in bed at his grandparents' house, recovering from the wounds, he listened a lot to the radio, and what he heard gave him an incredible rush of optimism. An idea started taking shape in his mind that the shooting was in fact a great blessing in disguise, that he had narrowly survived for a reason. The music on the radio was also packaged and produced. Even the tough stuff, the gangsta rap, was fake. The lyrics did not reflect anything from the streets that he knew. The attempt to pass it off as real and urban angered him to a point he could not endure. This was not the time for him to be afraid and depressed, or to sit around and wait a few years while all of the violence around him died down. He had never been a fake studio gangsta, and now he had the 9 bullet wounds to prove it. This was the moment to convert all of his anger and dark emotions into a powerful campaign that would shake the very foundations of hip-hop. As a hustler on the streets, 50 had learned a fundamental lesson. Access to money and resources is severely limited in the hood. A hustler must transform every little event and every trifling object into some gimmick for making money. Even the worst shit that happens to you can be converted into gold if you are clever enough. All of the negative factors now facing him, little money, no connections, the price on his head, could be turned into their opposites, advantages, and opportunities. That is how he would confront the seemingly insurmountable obstacles now in his path. He decided to disappear for a few months and, holed up in various friends' houses, he began to recreate himself and his music career. With no executives to have to please or worry about, he could push his lyrics and the hard sounds as far as he wanted. His voice had changed as a result of the pieces of bullet still lodged in his tongue. It now had a hiss. It was still painful for him to move his mouth, so he had to rap more slowly. Instead of trying to normalize and retrain his voice, he determined to turn it into a virtue. His new style of rapping would be more deliberate and menacing. That hiss would remind listeners of the bullet that had gone through his jaw. He would play all of that up. In the summer of 2001, just as people had begun to forget about him, 50 suddenly released his first song to the streets. It was called Fuck You, the title and the lyrics summarizing how he felt about his killers and everyone who wanted him to go away. Just putting out the song was message enough. He was defying his assassins openly and publicly. 50 was back, and to shut him up they would have to finish the job. The palpable anger in his voice and the hard-driving sound of the song made it a sensation on the streets. It also came with an added punch. Because he seemed to be inviting more violence, the public had to grab up everything he produced before he was killed. The life and death angle made for a compelling spectacle. Now the songs started to pour out of him. He fed off all the anger he felt and the doubts people had had about him. He was also consumed with a sense of urgency. This was his last chance to make it, and so he worked night and day. 50's mixtapes began to hit the street at a furious pace. Soon he realized the greatest advantage he possessed in this campaign, the feeling that he had already hit bottom and had nothing to lose. He could attack the record industry and poke fun at its timidity. He could pirate the most popular songs on the radio and put his own lyrics over them to create wicked parodies. He didn't care about the consequences. And the further he took this, the more his audiences responded. They loved the transgressive edge to it. It was like a crusade against all the fake crap on the radio, and to listen to 50 was to participate in the cause. On and on he went, transforming every conceivable negative into a positive. To compensate for the lack of money to distribute his mixtapes far and wide, he decided to encourage bootleggers to pirate his tracks and spread his music around like a virus. With the price still on his head, he could not give concerts or do any kind of public promotion. But somehow he turned even this into a marketing device. Hearing his music everywhere but not being able to see him only added to the mystique and the attention people paid to him. Rumors and word of mouth helped form a kind of 50 mythology. He made himself even scarcer to feed this process. The momentum now was devastating. You could not go far in New York without hearing his music blasted from some corner. Soon one of his mixtapes reached the ears of Eminem, who decided this was the future of hip-hop and quickly signed 50 in early 2003 to his and Drive Dre's label Shady Aftermath, completing one of the most rapid and remarkable turnarounds in fortune in modern times. The fearless approach. Every negative is a positive. The bad things that happen to me, I somehow make them good. That means you can't do anything to hurt me. 50 Cent. Events in life are not negative or positive. They are completely neutral. The universe does not care about your fate. It is indifferent to the violence that may hit you or to death itself. Things merely happen to you. It is your mind that chooses to interpret them as negative or positive. And because you have layers of fear that dwell deep within you, your natural tendency is to interpret temporary obstacles in your path as something larger, setbacks and crises. In such a frame of mind, you exaggerate the dangers. If someone attacks and harms you in some way, you focus on the money or position you have lost in the battle, the negative publicity, or the harsh emotions that have been churned up. This causes you to grow cautious, to retreat, hoping to spare yourself more of these negative things. It is a time, you tell yourself, to lay low and wait for things to get better. You need calmness and security. What you do not realize is that you are inadvertently making the situation worse. Your rival only gets stronger as you sit back. The negative publicity becomes firmly associated with you. Being conservative turns into a habit that carries over into less difficult moments. It becomes harder and harder to move to the offensive. In essence, you have chosen to cast life's inevitable twists of fortune as hardships, giving them a weight and endurance they do not deserve. What you need to do, as 50 discovered, is take the opposite approach. Instead of becoming discouraged and depressed by any kind of downturn, you must see this as a wake-up call, a challenge that you will transform into an opportunity for power. Your energy levels rise. You move to the attack, surprising your enemies with boldness. You care less what people think about you, and this paradoxically causes them to admire you. The negative publicity is turned around. You do not wait for things to get better. You seize this chance to prove yourself. Mentally framing a negative event as a blessing in disguise makes it easier for you to move forward. It is a kind of mental alchemy, transforming shit into sugar. Understand, we live in a society of relative prosperity, but in many ways this turns out to be a detriment to our spirit. We come to feel that we naturally deserve good things, that we have certain privileges due to us. When setbacks occur, it is almost a personal affront or punishment. How could this have happened? We ask. We either blame other people or we blame ourselves. In both cases, we lose valuable time and become unnecessarily emotional. In places like the hood or in any kind of materially impoverished environment, the response to hardship is much different. Their bad things happening assume a kind of normality. They are part of daily life. The hustler thinks, I must make the most of what I have, even the bad stuff, because things are not going to get better on their own. It is foolish to wait. Tomorrow may bring even worse shit. If 50 had waited, as he had been counseled, he would be just another rapper who had had a moment of success and then faded quickly away. The hood would have consumed him. This hustler mindset is more realistic and effective. The truth is that life is by nature harsh and competitive. No matter how much money or resources you have accumulated, someone will try to take them from you, or unexpected changes in the world will push you backward. These are not adverse circumstances, but merely life as it is. You have no time to lose to fear and depression, and you do not have the luxury of waiting. All of the most powerful people in history demonstrate in one way or another this fearless attitude towards adversity. Look at George Washington. He was a wealthy landowner, but his attitude towards life had been forged by years fighting for the British in the French and Indian War, amid the harsh environment of frontier America. In 1776, Washington was made Supreme Commander of the American Revolutionary Army. At first glance, this position seemed more like a curse. The army was a semi-organized mob. It had no training, was poorly paid and outfitted, and its morale was low. Most of the soldiers did not really believe they could succeed in defeating the all-powerful British. Throughout 1777, British forces pushed this weak American army around, from Boston to New York, until by the end of the year Washington had been forced to retreat to New Jersey. This was the darkest moment in his career and in the war for independence. Washington's army had dwindled to a few thousand men. They had little food and were poorly clothed, during one of the bitterest winters in memory. The American Continental Congress, fearing imminent disaster, fled from Philadelphia to Baltimore. Assessing this situation, a cautious leader would have chosen to wait out the winter, muster more troops, and hope for some change in fortune. But Washington had a different mindset. As he perceived it, his army would be considered by the British as too weak to pose any threat. Being small, his army could move without the enemy's knowledge and launch an attack that was all the more surprising for coming out of nowhere. Moving to the attack would excite the troops and gain some much-needed positive publicity. Thinking in this manner, he decided to lead a raid on an enemy garrison in Trenton, which proved to be a great success. He followed this up with an attack on British supplies at Princeton. These daring victories captivated the American public. Confidence had been restored in Washington as a leader and the American army as a legitimate force. From then on, Washington waged a guerrilla-style war, wearing out the British with the great distances they had to cover. Everything was turned around. Lack of funds and experience led to a more creative way of fighting. The smallness of his forces allowed him to torment the enemy with fluid maneuvering over rough terrain. At no point did he decide to wait for more troops or more money or better circumstances. He went continually on the attack with what he had. It was a campaign of supreme fearlessness, in which all negatives were converted into advantages. This is a common occurrence in history. Almost all great military and political triumphs are preceded by some kind of crisis. That is because a substantial victory can only come out of a moment of danger and attack. Without these moments, leaders are never challenged, never get to prove themselves. If the path is too smooth, they grow arrogant and make a fatal mistake. The fearless types require some kind of adversity against which they can measure themselves. The tenseness of such dark moments brings out their creativity and urgency, making them rise to the occasion and turn the tide of fortune from defeat to a great victory. You must adopt an attitude that is the opposite to how most people think and operate. When things are going well, that is precisely when you must be concerned and vigilant. You know it will not last and you will not be caught unprepared. When things are going badly, that is when you are most encouraged and fearless. Finally, you have material for a powerful reversal, a chance to prove yourself. It is only out of danger and difficulty that you can rise at all. By simply embracing the moment as something positive and necessary, you have already converted it into gold. Keys to fearlessness. Nooks all over the earth sit men who are waiting, scarcely knowing in what way they are waiting, much less that they are waiting in vain. Occasionally the call that awakens, that accident which gives the permission to act, comes too late, when the best youth and strength for action has already been used up by sitting still, and many have found to their horror when they leaped up, that their limbs had gone to sleep and their spirit had become too heavy. It is too late, they said to themselves, having lost their faith in themselves and henceforth forever useless. Friedrich Nietzsche. Our minds possess powers we have not even begun to tap into. These powers come from a mix of heightened concentration, energy, and ingenuity in the face of obstacles. Each of us has the capacity to develop these powers, but first we have to be aware of their existence. This is difficult, however, in a culture that emphasizes material means, technology, money, connections as the answer to everything. We place unnecessary limits on what the mind can accomplish, and that becomes our reality. Look at our concept of opportunity and you will see this in its clearest light. According to conventional wisdom, an opportunity is something that exists out there in the world. If it comes our way and we seize it, it brings us money and power. This could be a particular job, the perfect fit for us. It could be a chance to create or join a new venture. Could be meeting the appropriate person. In any event, it depends on being at the right place at the right time and having the proper skills to take advantage of this propitious moment. We generally believe there are only a few such golden chances in life, and most of us are waiting for them to cross our path. This concept is extremely limited in scope. It makes us dependent on outside forces. It stems from a fearful, passive attitude towards life that is counterproductive. It constrains our minds to a small circle of possibility. The truth is that for the human mind, everything that crosses its path can be a potential tool for power and expansion. Many of us have had the following experience. We find ourselves in an urgent, difficult situation. Perhaps we have to get something done in an impossibly short amount of time, or someone we had counted on for help does not come through. or we are in a foreign land and must suddenly fend for ourselves. In these situations, necessity crowds in on us. We have to get work done and figure out problems quickly, or we suffer immediate consequences. What usually happens is that our minds snap to attention. We find the necessary energy because we have to. We pay attention to details that normally elude us, because they might spell the difference between success and failure, life and death. We are surprised at how inventive we become. It is at such moments that we get a glimpse of that potential mental power within us that generally lies untapped. If only we could have such a spirit and attitude in everyday life. This attitude is what we shall call opportunism. True opportunists do not require urgent, stressful circumstances to become alert and inventive. They operate this way on a daily basis. They channel their aggressive energy into hunting down possibilities for expansion in the most banal and insignificant events. Everything is an instrument in their hands, and with this enlarged notion of opportunity, they create more of it in their lives and gain great power. Perhaps the greatest opportunist in history is Napoleon Bonaparte. Nothing escaped his attention. He focused with supreme intensity on all of the details, finding ways to transform even the most trivial aspects of warfare, how to march and carry supplies, how to organize troops into divisions, into tools of power. He ruthlessly exploited the slightest mistake of his opponents. He was the master at turning the worst moments in battle into material for a devastating counterattack. All of this came out of Napoleon's determination to see everything around him as an opportunity. By looking for these opportunities, he found them. This became a mental skill that he refined to an art. This power is open to each and every one of us if we put into practice the following 4 principles of the art. Make the most of what you have. In 1704, a Scottish sailor named Alexander Selkirk found himself marooned on a deserted island some 400 miles off the coast of Chile. All he had with him was a rifle, some gunpowder, a knife, and some carpenter's tools. In exploring the interior, he saw nothing but a bunch of goats, cats, rats, and some unfamiliar animals that made strange noises at night. It was a shelterless environment. He decided to keep to the shoreline, slept in a cave, found enough to eat by catching fish, and slowly gave way to a deep depression. He knew he would run out of gunpowder, his knife would get rusty, and his clothes would rot on his back. He could not survive on just fish. He did not have enough supplies to get by, and the loneliness was crushing. If only he had brought over more materials from his ship. Then suddenly the shoreline was invaded by sea lions. It was their mating season. Now he was forced to move inland. There, he could not simply harpoon fish and sit in a cave brooding. He quickly discovered that this dark forest contained everything he needed. He built a series of huts out of the native woods. He cultivated various fruit trees. He taught himself to hunt the goats. He domesticated dozens of feral cats. They protected him against the rats and provided him much-needed companionship. He took apart his useless rifle and fashioned tools out of it. Recalling what he learned from his father, who had been a shoemaker, he made his own clothes out of animal hides. It was as if he had suddenly come to life and his depression disappeared. He was finally rescued from the island, but the experience completely altered his way of thinking. Years later, he would recall his time there as the happiest in his life. Most of us are like Selkirk when he first found himself stranded. We look at our material resources and wish we had more. But a different possibility exists for us as well, the realization that more resources are not necessarily coming from the outside and that we must use what we already have to better effect. What we have in hand could be research material for a particular book or people who work within our organization. If we look for more information outside people to help us, it won't necessarily lead to anything better. In fact, the waiting and the dependence makes us less creative. When we go to work with what is there, we find new ways to employ this material. We solve problems, develop skills we can use again and again, and build up our confidence. If we become wealthy and dependent on money and technology, our minds atrophy and that wealth will not last. Turn all obstacles into openings. The great boxer Joe Louis encountered a tremendous obstacle in the racism of the 1930s. Jack Johnson had preceded Louis as the most famous black boxer of his time. Johnson was supremely skilled and he beat his white opponents with ease. But he was an emotional fighter. Encountering hostile crowds that chanted "Kill the nigger" only made him more heated and angry. He found himself in constant trouble and quickly burned out from all the hatred. Lewis was equally talented, but as he perceived it, he could not gloat or show emotion in the ring. That would incite the white audiences and feed into the stereotype of the out-of-control black boxer. And yet a fighter thrives off his emotions, his fighting spirit, and uses this to overwhelm his opponent. Instead of rebelling against this state of affairs or giving up, Lewis decided to use it to his advantage. He would show no emotions in the ring. After knocking someone out, he would calmly return to his corner. Opponents and the audience would try to bait him into an emotional response, but he resisted. All of his spirit and anger went into forging this cold and intimidating mask. The racists could not rail against this. He became known as the Embalmer. And it was enough to see his grim expression when you entered the ring to feel your legs getting weak. In essence, Lewis turned this obstacle into his greatest strength. An opportunist in life sees all hindrances as instruments for power. The reason is simple. Negative energy that comes at you in some form is energy that can be turned around to defeat an opponent and lift you up. When there is no such energy, there is nothing to react or push against. It is harder to motivate yourself. Enemies that hit you have opened themselves up to a counterattack in which you control the timing and the dynamic. If bad publicity comes your way, think of it as a form of negative attention that you can easily reframe for your purposes. You can seem contrite or rebellious, whatever will stir up your base. If you ignore it, you look guilty. If you fight it, you seem defensive. If you go with it and channel it in your direction, you have turned it into an opportunity for positive attention. In general, obstacles force your mind to focus and find ways around them. They heighten your mental powers and should be welcomed. Look for turning points. Opportunities exist in any field of tension. Heated competition, anxiety, chaotic situations. Something important is going on, and if you are able to determine the underlying cause, you can create for yourself a powerful opportunity. Look for any sudden successes or failures in the business world that people find hard to explain. These are often indications of shifts going on under the surface. Perhaps someone has inadvertently hit upon a new model for doing things and you must analyze this. Examine the greatest anxieties of those on the inside of any business or industry. Deep changes going on usually register as fear to those who do not know how to deal with them. You can be the first to exploit such changes for positive purposes. Keep your eye out for any kind of shifts in tastes or values. People in the media or the establishment will often rail against these changes, seeing them as signs of moral decline and chaos. People fear the new. You can turn this into an opportunity by being the first to give some meaning to this apparent disorder, establishing it as a positive value. You are not looking for fads, but deep-rooted changes in people's tastes. One opportunity you can always bank on is that a younger generation will react against the sacred cows of the older generation. If the older set valued spontaneity and pleasure, you can be sure that the younger set will crave order and orthodoxy. By attacking the values of the older generation before anyone else, you can gain powerful attention. Move before you are ready. Most people wait too long to go into action, generally out of fear. They want more money or better circumstances. You must go the opposite direction and move before you think you are ready. It is as if you are making it a little more difficult for yourself, deliberately creating obstacles in your path. But it is a law of power that your energy will always rise to the appropriate level. When you feel that you must work harder to get to your goal because you are not quite prepared, you are more alert and inventive. This venture has to succeed, and so it will. This has been the way of powerful people from ancient to modern times. When Julius Caesar was faced with the greatest decision of his life, whether to move against Pompey and initiate a civil war or wait for a better moment, he stood at the Rubicon River that separated Gaul from Italy, with only the smallest of forces. Although it seemed insanity to his lieutenants, he judged the moment right. He would compensate for the smallness of his troops with their heightened morale and his own strategic wits. He crossed the Rubicon, surprised the enemy, and never looked back. When Barack Obama was contemplating a run for president in 2006, almost everyone advised him to wait his turn. He was too young, too much of an unknown. Hillary Clinton loomed over the scene. He threw away all their conventional wisdom and entered the race. Because everything and everyone was against him, he had to compensate with energy, superior strategy, and organization. He rose to the occasion with a masterful campaign that turned all of its negatives into virtues. His inexperience represented change, etc. Remember, as Napoleon said, the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1, meaning the motivation and energy levels you or your army bring to the encounter have 3 times as much weight as your physical resources. With energy and high morale, a human can overcome almost any obstacle and create opportunity out of nothing. Reversal of perspective. In modern usage, opportunist is generally a derogatory term that refers to people who will do anything for themselves. They have no core values beyond promoting their own needs. They contribute nothing to society. This, however, is a misreading of the phenomenon and stems from an age-old elitism that wants to see opportunities kept as privileges for a powerful few. Those from the bottom who dare to promote themselves in any way are seen as Machiavellian, while those already on the top who practice the same strategies are merely smart and resourceful. Such judgments are a reflection of fear. Opportunism is in fact a great art that was studied and practiced by many ancient cultures. The greatest ancient Greek hero of them all, Odysseus, was a supreme opportunist. In every dangerous moment in his life, he exploited some weakness his enemies left open to trick them and turn the tables. The Greeks venerated him as one who had mastered life's shifting circumstances. In their value system, rigid, ideological people who cannot adapt, who miss all opportunities, are the ones who deserve our scorn. They inhibit progress. Opportunism comes with a belief system that is eminently positive and powerful, one known to the Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome as amor fati, or love of fate. In this philosophy, every event is seen as fated to occur. When you complain and rail against circumstances, you fall out of balance with the natural state of things. You wish things were different. What you must do instead is accept the fact that all events occur for a reason, and that it is within your capacity to see this reason as positive. Marcus Aurelius compared this to a fire that consumes everything in its path. All circumstances become consumed in your mental heat and converted into opportunities. A man or woman who believes this cannot be hurt by anything or anyone. Without doubt, princes become great when they overcome difficulties and hurdles put in their path. When fortune wants to advance a new prince, she creates enemies for him, making them launch campaigns against him so that he is compelled to overcome them and climb higher on the ladder that they have brought him. Therefore, many judge that a wise prince must skillfully fan some enmity whenever the opportunity arises, so that in crushing it he will increase his standing. Niccolò Machiavelli. Chapter 4. Keep moving, calculated momentum. In the present there is constant change and so much we cannot control. If you try to micromanage it all, you lose even greater control in the long run. The answer is to let go and move with the chaos that presents itself to you. From within it, you will find endless opportunities that elude most people. Don't give others the chance to pin you down. Keep moving and changing your appearances to fit the environment. If you encounter walls or boundaries, slip around them. Do not let anything disrupt your flow. The hustlers flow. The old musicians stay where they are and become like museum pieces under glass. Safe, easy to understand, playing that tired old shit over and over again. Bebop was about change, about evolution. IT wasn't about standing still and becoming safe. If anybody wants to keep creating, they have to be about change. Miles Davis. When Curtis Jackson first started hustling in the late 1980s, it was a chaotic world that he entered. Crack cocaine had hit the streets and turned everything upside down. Now the corner hustler was unleashed. Moving to wherever there was money to be made, this new breed of drug dealer had to contend with hundreds of scheming rivals, the erratic drug addicts, the old-style gang leaders who were trying to muscle their way back into the business, and the police who swarmed over the area. It was like the Wild West out there. Every man for himself, making up his own rules as he went along. Some couldn't stand this. They wanted structure, somebody to tell them when to get up and get to work. They didn't last too long in this new order. Others thrived on all the anarchy and freedom. Curtis was of the latter variety. Then one day everything changed. An old-style gangster nicknamed the Godfather made a play for control over the drug traffic of Southside Queens, and he succeeded. He installed his son Jermaine in Curtis's neighborhood, and the son quickly laid down the law. The family was there to bring order to the business. Jermaine would be selling these purple top capsules for a cheap price. It would be one size fits all, his capsules or nothing. Nobody could compete with his prices, and any hustler that tried to defy him would be intimidated into submission. They were now all working for Jermaine. Curtis found this hard to accept. He did not like any kind of authority. He kept trying to get around Jermaine's tight grip on the area by selling his own stuff on the sly, but Jermaine and his team of enforcers kept catching him. Finally, they inflicted a good beating on him, and he decided it would be wise to surrender. For the time being, Jermaine liked Curtis's independent spirit and decided to take the youth under his wing, schooling him on what he was up to. He had done some time in prison and had studied business and economics there. He was going to run the crack cocaine business according to a model inspired by some of the more successful corporations in America. He aimed for control of the local drug business through cheap prices and a complete monopoly on traffic. That was the evolution of all successful enterprises, even the new ones such as Microsoft. He personally hated all the disorder on the streets. It was bad for business and made him uneasy. One day he drove by in his red Ferrari and invited Curtis to come along for a ride. He drove to the nearby Baisley projects, which were controlled back then by the Pharaohs, a gang that was heavily invested in the crack trade and notorious for its violent ways. Curtis watched, with growing discomfort, as Jermaine explained to its leaders his plan for the neighborhood. He couldn't have freelancers and gangs operating on the margins of his empire. The Pharaohs would have to fall in line as well, but he'd find a way to make it profitable for them. The man's arrogance was increasing by the day. Perhaps he would follow this visit up with some violent act to show the Pharaohs he meant what he said. But Curtis had a real bad feeling from that afternoon. Over the next few days, he did whatever he could to avoid running into Jermaine. Sure enough, a week later Jermaine was shot in the head and killed in one of the back alleyways of the hood. Everyone knew who did it and why. In the months to come, Curtis thought long and hard about what had happened. A part of him had identified with Jermaine. He too had great ambitions and wanted to forge some kind of empire within the hood. With all the competition on the streets, this could never be an easy task. It was natural then for someone like Jermaine to decide that the only way to create this empire was through force and the buildup of a monopoly. But such an effort was futile. Even if he had lasted longer, there were too many people operating on the fringes who resented his takeover and would have done whatever they could to sabotage him. The fiends would have grown tired of his one-size-fits-all approach. They liked variety, even if it was only in the color of the capsules. The police would have taken notice of his large operation and tried to break it up. Jermaine had been living in the past, in ideas cooked up in prison in the 1970s, the grand era of the drug lord. Time had passed him by, and in the ruthless dynamic of the hood, he paid for this with his life. What was needed was a new skill set, a different mentality for handling the chaos. And Curtis would be the hustler to develop these skills to the maximum. For this purpose, he let go of any desire to dominate an area with one large operation. Instead, he started experimenting with 4 or 5 hustles at the same time. Inevitably, one of the angles would work and pay for all the others. He made sure he always had options, room to move in case the police pushed in and cut off one of his access routes. He interacted with the fiends, looking for any changes in their tastes and ways he could appeal to them with some new marketing scheme. He let those who worked for him do things on their own time as long as they produced results. He wanted as little friction as possible. He never stayed tied to one venture, one partner, or one way of doing things for very long. He kept moving. The chaos of the streets was part of his flow, something he learned to exploit by working from within it. Operating this way, he slowly accumulated the kind of hustling empire that could surpass what even Jermaine had attempted. In 2003, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, found himself thrust into corporate America, working within Interscope Records and dealing with the growing number of businesses that wanted to ally themselves with him. Coming from the streets, with no formal business background, it was natural for him to feel intimidated in this new environment. But within a few months, he saw things differently. The new skills he had developed in the hood were more than adequate. What he noticed about the business executives he dealt with was rather shocking. They operated by these conventions that seemed to have little to do with the incredible changes going on in the business environment. The record industry, for instance, was being destroyed by digital piracy, but the executives could only think of somehow maintaining their monopoly on ownership and distribution. They were incapable of adapting to the changes. They interacted only with themselves, not with their customer base, so their ideas never evolved. They were living in the past when all of the business models were simple and control was easy to come by. They had the Jermaine mentality through and through, and in 50's mind they would someday suffer a similar fate. 50 would stay true to his street strategies. He would opt for fluid positions and room to move. This meant branching out into ventures that were not at all traditional for a rapper, Vitamin Water, a line of books, an alliance with General Motors and Pontiac. These associations seemed disorderly and random, but it was all tied to his compelling image that he continued to shape. He worked 5 different angles at the same time. If one venture failed, he learned and moved on. The business world was like a laboratory that he would use for constant experimentation and discovery. He would mix and mingle with his employees up and down the line, and with his audience, allowing them to alter his ideas. The centerpiece of this flow strategy would be the internet, a chaotic space with endless opportunity for a hustler like himself. Without knowing exactly where it would lead, he began putting together his own website. At first, it was a place to showcase new videos and get feedback from the public. Soon it began to morph into a social network, bringing together his fans from all over the world. This gave him endless space to market his brand and track the changing moods of his audience. His website would continue to evolve like a living organism. He placed no limits on what it could become. Years later, having moved beyond music into as many varied realms as possible, 50 could look back on all the people he had left far behind. The record executives, fellow rappers, and business leaders who had gone astray amid all the rapid fluctuations in the early part of the century. A whole gallery of germane types who had no flow. No matter the changes to come, he would continue to thrive in this new Wild West environment, just as he had on the streets. The fearless approach. 50 Cent is a person I created. Soon it will be time to destroy him and become somebody else. 50 Cent. As infants, we were surrounded by many things that were unfamiliar and unpredictable. People acting in ways that did not make sense, events that were hard to figure out. This was the source of great anxiety. We wanted the world around us to be more familiar. What was not so predictable became associated in our minds with darkness and chaos, something to dread. Out of this fear, a desire was born deep inside of us to somehow gain greater control over the people and events that eluded our grasp. The only way we knew how to do this was to grab and hold, to push and pull, exerting our will in as direct a manner as possible to get people to do what we wanted. Over the years, this can become a lifelong pattern of behavior, more subtle as an adult but infantile at heart. Every individual we come across in life is unique, with his or her own energy, desires, and history. But wanting more control over people, our first impulse is generally to try to push them into conforming to our moods and ideas, into acting in ways that are familiar and comfortable to us. Every circumstance in life is different, but this elicits that old fear of chaos and the unknown. We cannot physically make events more predictable, but we can internally create a feeling of greater control by holding on to certain ideas and beliefs that give us a sense of consistency and order. This hunger for control, common to all of us, is the root of so many problems in life. Staying true to the same ideas and ways of doing things makes it that much harder for us to adapt to the inevitable changes in life. If we try to dominate a situation with some kind of aggressive action, this becomes our only option. We cannot give in or adapt or bide our time. That would mean letting go of our grip, and we fear that. Having such narrow options makes it hard to solve problems. Forcing people to do what we want makes them resentful. Inevitably, they sabotage us or assert themselves against our will. What we find is that our desire to micromanage the world around us comes with a paradoxical effect. The harder we try to control things in our immediate environment, the more likely we are to lose control in the long run. Most people tend to think of these forms of direct control as power itself, something that shows strength, consistency, or character. But in fact, the opposite is the case. They are forms of power that are infantile and weak, stemming from that deep-rooted fear of change and chaos. Before it is too late, you need to convert to a more sophisticated, fearless concept of power, one that emphasizes fluidity. Life has a particular pace and rhythm, an endless stream of changes that can move slowly or quickly. When you try to stop this flow mentally or physically by holding on to things or people, you fall behind. Your actions become awkward because they are not in relation to present circumstances. It is like moving against a current as opposed to using it to propel you forward. The first and most important step is to let go of this need to control in such a direct manner. This means that you no longer see change and chaotic moments in life as something to fear, but rather as a source of excitement and opportunity. In a social situation in which you want the ability to influence people, your first move is to bend to their different energies. You see what they bring and you adapt to this, then find a way to divert their energy in your direction. You let go of the past way of doing things and adapt your strategies to the ever-flowing present. Often what seems like chaos to us is merely a series of events that are new and hard to figure out. You cannot make sense of this apparent disorder if you are reactive and fearful, trying to make everything conform to patterns that exist only in your mind. By absorbing more of these chaotic moments with an open spirit, you can glimpse a pattern, a reason why they are occurring, and how you can exploit them. As part of this new concept, you are replacing the old stalwart symbols of power, the rock, the oak tree, etc., with that of water, the element that has the greatest potential force in all of nature. Water can adapt to whatever comes its way, moving around or over any obstacle. It wears away rock over time. This form of power does not mean you simply give in to what life brings you and drift. It means that you channel the flow of events in your direction, letting this add to the force of your actions and giving you powerful momentum. In places like the hood, the concept of flow is more developed than elsewhere. In such an environment, obstacles are everywhere. Those who live there cannot move and make a good living beyond the confines of the hood. If they try to control too many things and become aggressive, they tend to make their lives harder and shorter. The violence they initiate only comes back at them with equal force. With so many physical limitations, hustlers have learned to develop mental freedom. They cannot let their minds be bothered by all these hindrances. Their thoughts have to keep moving, creating new ventures, new hustles, new directions in music and clothes. That is why trends change so quickly in the hood, which often serves as the engine for new styles in the culture at large. With people, hustlers have to adapt to all of their differences, wearing the mask that is appropriate for each situation, deflecting people's suspicions. Hustlers are consummate chameleons. If they can maintain this mental and social fluidity, they can feel a degree of freedom beyond all the physical confinements of the hood. You too face a world full of obstacles and limitations. A new environment where the competition is more global, complicated, and intense than ever before. Like the hustler, you must find your freedom through the fluidity of your thoughts and your constant inventiveness. This means having a greater willingness to experiment, trying several ventures without fear of failing here or there. It also means constantly looking to develop new styles, new directions you can take, freeing yourself up from any inertia that comes with age. In a world full of people who are too conventional in their thinking, who respect the past far too much, such flow will inevitably translate into power and more room to move. The fearless types in history all reveal a greater capacity to handle chaos and to use it for their purposes. No greater example of this can be found than Mao Zedong. China in the 1920s was a country on the verge of radical change. The old imperial order that had suffocated China for centuries had finally fallen apart. But fearing the disorder that could be unleashed in such a vast country, the two parties vying for control, the nationalists and the communists, opted to try to contain the situation as best they could. The nationalists offered the old-style imperial order with a new face. The communists decided to impose on China the Lenin model, waging a proletariat revolution, centered in urban areas, controlling key cities in the country and enforcing strict adherence to party dogma among its followers. This had worked well in the Soviet Union, creating order in a short period of time, but it had no relevance to China. By the end of the decade, the strategy was failing miserably. On the verge of annihilation, the communists turned to Mao, who had a totally different concept of what to do. Mao had been raised in a small village among the country's vast peasant population. As part of his upbringing, he was immersed in the ancient belief systems of Taoism, which saw change as the essence of nature and conforming to these changes as the source of all power. In the end, according to Taoism, you are stronger by having a softness that allows you to bend and adapt. Mao was not afraid of the vast size and population of China. The chaos this could represent would simply become part of his strategy. His idea was to enlist the help of the peasantry so that communist soldiers could blend into the countryside like fish in water. He would not attack city centers or try to occupy any single position in the country. Instead, he would move the army around, like a vaporous force that would attack and then disappear, the enemy never knowing where it was coming from or what it was up to. This guerrilla force would stay in constant motion, allowing the enemy no breathing space and giving them a sense of chaos. The nationalists epitomized the opposite school of fighting, conventional to the core. When Mao finally unleashed on them his new brand of warfare, they could not adapt. They held on to key positions, while the communists encircled them in the vast spaces of China. The nationalists' control narrowed to the point of a few cities, and soon they crumbled completely in one of the most remarkably swift turnarounds in military history. Understand, it is not only what you do that must have flow, but also how you do things. It is your strategies, your methods of attacking problems, that must constantly be adapted to circumstances. Strategy is the essence of human action, the bridge between an idea and its realization in the world. Too often these strategies become frozen into conventions, as people mindlessly imitate what worked before. By keeping your strategies attuned to the moment, you can be an agent of change, the one who breaks up these dead ways of acting, gaining tremendous power in the process. Most people in life are rigid and predictable. That makes them easy targets. Your fluid, unpredictable strategies will drive them insane. They cannot foresee your next move or figure you out. That is often enough to make them give way or fall apart. Keys to fearlessness. Thus one's victories in battle cannot be repeated. They take their form in response to inexhaustibly changing circumstances. It can be likened to water, as water varies its flow according to the fall of the land. Sun Tzu. All of us have experienced at some point in our lives a feeling of momentum. Perhaps we do something that strikes a chord and we get recognized for it. This positive attention fills us with unusual confidence, which in turn attracts people to us. Now brimming with self-belief, we are able to pull off another good action. Even if it is not so perfect, people will now tend to overlook the rough patches. We have the aura of success about us. So many times in life, one good thing seems to follow another. This will go on until inevitably we disrupt the flow. Perhaps we overreach with an action that breaks the spell, or we keep repeating the same things and people grow tired of us and move on to someone else. Just as quickly, the opposite momentum can afflict us. Our own insecurities start to get in the way. The little imperfections that people overlooked before now seem glaring. We enter a run of bad fortune and feelings of depression render us more and more immobile. On either end of the spectrum, we recognize the phenomenon, but we treat it as if it were something mystical, beyond conscious control and explanation. But it is not as mysterious as we might think. In the midst of any run of momentum, we generally feel more open. We allow ourselves to be carried along. The confidence we have when things are going well makes people get out of our way or join our side, giving our actions added force. Sometimes a feeling of urgency, we have to get something done, pushes us to act in a particularly energetic manner, and this starts a good run. This is often accompanied with a feeling that we have little to lose by trying something bold. Perhaps feeling somewhat desperate, we loosen up and experiment. What ties this all together is that something inside of us opens up and we allow a greater range of motion. Our style becomes freer and bolder, and we move with the current. On the other hand, when a run of momentum ends, it is usually from something we do, a kind of unconscious self-sabotage. We react against this loosening up out of some fear of where it could lead us. We become conservative and the flow of energy stops, slowly reversing itself into stasis and depression. In many ways, we are the ones in control of this phenomenon, but it does not operate on a conscious enough level. Understand, momentum in life comes from increased fluidity, a willingness to try more, to move in a less constricted fashion. On many levels, it remains something hard to put into words, but by understanding the process, becoming more conscious of the elements involved, you can place your mind in a readied position, better able to exploit any positive movement in your life. Call this calculated momentum. For this purpose, you must practice and master the following 4 types of flow. Mental flow. In the time of Leonardo da Vinci's youth, mid-15th century, knowledge had hardened into rigid compartments. In one slot, there was philosophy and scholasticism. In another, the arts, which were considered more like simple crafts. In yet another, science, which was not yet very empirical. On the margins stood all forms of dark knowledge, the arts of the occult. Da Vinci was the illegitimate son of a notary, and because of this murky social position, he was denied the usual formal education, all of which became a great blessing in disguise. His mind was freed from all the prejudices and rigid categories of thinking that prevailed at the time. He went to serve an apprenticeship in the studio of the great artist Verrocchio, and once he began to learn there the craft of drawing and painting, a process was set in motion that led to the forming of one of the most original minds in the history of mankind. Knowledge in one field simply opened up in Da Vinci an insatiable hunger to learn something else in a related field. The study of painting led to that of design in general, which led to an interest in architecture. From there he flowed to studying engineering, making war machines and strategy, observing animals and the mechanics of motion that could be applied to technology, studying birds and aerodynamics, the anatomy of animals and humans, the relationship between emotions and physiology, and on and on. This incredible stream of ideas even overflowed into areas of the occult. His mind would recognize no boundaries. He sought the connections between all natural phenomena. In this sense, he was ahead of his time and the first real Renaissance man. His discoveries in various fields had a momentum, the intensity of one leading to another. Many could not understand him and thought he was eccentric, even erratic. But great patrons such as King François I of France and even Cesare Borgia recognized his genius and sought to exploit it. Today we have regressed to a point that resembles the pre-Renaissance. Knowledge has once again hardened into rigid categories, with intellectuals shut off in various ghettos. Intelligent people are considered serious by virtue of how deeply they immerse themselves in one field of study, their viewpoint becoming more and more myopic. Someone who crosses these rigid demarcations is inevitably considered a dilettante. After college, we are all encouraged to specialize, to learn one thing well and stick to it. We end up strangling ourselves in the narrowness of our interests. With all of these restrictions, knowledge has no flow to it. Life does not have these categories. They are mere conventions that we mindlessly abide by. Da Vinci remains the icon and the inspiration for a new form of knowledge. In this form, what matters are the connections between things, not what separates them. The mind has a particular momentum itself. When it heats up and discovers something new, it tends to find other items to study and illuminate. All of the greatest innovations in history come from an openness to discovery, one idea leading to another, sometimes coming from unrelated fields. You must develop this spirit and the same insatiable hunger for knowledge. This comes from widening your fields of study and observation, letting yourself be carried along by what you discover. You will find that you will come up with unexpected ideas, the kind that will lead to new practices or novel opportunities. If things run dry in your particular line of work, you have developed your mind along other lines that you can now exploit. Having such mental flow will allow you to constantly think around any obstacle and maintain your career momentum. Emotional flow. By nature, we are emotional creatures. It is how we primarily react to events. Only afterwards are we able to see that such emotional responses can be destructive and need to be reined in. You cannot repress this part of human nature, nor should you ever try. It is like a flood that will overwhelm you all the more for your attempts to dam it up. What you want is for these endless emotions that assail you during the day to wash over you, to never hold on to one single emotion for very long. You are able to let go of any kind of obsessive feeling. If someone says something that bothers you, you find a way to move quickly past the feeling, either to excuse what they said, to make it less important, or to forget. Forgetting is a skill that you must develop in order to have emotional flow. If you cannot help but feel anger or disgust in the moment, make it a point to not let it remain the following day. When you hold on to emotions like that, it is as if you put blinders on your eyes. For that amount of time, you see and feel only what this emotion dictates, falling behind events. Your mind stops on feelings of failure, disappointment, and mistrust, giving you that awkwardness of someone out of tune with the moment. Without realizing it, all of your strategies become infected by these feelings, pushing you off course. To combat this, you must learn the art of counterbalance. When you are fearful, force yourself to act in a bolder fashion than usual. When you feel inordinate hate, find some object of love or admiration that you can focus on with intensity. One strong emotion tends to cancel out the other and help you move past it. It might seem that intense feelings of love, hate, or anger can be used to impel you forward on some project, but that is an illusion. Such emotions give you a burst of energy that falls quickly and leaves you as low as you were high. Rather, you want a more balanced emotional life with fewer highs and lows. This not only helps you keep moving and overcoming petty obstacles, but it also affects people's perceptions of you. They come to see you as someone who has grace under pressure, a steady hand, and they will turn to you as a leader. Maintaining such steadiness will keep that positive flow in motion. Social flow. Working with people on any level can be a disorderly affair. They bring their differences and own energy to the project, as well as their own agendas. The natural tendency for a leader is to try to tamp down these differences and get everyone on the same page. This seems like the strong thing to do, but in fact it stems from that infantile fear of the unpredictable. And in the end it becomes counterproductive, as those who work for you bring less and less energy to the task. After an initial burst of enthusiasm in your venture, the discontent of those working for you can quickly stifle any momentum you had developed. Early in his career, the great Swedish director Ingmar Bergman used this more tyrannical approach in dealing with his actors, but he began to be dissatisfied with its results and so decided to experiment with something different. He would sketch out the script for a film, leaving the dialogue mostly open. He would then invite his actors to bring their own energy and experiences into the mix, shaping the dialogue to fit their emotional responses. This would make the screenplay come alive from within, and sometimes it would require rewriting parts of the plot. In working with the actors on this level, Bergman would enter their spirit, mirroring their energy as a way to get them to relax and open up. He allowed for this more and more as his career evolved, and the results were astonishing. The actors came to love this, feeling more involved and engaged. They wanted to work with him, and their enthusiasm carried over into their performances, each one better than the last. His films had the feel of something much more lifelike and engaging than those structured around some rigid script. His work became increasingly popular as he went further with this collaborative process. This should be your model in any venture that involves groups of people. You provide the framework, based on your knowledge and expertise, but you allow room for this project to be shaped by those involved in it. They are motivated and creative, helping to give the project more flow and force. You are not going too far in this process. You set the overall direction and tone. You are simply letting go of that fearful need to make people do exactly as you desire. In the long run, you will find that your ability to gently divert people's energy in your direction gives you a wider range of control over the shape and result of the project. Cultural flow. In the 1940s, the great saxophone player Charlie Parker single-handedly revolutionized the world of jazz with his invention of the style known as bebop. But he watched it soon become the convention in jazz, and within a few years he was no longer the revolutionary figure worshipped by hipsters. Younger artists emerged who took his inventions to other levels. This was immensely disturbing to him, and he spiraled downward, dying at an early age. The trumpeter Miles Davis had been a part of Parker's ensemble, and he personally witnessed this decline. Davis understood the situation at its core. Jazz was an incredibly fluid form of music that underwent tremendous changes in style in short periods of time. Because America did not honor or take care of its black musicians, the ones who found themselves surpassed by a new trend had to suffer a terrible fate, like Parker. His solution was to never settle on one style. Every 4 years or so, he would radically reinvent his sound. His audiences would have to catch up with the changes, and most often they did. It soon became a self-fulfilling prophecy, as he was seen as someone who had his finger on the latest trend, and his new sound would be studied and emulated. As part of this strategy, he would always hire the youngest generation of performers to work with him, harnessing the creativity that comes with youth. In this way, he developed a kind of steady momentum that carried him past the usual decline in a jazz musician's career. He kept this inventiveness up for over 30 years, something unheard of in the genre. Understand, you exist in a particular cultural moment with its own flow and style. When you are young, you are more sensitive to these fluctuations in taste, and so you generally keep up with the present. But as you get older, the tendency is for you to become locked in a style that is dead, one that you associate with your youth and its excitement. If enough time passes, your style lock can become quite ludicrous. You look like a museum piece. Your momentum will grind to a halt as people come to categorize you in a narrow period of time. Instead, you must find a way to periodically reinvent yourself. You are not trying to mimic the latest trend that will make you look equally ludicrous. You are simply rediscovering that youthful attentiveness to what is happening around you and incorporating what you like into a newer spirit. You are taking pleasure in shaping your personality, wearing a new mask. The only thing you really have to fear is becoming a social and cultural relic. Reversal of perspective. In Western culture, we tend to associate strength of character with consistency. People who shift around too much with their ideas and image can be judged as untrustworthy and even demonic. We honor those who are true to the past and certain timeless values. On the other hand, people who challenge and change the prevailing conventions are often viewed as destructive figures, at least while they are alive. The great Florentine writer Niccolò Machiavelli saw these values of consistency and order as products of a fearful culture and something that should be reversed. In his view, it is precisely our fixed nature, our tendency to hold to one line of action or thought, that is the source of human misery and incompetence. A leader can come to power through acts of boldness, but when the times shift and require something more cautious, he generally will continue with his bold approach. He is not strong enough to adapt. He is a prisoner of his fixed nature. What raised him above others then becomes the source of his downfall. True figures of power, as Machiavelli saw it, would be people who could shape their own character, call up the qualities that were necessary for the moment, and know how to bend to circumstance. Those who remain true to some idea or value without self-examination often prove to be the worst tyrants in life. They make others conform to dead concepts. They are negative forces, holding back the change that is necessary for any culture to evolve and prosper. This is how you must operate. You actively work to overcome this fixed nature, deliberately trying a different approach and style than your usual one, to get a sense of a different possibility. You come to view periods of stability and order with mistrust. Something isn't moving in your life and in your mind. On the other hand, moments of change and apparent chaos are what you thrive on. They make your mind and spirit jump to life. If you reach such a point, you have tremendous power. You have nothing to fear from moments of transition. You welcome, even create them. Whenever you feel rooted and established in place, that is when you should be truly afraid. People wish to be settled. Only as far as they are unsettled is there any hope for them. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 5. Know when to be bad. Aggression. You will always find yourself among the aggressive and the passive-aggressive who seek to harm you in some way. You must get over any general fears you have of confronting people, or you will find it extremely difficult to assert yourself in the face of those who are more cunning and ruthless. Before it is too late, you must master the art of knowing when and how to be bad, using deception, manipulation, and outright force at the appropriate moments. Everyone operates with a flexible morality when it comes to their self-interest. You are simply making this more conscious and effective. The hustler's setup. Teehee hustler's every waking hour is lived with both the practical and the subconscious knowledge that if he ever relaxes, if he ever slows down, the other hungry, restless foxes, ferrets, wolves, and vultures out there with him won't hesitate to make him their prey. Malcolm X. In the summer of 1994, Curtis Jackson returned to Southside Queens after having served some time in a rehabilitation program for drug offenders. And to his surprise, in the year he had been away, the hustling game had dramatically changed. The streets were now more crowded than ever with dealers trying to make some money in the crack cocaine trade. Having grown weary over the heated rivalries and violence of the past 8 years, the hustlers had settled into a system where each would have his own corner or two. The drug fiends would come to them for quick transactions. It was easy and predictable for everyone. No need to fight or push people out of the way or even move around. When Curtis spread the word that he was looking to get his old crew together and start back where he had left off before rehab, he was met with suspicion and outright hostility. He could ruin the nice system they had in place with his ambitious hustling schemes. He had the feeling they would kill him before he could do anything, just to preserve this new order. The future suddenly seemed depressing and grim. He had decided months before to find a way out of the drug-dealing racket, but his plans depended on his ability to make some good money and save it so he could segue into a music career. Fitting into this one-corner system would mean he could never earn enough. A few years would go by and he would find it harder and harder to get out. But if he made a play to grab more turf and make some quick money, he would find few allies and many enemies among his fellow hustlers. It was not in their interest that he be allowed to expand his business. The more Curtis pondered the situation, the angrier he became. It seemed to him that everywhere he turned, people were trying to get in his way, restrain his ambitions, or tell him what to do. They pretended they were trying to keep order, when in fact it was just about getting power for themselves and holding on to it. In his experience, whenever he wanted something in life, he couldn't afford to be nice and submissive. He had to get active and forceful. It would be natural for him to feel a little skittish, coming fresh out of jail and trying to get his old life back together. But what he really had to be afraid of was being stuck and settling for the corner hustler's life. Now was exactly the time to get aggressive, to be bad, and to disrupt the system that was designed only to keep people like him down. He thought back to the great hustlers he had known in the neighborhood. One of their most successful strategies was the setup, a variation on the old con game of bait and switch. You distract people with something dramatic and emotional, and while they are not paying attention to you, you grab what you want. He had seen it executed dozens of times, and as he thought about it, he realized he had the material for the perfect distraction. While in rehab, he had befriended the ringleader of a gang of Brooklyn stick-up artists. They were notorious for their efficiency and intimidating presence. For the setup, Curtis would lay low for a few weeks, working a corner like everyone else and appearing to go along with the new system. He would then hire these stick-up artists on the sly to rob all of the neighborhood hustlers, including Curtis himself, of their jewelry, money, and drugs. They would make several sweeps of the area over the course of a few weeks. As part of the deal, they would keep the money and jewelry from the robberies. Curtis would get the drugs. Nobody would suspect his involvement. In the weeks to come, he watched with amusement as the sudden appearance of the stick-up artists in his neighborhood caused panic among the hustlers, some of whom were his friends. He pretended to share their distress. These Brooklyn gangstas were not to be messed with. Almost overnight, the dealers' whole way of life was disrupted. They were forced now to carry guns for protection, but this created a new set of problems. The police were everywhere, making random checks, and to be caught loitering with a gun would mean solid prison time. The hustlers could no longer simply stand on the street corner and wait for the drug fiends to come to them. They had to keep in constant motion to avoid the police. For some, getting called on their beepers was the only way to arrange a deal. Everything became more complicated and business slowed down. The old model, tight and static, had been exploded, and now Curtis moved into the breach with some new colored capsules he packaged and sold to the fiends. Sometimes he included in the sales some free capsules, which happened to be the drugs he had accumulated from the robberies. The fiends began to flock to him, while the other hustlers were too upset to notice the trick that had been played. By the time they had figured it out, it was too late. Curtis had expanded his business, and he was well on his way to buying his freedom. Several years later, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, had carved out a path towards a career as a rapper. He had a deal with Columbia Records, and the future looked reasonably bright. But 50 was not one to be duped by the usual dreams. He quickly saw that there was only so much room for the top performers who could bank on a solid career in this business. He, along with everyone else, was fighting for crumbs of attention. The artists might get temporary success with a hit here or there, but it wouldn't last, and they had no power to alter the dynamic. What was worse, 50 had made some enemies in the business. He was an ambitious hustler with talent. There were people who mistrusted and feared him. They worked behind the scenes to make sure he would not get far in the industry. As 50 had learned, talent and good intentions are never enough in this world. You need to be fearless and strategic. When you face people's indifference or outright hostility, you have to get aggressive and push them out of your way by any means necessary, and not worry about some people disliking you. In this case, he looked for any opportunity to make such a bold move, and one evening a chance encounter provided this for him. At a club in Manhattan, 50 was talking with a friend from the neighborhood when he saw the rapper Ja Rule staring in his direction. Several weeks before, 50's friend had robbed Ja Rule of some jewelry in broad daylight. 50 expected Ja to come over and cause some trouble. Instead, he looked away and decided to ignore them. This was rather shocking. Ja Rule was then one of the hottest rappers in the business. He had built his reputation on being a gangsta from Southside Queens, his lyrics reflecting his tough guy image. He and his record label, Murder Incorporated, had allied themselves with Kenneth Supreme McGriff, former head of the Supreme Team, a gang that had dominated the New York drug business in the 1980s with its ruthless tactics. Supreme gave them street credibility, and Murder Incorporated gave Supreme an entree into the music business, something legitimate to distance himself from his dark past. No real hustler or gangsta would ever ignore the man who had robbed him so brazenly. What this meant to 50 was that Ja was fake, his lyrics and image all a show to make money. He was arrogant yet insecure. As he contemplated this, the idea for a masterful setup took shape in his mind, one that would draw attention and help catapult him past all of those who stood in his way. In the weeks to come, 50 began releasing diss tracks that took aim at Ja Rule, painting him as a studio gangsta who rapped about things that he had never experienced. Ja must have been annoyed, but he did not respond to 50's taunts. He was clearly too big to concern himself with small fry. 50's next move, however, could not be ignored. He released a song that detailed the activities of the most notorious gang leaders, including Supreme, in Southside Queens in the 1980s. As the song became popular on the streets, it brought Supreme the kind of attention he was trying to avoid, now that he was going legitimate. This made him angry and suspicious. What might 50 do next? He pressured Ja Rule to go after and destroy this upstart before he went too far. Ja was now forced into going after him. He tried whatever he could to shut 50 up. He spread nasty rumors about 50's past and attempted to block any record deals he might have. At one point, finding 50 in the same recording studio he was at, Ja and his cohort started a brawl. Ja wanted to intimidate 50 with his muscle and reputation, but this only made 50 increase the pace of diss tracks that he released. He wanted to push all of Ja's buttons, make him angry and insecure, burning for revenge. He'd stay cool and strategic while Ja would lose control. To this purpose, he called Ja a wanksta, a wannabe gangsta. He parroted his singing style, his lyrics, everything about his supposed tough guy image. The songs were hard-driving, biting, and humorous. Slowly but surely, Ja became more and more furious as these songs made it to the radio and journalists peppered him with questions about 50. He had to prove his toughness, that he was no wanksta, so he released his own diss tracks. These songs were not witty, however, only violent and vicious. Without realizing it, he had become defensive and not very entertaining. 50's first record came out at about the same time as one of Ja's, and its sales far eclipsed those of his rivals. Now he was the star and Ja began to fade from the scene. Befitting his new role, 50 stopped the attacks, almost out of pity for his former rival. Ja had served his purpose, and it was better to leave him to oblivion. The fearless approach. The way I learned it. The kid in the schoolyard who doesn't want to fight always leaves with a black eye. If you indicate you'll do anything to avoid trouble, that's when you get trouble. 50 Cent. Life involves constant battle and confrontation. This comes on two levels. On one level, we have desires and needs, our own interests that we wish to advance. In a highly competitive world, this means we must assert ourselves and even occasionally push people out of position to get our way. On the other level, there are always people who are more aggressive than we are. At some point, they cross our path and try to block or harm us. On both levels, playing offense and defense, we have to manage people's resistance and hostility. This has been the human drama since the beginning of history, and no amount of progress will alter this dynamic. The only thing that has changed is how we handle these inevitable moments of friction in our lives. In the past, people had a greater taste for battle. We can read signs of this in all kinds of social behavior. At the theater, for instance, it was common practice for 19th century audiences in Europe and America to verbally express their disapproval of the actors or the play, yelling, hissing, or throwing things onto the stage. Fights would often break out in the theater over differences of opinion. It was not cause for concern but part of the appeal. In political campaigns, it was accepted as normal that partisans of various parties would confront each other in the streets over their divergent interests. Democracy was considered vibrant by allowing such public disagreements, a kind of safety valve for human aggression. Now we tend to find the opposite. We are generally much more skittish when it comes to confrontation. We often take it personally if someone overtly disagrees with us or expresses an opinion contrary to our own. We are also more afraid of saying something that could possibly offend those around us, as if their egos were too fragile. The culture tends to elevate as its ideal a spirit of cooperation. Being democratic and fair means getting along with others, fitting in, and not ruffling feathers. Conflict and friction are almost evil. We are encouraged to be deferential and agreeable. Nevertheless, the human animal retains its aggressive impulses, and all that happens is that many people channel this energy into passive-aggressive behavior, which makes everything more complicated. In such an atmosphere, we all pay a price. When it comes to the offensive side of power, in which we are required to take forceful and necessary action to advance our interests, we are often hesitant and uncertain. When dealing with the aggressors and passive aggressors around us, we can be quite naive. We want to believe that people are basically peaceful and desire the same things as ourselves. We often learn too late that this is not the case. This inability to deal with what is inevitable in life is the cause of so many problems. We work to postpone or avoid conflicts, and when they reach a point where we can no longer play such a passive game, we lack the experience and the habit of meeting them head-on. The first step in overcoming this is to realize that the ability to deal with conflict is a function of inner strength versus fear, and that it has nothing to do with goodness or badness. When you feel weak and afraid, you have the sense that you cannot handle any kind of confrontation. You might fall apart or lose control or get hurt. Better to keep everything smooth and even. Your main goal then is to be liked, which becomes a kind of defensive shield. So much of what passes for good and nice behavior is really a reflection of deep fears. What you want instead is to feel secure and strong from within. You are willing to occasionally displease people, and you are comfortable in taking on those who stand against your interests. From such a position of strength, you are able to handle friction in an effective manner, being bad when it is appropriate. This inner strength, however, does not come naturally. What is required is some experience. This means that in your daily life you must assert yourself more than usual. You take on an aggressor instead of avoiding him. You strategize and push for something you want instead of waiting for someone to give it to you. You will generally notice that your fears have exaggerated the consequences of this kind of behavior. You are sending signals to others that you have limits they cannot cross, that you have interests you are willing to defend or advance. You will find yourself getting rid of this constant anxiety about confronting people. You are no longer tied to this false niceness that wears on your nerves. The next battle will be easier. Your confidence in handling such moments of friction will grow with each encounter. In the hood, people don't have the luxury of worrying about whether people like them. Resources are limited. Everyone is angling for power and trying to get what they can. It is a rough game, and there is no room for being naive or waiting for good things to happen. You learn to take what you need and feel no guilt about it. If you have dreams and ambitions, you know that to realize them you have to get active, make some noise, bruise a few people in your path. And you expect others to do the same to you. It is human nature, and instead of complaining you simply must get better at protecting yourself. We all face a similar competitive dynamic. People all around us are struggling to advance their interests. But because our fights are more subtle and veiled, we tend to lose sight of the harsh aspects of the game. We are often too trusting in others in a future that will bring good things. We could use some of the toughness and realism that people who grow up in pressurized environments have. A simple line can be drawn: we all have ambitions and large goals for ourselves. We are either waiting for some perfect moment to realize them, or we are taking action in the present. This action requires some aggressive energy channeled in a smart manner and the willingness to displease a person or two who gets in our way. If we are waiting and settling for what we have, it is not because we are good and nice, but because we are fearful. We need to get rid of the fear and guilt we might have for asserting ourselves. It serves no purpose except to keep us down. The fearless types in history have often had to face a lot of hostility in their lives, and in doing so they invariably discover the critical role that one's attitude plays in thwarting people's aggression. Look at Richard Wright, the first best-selling African-American writer in U.S. history. His father abandoned his mother shortly after Wright's birth in 1908, and Wright knew only poverty and starvation as a child. His uncle, with whom they lived, was lynched by a white mob, and his family, Wright and his mother and brother, was forced to flee from Arkansas and wander across the South. When his mother fell ill and became an invalid, he was shunted from family to family, even spending time in an orphanage. The family members who took him in, themselves poor and frustrated, beat him incessantly. His classmates at school, sensing he was different, he liked to read books and was shy, taunted and ostracized him. At work, his white employers subjected him to endless indignities, such as beatings and dismissals from the job for no apparent reason. These experiences created in him intricate layers of fear. But as he read more books about the wider world and thought more deeply, a different spirit rose inside of him, a need to rebel and not accept the status quo. When an uncle threatened to beat him over a triviality, he decided he had had enough. Although just a child, he clutched 2 razor blades in his hands and told the uncle he was prepared to go down fighting. He was never bothered by that uncle again. Seeing the power he had with such an attitude, he now made it something more calculated and under control. When conditions at work became impossible, he would leave the job, a sign of impertinence to the white employers, who spread word of this around town. He didn't care if people thought he was different. He was proud of it. Feeling like he was going to be trapped in Jackson, Mississippi, for the rest of his life and yearning to escape to the north, he became a criminal for the first and last time in his life, stealing enough to pay his way out of town. He felt more than justified in doing this. This spirit permeated his life to the very end. As a successful writer now living in Chicago, he felt that his novels were being misread by the white public. They invariably found a way to soften his message about racial prejudices, to see what they wanted to see in his work. He realized he had been holding back, tailoring his words to appeal to them. He had to rise again above this fear of pleasing others and write a book that could not be misread, that would be as bleak as the life he had known. This became Native Son, his most famous and successful novel. What Wright had discovered was simple. When you submit in spirit to aggressors or to an unjust and impossible situation, you do not buy yourself any real peace. You encourage people to go further, to take more from you, to use you for their own purposes. They sense your lack of self-respect and they feel justified in mistreating you. When you are humble, you reap the wages of humility. You must develop the opposite, a fighting stance that comes from deep within and cannot be shaken. You force some respect. This is how it is in life for everyone. People will take from you what they can. If they sense that you are the type of person who accepts and submits, they will push and push until they have established an exploitative relationship with you. Some will do this overtly. Others are more slippery and passive-aggressive. You must demonstrate to them that there are lines that cannot be crossed. They will pay a price for trying to push you around. This comes from your attitude, fearless and always prepared to fight. It radiates outward and can be read in your manner without you having to speak a word. By a paradoxical law of human nature, trying to please people less will make them more likely in the long run to respect and treat you better. Keys to fearlessness. Or how we live is so far removed from how we ought to live, that he who abandons what is done for what ought to be done will rather learn to bring about his own ruin than his preservation. A man who wishes to make a profession of goodness in everything must necessarily come to grief among so many who are not good. Therefore it is necessary for a prince, who wishes to maintain himself, to learn how not to be good, and to use this knowledge and not use it, according to the necessity of the case. Niccolò Machiavelli. When it comes to morality, almost all of us experience a split in our consciousness. On one hand, we understand the need to follow certain basic codes of behavior that have been in place for centuries. We try our best to live by them. On the other hand, we also sense that the world has become infinitely more competitive than anything our parents or grandparents have known. To get ahead in this world, we must be willing to occasionally bend that moral code, to play with appearances, to hedge the truth and make ourselves look better, to manipulate a person or two to secure our position. The culture at large reflects this division. It emphasizes values of cooperation and decency, while titillating us constantly in the media with endless stories of those who have risen to the top by being bad and ruthless. We are both drawn to and repulsed by these stories. This split creates an ambivalence and awkwardness in our actions. We are not very good at being either good or bad. When we do the manipulative acts that are necessary, it is with half a heart and some guilt. We are not sure how to operate in this way, when to play the more aggressive role or how far to go. The great 16th century Florentine writer Niccolò Machiavelli noticed a similar phenomenon in his day, on a different level. Italy had splintered into several city-states that were constantly intriguing for power. It was a dangerous, complicated environment for a leader. In facing a rival state, a prince had to be extremely careful. He knew that these rivals would do anything to advance their interests, including cutting deals with others to isolate or destroy him. He had to be ready to attempt any kind of maneuver to protect his state. At the same time, he was imbued with Christian values. He had to juggle two codes of behavior, one for private life and another for the game of power. This made for awkwardness. Nobody really defined the moral parameters for how to defend and advance his state. If he became too aggressive, he would look bad on the world stage and suffer for it. If he was too good and gentle, his state could be overrun by a rival, bringing misery for his citizenry. For Machiavelli, the problem wasn't a leader adjusting his morality to the circumstance. Everyone does that. It was that he did not do it well. Too often he would be aggressive when he needed to be cunning, or vice versa. He would not recognize in time the once friendly state that was now plotting against him, and his response would be too desperate. When a venture succeeds, people tend to overlook some of the nasty tactics you were forced to use. When a venture fails, those same tactics become scrutinized and condemned. A prince or leader must first and foremost be effective in his actions, and to do so he must master the art of knowing when and how to be bad. This requires some fearlessness and flexibility. When the situation calls for it, he must be the lion, aggressive and direct in protecting his state or grabbing something to secure its interests. At other times, he has to be the fox, getting his way through crafty maneuvers that disguise his aggression. And often he must play the lamb, the meek, deferential, and good creature exalted in culture. He is bad in the right way, calibrated to the situation, and careful to make his actions look justified to the public, reserving his nastier tactics for behind the scenes. If he masters the art of being bad, he uses it sparingly and he creates more peace and power for his citizens than the awkward prince who tries to be too good. This should be the model for us as well. We are all now princes competing with thousands of rival states. We have our aggressive impulses, our desires for power. These impulses are dangerous. If we act upon them unconsciously or awkwardly, we can create endless problems for ourselves. We must learn to recognize the situations that require assertive, yet controlled, actions, and which mode of attack, fox or lion, is suitable. The following are the most common foes and scenarios that you will encounter in which some form of badness is required to defend or advance yourself. Aggressors. By 1935, there were some on the left in the United States who had grown discontented with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's reforms, known as the New Deal. They believed these reforms were not working fast enough. They decided to band together to form what would later be known as the Union Party, to galvanize this discontent. They were going to run against FDR in 1936, and the threat was very real that they would gain enough support to throw the election to the Republicans. Within this group was Huey Long, the great populist senator from Louisiana, and Father Charles Coughlin, the Catholic priest who had a popular radio program. Their ideas were vaguely socialistic and appealed to many who felt disenfranchised during the Great Depression. Their attacks on FDR began to have effect. His poll numbers went down. Feeling emboldened, they became even more aggressive and relentless in their campaign. In the midst of this, FDR remained mostly silent, letting them fill the air with their charges and threats. His advisors panicked. They felt he was being too passive. But for Roosevelt, it was part of a plan. He felt certain that the public would grow tired of their shrill attacks as the months went on. He sensed that the factions within the Union Party would begin to fight among themselves as the election neared. He ordered his surrogates to not attack these men. At the same time, he went to work behind the scenes. In Louisiana, he fired as many Long supporters working for the government as possible and replaced them with those on his side. He launched detailed investigations into the senator's dubious financial affairs. With Coughlin, he worked to isolate him from other notable Catholic priests, making him look like a fringe radical. He introduced laws that forced Coughlin to get an operating permit to broadcast his shows. The government found reasons to deny his requests and temporarily silenced him. All of this served to confuse and frighten FDR's foes. As he had predicted, the party began to splinter and the public lost interest. Roosevelt won the 1936 election in an unprecedented landslide. FDR had understood the basic principle in squaring off against aggressors who are direct and relentless. If you meet them head-on, you are forced to fight on their terms. Unless you happen to be an aggressive type, you are generally at a disadvantage against those who have simple ideas and fierce energy. It is best to fight them in an indirect manner, concealing your intentions and doing what you can behind the scenes, hidden from the public to create obstacles and sow confusion. Instead of reacting, you must give aggressors some space to go. Further with their attacks, getting them to expose themselves in the process and provide you plenty of juicy targets to hit. If you become too active and forceful in response, you look defensive. You are playing the fox to their lion. Remaining cool and calculating, doing whatever you can to make them more emotional and baiting them to fall apart through their own reckless energy. Passive aggressors. These types are masters at disguise. They present themselves as weak and helpless, or highly moral and righteous, or friendly and ingratiating. This makes them hard to pick out at first glance. They send all kinds of mixed signals, alternating between friendly, cool, and hostile, creating confusion and conflicting emotions. If you try to call them on their behavior, they use this confusion to make you feel guilty, as if you were the one who was the source of the problem. Once you are drawn into their dramas with your emotions engaged, it can be very difficult to detach yourself. The key is recognizing them in time to take appropriate action. When the Grand Duchess Catherine, future Empress of Russia, Catherine the Great, met her husband-to-be, Peter, she felt he was an innocent child at heart. He continued to play with toy soldiers and had a petulant, moody temperament. Then shortly after their marriage in 1745, she began to detect a different side to his character. In private, they got along well enough. But then she would hear from second-hand sources all kinds of nasty stories about how he had regretted their marriage and how he preferred her chambermaid. What was she to believe, these stories or his geniality when they were together? After he became Tsar Peter III, he would graciously invite Catherine to visit him in the morning, but then he would ignore her. When the royal gardener stopped delivering her favorite fruits, she found out it was on his orders. Peter was doing everything he could to make her life miserable and humiliate her in subtle ways. Fortunately, Catherine figured out early on that he was a master manipulator. His childish exterior was clearly there to distract attention from his petty, vindictive core. His goal, she believed, was to bait her into doing something rash that would give him an excuse to isolate or get rid of her. She decided to bide her time, be as gracious as possible, and win over some key allies in the court and the military, many of whom had come to despise the Tsar. Finally, certain of her allies' support, she instigated a coup that would get rid of him once and for all. When it became clear that the military had sided with Catherine and that he was to be arrested, Peter started to beg and plead with her. He would change his ways and they would rule together. She did not reply. He sent another message saying he would abdicate, if only he could return peacefully to his own estate with his mistress. She refused to bargain. He was arrested and soon thereafter murdered by one of the coup intriguers, perhaps with the approval of the Empress. Catherine was a classic fearless type. She understood that, with passive aggressors, you must not get emotional and drawn into their endless intrigues. If you respond indirectly with a kind of passive aggression yourself, you play into their hands. They are better at this game than you are. Being underhanded and tricky only spurs on their insecurities and intensifies their vindictive nature. The only way to treat these types is to take bold, uncompromising action that either discourages further nonsense or sends them running away. They respond only to power and leverage. Having allies higher up the chain can serve as a means of blocking them. You are playing the lion to their fox, making them afraid of you. They see there will be real consequences if they continue their behavior in any form. To recognize such types, look for extremes in behavior that are not natural, too kind, too ingratiating, too moral. These are most likely disguises that are worn to deflect attention from their true nature. Better to be proactive and take precautionary measures the moment you feel they are trying to get into your life. Unjust situations. Sometime in the early 1850s, Abraham Lincoln came to the conclusion that the institution of slavery was the great stain on our democracy and had to be eliminated. But as he surveyed the political landscape, he became concerned. The politicians on the left were too noisy and righteous. In their fervor to promote abolition, they would polarize the country, and the slaveholders could easily exploit these political divisions to maintain their way of life for decades. Lincoln was the consummate realist. If your goal is to end an injustice, you have to aim for results, and that requires being strategic and even deceptive. To end slavery, he would be willing to do almost anything. He decided he was the politician best suited for this cause. His first step was to present a moderate front to the public in the 1860 campaign and after his election to the presidency. He gave the impression that his main goal was to maintain the Union and to gradually phase slavery out of existence through a policy of containment. When war became inevitable in 1861, he decided to lay a clever trap for the South, baiting them into an attack on Fort Sumter that would force him to declare war. This made it seem that the North was the victim of aggression. All of these maneuvers were designed to keep his support in the North relatively unified. To oppose him was to oppose his efforts to defeat the South and maintain the Union, the slavery issue slipping into the background. This unified front on his side made it almost impossible for the enemy to play political games. As the tide of the war turned in favor of the North, he gradually shifted to more radical positions, stated in the Emancipation Proclamation and his Gettysburg Address, knowing he had more leeway to reveal his real goals and act on them. Leading the North to victory in the war, he had even more room to continue his campaign. In sum, to defeat slavery, Lincoln was prepared to publicly manipulate opinion by concealing his intentions and to practice outright deceit in his political maneuverings. This required great fearlessness and patience on his part, as almost everyone misread his intentions and criticized him as an opportunist. Some still do. In facing an unjust situation, you have two options. You can loudly proclaim your intentions to defeat the people behind it, making yourself look good and noble in the process. But in the end, this tends to polarize the public. You create one hardened enemy for every sympathizer won over to the cause, and it makes your intentions obvious. If the enemy is crafty, this makes it almost impossible to defeat them. Or, if it is results you are after, you must learn instead to play the fox, letting go of your moral purity. You resist the pull to get emotional, and you craft strategic maneuvers designed to win public support. You shift your position to suit the circumstance, baiting the enemy into actions that will win you sympathy. You conceal your intentions. Think of it as war short of unnecessary violence. You are called to do whatever it takes to defeat the enemy. There is no nobility in losing if an injustice is allowed to prevail. Static situations. In any venture, people quickly create rules and conventions that must be followed. This is often necessary to instill some discipline and order. But most often these rules and conventions are arbitrary. They are based on something that was successful in the past but might have little relevance to the present. They are often instruments for those in power to maintain their grip and keep the group unified. If this goes on long enough, they become stultifying and crowd out any new ways for doing things. In such a situation, what is called for is the total destruction of these dead conventions, creating space for something new. In other words, you must be the complete lion, as bad as can be. This was how several important black jazz musicians, such as Charlie Parker, Thelonious Monk, and Dizzy Gillespie, responded to the musical conventions that had hardened in the early 1940s. From its more freewheeling earlier days, jazz had become co-opted by white performers and audiences. The sound that became popular, big band, swing, was more controlled and regimented. To make any money in the business, you had to play by the rules and perform these popular genres. But even those black musicians who followed the conventions were still paid considerably less than their white counterparts. The only way around this oppressive situation was to destroy it with a completely new sound, in this case with something that later became known as bebop. This new genre went against all the current conventions. The music was wild and improvisatory. As it became popular, it gave these musicians some space to perform on their own terms and some control over their careers. Now the static situation was broken and the field was left open to the great jazz innovations of the 1950s and 60s. In general, you must be less respectful of the rules that other people have established. They do not necessarily fit the times or your temperament. And there is great power to be had by being the one to initiate a new order. Impossible dynamics. Sometimes in life you find yourself in a negative situation that cannot be improved no matter what you do. You might find yourself working for people who are irrational. Their actions seem to serve no purpose apart from imposing their power and making you miserable. Everything you do is wrong. Or it could be a relationship in which you are constantly forced to rescue a person. This usually involves types who present themselves as weak victims in need of attention and assistance. They stir up a lot of drama around them. No matter what you do, the need to be rescued keeps recurring. You can recognize this dynamic by your emotional need to somehow solve the problem, mixed with your complete frustration in finding any kind of reasonable answer. In truth, the only viable solution is to terminate the relationship. No arguing, no bargaining, no compromising. You leave the job, there are always others. You leave the person who is tormenting you with as much finality as possible. Resist the temptation to feel any guilt. You need to create as much distance as possible so they cannot inveigle these emotions into you. They must become dead to you so you can go on with your life. Reversal of perspective. The problem with confrontational moments and why we often seek to avoid them is that they churn up a lot of unpleasant emotions. We feel personally aggrieved that someone is trying to hurt or harm us. This makes us wonder about ourselves and feel insecure. Did we deserve this in some way? If we go through a few of these unpleasant moments, we become increasingly skittish. But this is really a problem of perception. In our own inner turmoil, we tend to exaggerate the negative intentions of our opponents. In general, we take conflicts far too personally. People have problems and traumas that they carry with them from their childhood on. Most often, when they do something to harm or block us, it really is not directed at us personally. It comes from some unfinished business from the past or deep insecurities. We happen to cross their path at the wrong moment. It is essential that you develop the reverse perspective. Life naturally involves conflicting interests. People have their own issues, their own agendas, and they collide with yours. Instead of taking this personally or concerning yourself with people's intentions, you must simply work to protect and advance yourself in this competitive game, this bloody arena. Focus your attention on their maneuvers and how to deflect them. When you have to resort to something that isn't conventionally moral, it is just another maneuver you are executing in the game, nothing to feel guilty about. You accept human nature and the idea that people will resort to aggression. This calm, detached perspective will make it that much easier to design the perfect strategy for blunting their aggression. With your emotions unscathed by these battles, you will grow accustomed to them and will even take some pleasure in fighting them well. In the ring, our opponents can gouge us with their nails or butt us with their heads and leave a bruise. But we don't denounce them for it or get upset with them or regard them from then on as violent types. We just keep an eye on them, not out of hatred or suspicion, just keeping a friendly distance. We need to do that in other areas. We need to excuse what our sparring partners do and just keep our distance, without suspicion or hatred. Marcus Aurelius. Chapter 6. Lead from the front, authority. In any group, the person on top consciously or unconsciously sets the tone. If leaders are fearful, hesitant to take any risks, or overly concerned for their ego and reputation, then this invariably filters its way through the entire group and makes effective action impossible. Complaining and haranguing people to work harder has a counterproductive effect. You must adopt the opposite style. Imbue your troops with the proper spirit through your actions, not words. They see you working harder than anyone, holding yourself to the highest standards, taking risks with confidence, and making tough decisions. This inspires and binds the group together. In these democratic times, you must practice what you preach. The hustler king. No man can properly command an army from the rear. He must be at the front, at the very head of the army. He must be seen there, and the effect of his mind and personal energy must be felt by every officer and man present with it. General William T. Sherman. By the spring of 1991, young Curtis Jackson had proved himself to be one of the savviest hustlers in the neighborhood. His pool of repeat customers had increased to a point where he had to hire his own crew to keep up with their demand. But as he knew, nothing good ever lasts too long in the hood. Just as Curtis was making plans to expand his business, an older hustler named Wayne began to make threatening gestures towards him. Wayne had recently returned to the streets from prison. He was determined to make as much money as fast as possible and then dominate the local drug trade. Curtis, it seemed, was his main rival. He tried to intimidate the younger hustler, warning him that he better curtail his operations or pay a price. Curtis ignored him. Then Wayne decided to up the ante. He sent out word on the street that he was going to have Curtis killed. Curtis had seen this happen before and he knew what would happen next. Wayne would never do the job himself. He could not risk a return to prison. Instead, he was banking on the fact that some young kid would hear of his desire to kill Curtis and, eager to gain some street credibility, would take it upon himself to do the dirty work. Sure enough, a few days after hearing of Wayne's intentions, Curtis noticed a young kid named Nitty trailing him on the streets. He felt certain that Nitty was the one planning to do the hit, and it would happen soon. This was the depressing dynamic of hustling in the hood. The more success a hustler had, the more he attracted the wrong kind of attention. Unless he inspired some fear and terror, rivals would keep coming at him, trying to take what he had and continually threatening his position on the streets. Once that started to happen, the once successful dealer would find himself drawn into a cycle of violence, reprisals, and time in the pen. There were a few hustlers, however, who had somehow managed to rise above this dynamic. In the hood, they were like kings. Just hearing their names or seeing them on the street would elicit a gut reaction, a mix of fright and admiration. What elevated them above others was a series of actions they had taken in the past that demonstrated they were fearless and smart. Their maneuvers would be unpredictable and all the more terrifying for it. If people thought of challenging them, they would quickly remember what these types had done in other circumstances and back off. All of this would give them an aura of power and mystery. Instead of challengers on all sides, they would have disciples ready to follow them as far as they wanted. If Curtis saw himself as the kingly type, it was time now to show it to others, as dramatically as possible. With death staring him in the face, he worked to control his emotions and thought long and hard about the dilemma that Wayne had posed. If instead he went after Nitty and killed him, The police would catch Curtis and he would end up in prison for a long time, an equally fortunate result for Wayne. And if he did nothing, Nitty would finish him off. But Wayne's strategy had a fatal flaw: his fear of doing the job with his own hands. He was no king himself, but just another frightened hustler pretending to be tough. Curtis would come after him from an unexpected angle and turn everything around. Without wasting any more time, he asked a member of his crew named Tony to accompany him that afternoon. Together they surprised Nitty on the street, and while Tony held him, Curtis slashed the kid in the face with a razor blade. He did it just deep enough to send him screaming to the hospital and to leave a nice scar for a while. Then a few hours later, he and Tony found Wayne's empty car and shot it up. An ambiguous message that meant either they hoped he was inside, or they were taunting him to come out and attack them in the open. The following day, the dominoes fell just as Curtis thought they would. Nitty sought out Wayne, expecting that the two of them would then go together to exact revenge on Curtis. After all, Wayne had been attacked as well. Wayne, however, still insisted the kid do it alone. Now Nitty could see through the game. He was just the patsy to do the dirty work, and Wayne was not as tough as he had made himself out to be. Nitty would have nothing more to do with him, but he was also too afraid to take on Curtis by himself. He decided he could live with the scar. Wayne was now in a delicate position. If he asked someone else to do the job, it would start to look like what it was: a man too scared to do it himself. Better to let the whole thing just go away. In the days to come, the hood was abuzz with the story of what had happened. Young Curtis had outmaneuvered and outsmarted the older rival. Unlike the latter, he was unafraid to do the violence himself. What he had done was bold and dramatic. It had come out of nowhere. Every time people would see Nitty on the streets with the long scar on his face, they were reminded of the incident. Rivals would now have to think twice before challenging his status. He showed he was tough and crafty. And those in his crew were duly impressed with his sang-froid and how he had turned the situation around. They now saw him differently, as somebody who could last in this jungle and was worth following. Curtis followed this up with other similar actions, and slowly he elevated himself above the other hustlers. Now there were younger ones who looked up to him and would soon form the core of a devoted band of disciples who would help him in his transition into music. After the success of his first album in 2003, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, began to realize his dream of forging a business empire. But as this took shape in the months and years to follow, he began to feel that something was wrong. It would be natural to believe that with his current position and fame, those working for him would simply follow his lead and do what he wanted. But his whole life had been a lesson in the opposite. People continually take from you. They doubt your powers and challenge you. In this environment, his executives and managers were not trying to take his money or his life, but rather he had the feeling they were nibbling away at his power, trying to soften his image and make him more corporate and predictable. If he let this go on, he would lose the only quality that made him different: his propensity to take risks and do the unexpected. He might become a safe investment, but he would no longer be a leader and a creative force. In this world, you cannot relax and rest on your name, your past achievements, your title. You have to fight to impose your difference and compel people to follow your lead. All of these thoughts became painfully clear to him in the summer of 2007. His third album, Curtis, was to be released in September of that year, and everyone seemed to be asleep. The record label, Interscope, was acting as if the album would sell itself. His management team had put together a marketing campaign that he felt was too tame, passive, and corporate. They were trying to control too much. Then one August afternoon, an employee at G-Unit Records, 50's own label within Interscope, told him that a video from the upcoming album somehow just got leaked to the internet. If it spread, it would mess up the carefully orchestrated rollout of songs that had been planned for that month. 50 was the first to hear of this, and after contemplating what to do next, he decided it was finally time to shake up the dynamic, do the unpredictable, and play the part of the hustler king. He called into his office his radio and internet team at G-Unit. Instead of working to contain the viral spread of the video, the usual response to such a problem and what management would advocate, he ordered them to surreptitiously leak it to other sites and let it spread like wildfire. On top of this move, they created the following story to tell journalists for public consumption. When 50 heard of the leak, he flew into a wild rage. He threw his phone at the window with such force he cracked it. He tore the plasma TV off the wall and smashed it into pieces. He left the building in a fit, and the last thing they heard him yelling was that he was shutting it all down and going on vacation. That evening, on 50's orders, they had the maintenance man for the building take pictures of the damage, all faked for this purpose, and then leaked the photos to the internet. They were to keep all of this a secret. Not even management was to know that this drama was completely manufactured. In the days to come, 50 watched with satisfaction as this story spread everywhere. Interscope was awakened from its slumber. Management was sent the message that he was now in command. If he refused to do any more publicity, as he had threatened, their whole campaign was doomed. They had to follow his lead here and let him set the tone for the publicity, which meant something more aggressive and fluid. Among 50's executives and employees, word spread quickly of what had supposedly happened. His reputation for being unpredictable and violent brought to life. When they now saw him in the offices, they felt a twinge of fear. Better to pay attention to what he wanted than risk witnessing his anger. And for the public, this was just the kind of story they expected from the thug rapper. Compelled their attention. They could laugh at his out-of-control antics, not realizing that it was 50, directing the drama, who would have the last laugh. The fearless approach. When I reached the top in business, I adjusted to my new position. I became bolder and crazier than before, and I listened even less to people who tried to slow me down. 50 Cent. Throughout history, we have witnessed the following pattern. Certain people stand out from the crowd because of some special skill or talent that they have. Perhaps they are masters at the political game, knowing how to charm and win the proper allies. Or maybe they have superior technical knowledge in their field. Or maybe they are the ones who initiate some bold venture that has success. In any event, these types suddenly find themselves in leadership positions, something for which their past experience and education has not prepared them. Now they are alone and on the top, their every decision and action scrutinized by the group and the public. The pressures can be intense. And what inevitably happens is that many of them unconsciously succumb to all kinds of fears. Whereas before they might have been bold and creative, now they grow cautious and conservative, aware of the heightened stakes. Secretly scared of being held accountable for the success of the group, they overdelegate, poll everyone for their opinions, or refrain from making the hard decisions. Or they become excessively dictatorial, trying to control everything, another sign of weakness and insecurity. It is the story of great senators who make lousy presidents, bold lieutenants who turn into mediocre generals, or top-level managers who become incompetent executives. And yet among the group there are inevitably a few who demonstrate the opposite. They rise to the position, displaying extraordinary leadership skills that no one had suspected were in them. We find in this group people like Napoleon Bonaparte, Mahatma Gandhi, and Winston Churchill. What links these people together is not some mysterious skill or bit of knowledge, but rather a quality of character, a temperament that reveals the essence of the art. They are fearless. They do not shrink from making the hard decisions by themselves. Instead, they seem to relish such responsibility. They do not suddenly become more conservative, but in fact show a propensity for bold action. They exhibit tremendous grace under fire. Such types come to understand in various ways that a leader has a unique power that generally goes untapped. Any group tends to assume the spirit and energy of the person on top. If that person is weak and passive, then the group tends to splinter into factions. If such leaders lack confidence, their insecurities tend to filter their way down the line. Their nervous, fretful moods put everyone on edge. But there is always the opposite possibility. A leader who is audacious, out in front, and setting the tone and agenda for the group sparks a higher energy level and confidence. Such a person on top does not need to yell or push people around. Those below want to follow his or her lead because it is strong and inspiring. In war, where leadership skills are more immediately apparent and necessary because lives are at stake, we can distinguish two leadership styles, from behind or from the front. The former type of general likes to stay in his tent or headquarters and bark out orders, feeling that having such distance makes it easier to command. This style can also mean involving lieutenants and other generals in important decisions, choosing to lead by committee. In both cases, the commander is trying to hide himself from scrutiny, accountability, and danger. The greatest generals in history, however, are invariably those who lead from the front and by themselves. They can be seen by the troops at the head of the army, exposing themselves to the same fate as any foot soldier. The Duke of Wellington said that the mere appearance of Napoleon Bonaparte at the head of his army translated into the equivalent of an additional 40,000 men. A kind of electrical charge passes through the troops. He is sharing in their sacrifices, leading by example. It has almost religious connotations. We notice the same two styles in business and politics as well. The executives who lead from behind will always try to disguise it as a virtue. The need for secrecy, or their desire to be more fair and democratic. But it really stems from fear, and it invariably leads to a lack of respect from those below. The opposite style, leading from the front and by example, has the same power in the office as it does on the battlefield. Leaders who work harder than anyone else, who practice what they preach, who are not afraid to be accountable for tough decisions or to take risks, will find they have created a well of respect that will pay great dividends down the road. They can ask for sacrifices, punish troublemakers, and make occasional mistakes all without facing the usual grumbling and doubts. They don't have to yell, complain, and force their men and women to follow. People do so willingly. In urban environments such as Southside Queens, respect is an extremely important issue. In other places, your background, education, or resume might lend you some authority and credibility, but not in the hood. There, everyone starts from zero. To gain respect from your peers, you must repeatedly prove yourself. People are constantly prone to doubting your abilities and your power. You must show again and again that you have what it takes to thrive and to last. Big words and promises mean nothing. Only actions carry weight. If you are authentic, as tough as you seem to be, then you will earn the respect that will make people back off and make your life that much easier. This should be your perspective as well. You start with nothing in this world. Any titles, money, or privilege you inherit are actually hindrances. They delude you into believing you are owed respect. If you continue to impose your will, because of such privileges, people will come to disdain and despise you. Instead, only your actions can prove your worth. They tell people who you are. You must imagine that you are continually being challenged to show that you deserve the position you occupy. In a culture full of fakery and hype, you will stand out as someone authentic and worthy of respect. The greatest leaders in history all inevitably learned by experience the following lesson. It is much better to be feared and respected than to be loved. As a prime example, look at the film director John Ford, the man behind some of the greatest films in Hollywood history. The task of film directors can be particularly difficult. They have to deal with large crews, actors with their delicate egos, and dictatorial producers who want to meddle every step of the way, all the while being under extreme time limits and with large amounts of money at stake. The tendency for directors is to give ground on these various battlefields, to placate and cajole the actors, to let the producers have their way here and there, to gain some cooperation by being pleasant and likable. Ford was by nature a sensitive and empathetic man, but he learned that if he revealed this side of his personality, he quickly lost control over the final product. The actors and producers would begin to assert themselves, and the film would lose any sense of cohesion. He noticed that the notoriously nice directors never really lasted very long. They were pushed around and their films were lousy. Early on in his career, he decided he would have to forge a kind of mask for himself, that of a man who was implacable and even a bit frightening. On the set, he made it clear he was not the usual prima donna director. He would work longer hours than anyone. If they were filming on some location with harsh conditions, he would sleep in a tent like everyone else and share their bad food. On occasion, he would get into violent fistfights on the set, most often with his leading actors, such as John Wayne. These fights were not for show. They were bruising, and he engaged in them with all his strength, making the actors fight back with equal force. This would set a tone. An actor would tend to feel embarrassed by engaging in his usual prissy behavior and ego tantrums. Everyone was treated the same. Even the Archduke of Austria, trying to carve out a career as a Hollywood actor, was yelled at and pushed into a ditch by Ford himself. He had a unique way of directing actors. He would say only a few well-chosen words about what he wanted from them. Then, if they did the wrong thing on the set, he would brutally humiliate them in front of everyone. They quickly learned they had to pay attention to the few words he spoke and to his body language on the set, which would often tell more. They had to raise their levels of concentration and bring even more of themselves into the part. Once, when the famous producer Samuel Goldwyn visited the set, he told Ford he just wanted to watch him work, a producer's way of spying and applying pressure. Ford didn't say a word. The next day, however, He visited Goldwyn in his office and just sat silently in the chair by Goldwyn's desk, glaring at him. After a while, Goldwyn, exasperated, asked him what he was doing. He just wanted to watch Goldwyn work, Ford answered. Goldwyn never visited him again on the set and quickly learned to give him his space. All of this had a strange and paradoxical effect on the cast and crew. They came to love working for John Ford and would die to gain a place among his exclusive team of return staff. His standards were so high it forced them to work harder. He made them superior actors and technicians. An occasional nice gesture or compliment on his part carried double the weight and would be remembered for a lifetime. The end results of his tough and unforgiving manner was that he managed to maintain a higher degree of control over the final product than most other directors, and his films were consistently of the highest quality. Nobody dared to challenge his authority, and he lasted in Hollywood as the king of westerns and action films for well over 40 years. An unprecedented achievement in the industry. Understand, to be a leader often requires making tough choices, getting people to do things against their will. If you have chosen the soft, pleasing, compliant style of leadership, out of fear of being disliked, you will find yourself with less and less room to compel people to work harder or make sacrifices. If you suddenly try to be tough, they often feel wounded and personally upset. They can move from love to hate. The opposite approach yields the opposite result. If you build a reputation for toughness and getting results, people might resent you, but you will establish a foundation of respect. You are demonstrating genuine qualities of leadership that speak to everyone. Now, with time and a well-founded authority, you have room to back off and reward people, even to be nice. When you do so, it will be seen as a genuine gesture, not an attempt to get people to like you, and it will have double the effect. Keys to fearlessness. For it is a general rule of human nature that people despise those who treat them well and look up to those who make no concessions. Thuridites. Thousands of years ago, our most primitive ancestors formed groups for power and protection. But as these groups got larger, they encountered a problem with human nature that plagues us to this day. Individuals have different levels of talent, ambition, and assertiveness. Their interests do not necessarily converge on all points. When it comes to the important decisions upon which the fate of the tribe hangs, the members will often think of their own narrow agendas. A group of humans is always on the verge of splintering into a chaos of divergent interests. For this purpose, leaders were chosen to make the hard decisions and end all the dissension. But the members of the tribe would inevitably feel ambivalence towards their leaders. They saw the necessity for them and the respect that should be paid to their authority, but they feared that their chieftains and kings would accumulate too much power and oppress them. They often wondered why this particular person or family deserved such a lofty position. In many ancient cultures, the king was ritually put to death after a few years to ensure he would not turn into an oppressor. In more advanced ancient civilizations, there were constant rebellions against those in power, much more intense and numerous than anything we have known in the modern era. Of all the leaders in ancient times who had to deal with such difficulties, none stands out more than Moses. He had been chosen by God to lead the Hebrews out of slavery in Egypt and to the Promised Land. Although the Hebrews suffered in Egypt, they had relative security. Moses wrested them from this predictable life and set them to wander for 40 years in the wilderness, where they were plagued by a lack of food, shelter, and basic comforts. They constantly doubted Moses and even came to hate him, some plotting to kill him as the king who needed to be sacrificed. They saw him as an oppressor and madman. To aid his cause, God would perform regular miracles to show that Moses was chosen and blessed. But these miracles were quickly forgotten, and the Hebrews kept resorting to their endless complaining and recalcitrance. To overcome the seemingly impossible obstacles in his path, Moses resorted to a unique solution. He united the 12 constantly divided tribes around a single, simple cause, one God to worship, and the attainable goal of reaching the Promised Land. He was not there for power or glory, but merely to lead them to this much-desired goal. Moses could not afford to absent himself for a day or two, or to ease up on his leadership. The tribes were continually prone to doubt him and forget the larger picture, the reason for their suffering. The Hebrew word for lead means to be out in front, to drive. He had to be out there constantly in the vanguard, unifying them around his vision of the Promised Land. This meant being ruthless with internal dissenters, putting whole families to death that stood in the way of the larger cause. In essence, Moses learned to play a role for the Hebrews, the man who is possessed of a vision from God, indomitable in spirit, and acting for the greater good. A normal tribe member would have to ask him or herself if this promised land was not something that existed merely in Moses's mind. But the force of his conviction and the determination to lead people to the promised land made it hard to doubt him. He had to play this role to the hilt to convince them his top position was legitimate and sanctioned by God. His ability to lead such a fractious group for some 40 years has to be considered the greatest masterpiece of leadership in history. We moderns believe we have moved far beyond our primitive tribal origins. After all, we live in a secular, rational world. A leader today needs to possess certain technical and managerial skills. But 3,000 years of civilization have not altered human nature, and in fact the endless difficulties that plagued such leaders as Moses have become only more acute. Whereas before we humans might think first of the tribe, we now think primarily of ourselves, our careers, and our narrow interests. Office politics is the extreme endpoint of this trend. We are now more distracted than ever, with thousands of bits of information competing for our attention in the course of a day. This makes us less patient and capable of seeing the larger picture. If we were being led out of slavery, we would not be able to focus on the promised land for more than a few minutes. We are much more skeptical when it comes to those in authority. We still feel the ancient ambivalence towards rulers. Instead of sacrificing them, we feed them to the press and secretly gloat in their downfall. To be a leader now means overcoming these aspects of human nature while still seeming to be fair and decent, an almost impossible task. At the same time, however, people feel this division and selfishness as a depressing phenomenon. They desperately want to believe in a cause, to work for the greater good, to follow a leader who imbues them with a sense of purpose. They are more than receptive to the kind of quasi-religious leadership that Moses embodies. As the one on top, you must rid yourself of your modern prejudices, your fetishism of technical means. To be a leader still means that you are playing a role, out in front, fearlessly driving the group forward. If you fail to unify the group around some glorious cause, some equivalent of the promised land, then you will find that you are having to push and pull your followers who are constantly splitting up into factions. Instead, you must assume a prophetic air, as if you were merely chosen to lead them towards some higher goal. You are compelling them to follow on their own, making less a show of personal power and more a demonstration of the cause that unites them all. This will give you the proper authority to lead and an aura of power. To master the art of leadership, you must see yourself as playing certain parts that will impress your disciples and make them more likely to follow you with the necessary enthusiasm. The following are the 4 main roles you must learn to perform. The visionary. By the beginning of the 20th century, Thomas Alva Edison was seen as America's preeminent inventor and scientist. His research labs were the source of some of the most important technological breakthroughs of the time. But the truth is that Edison himself had only a few months of formal education and was not really a scientist at all. Instead, he was a mix of visionary, strategist, and shrewd businessman. His method was simple. He scoured the globe, looking at all of the latest advances in science and technology. With his understanding of business and the latest social trends, he thought long and hard about how some of these advances could be translated into products with great commercial appeal that could transform how people lived, electricity lighting up cities, improved telephones altering the course of commerce, motion pictures entertaining the masses. He would then hire the best minds in these fields to bring to life his ideas. Every product that came through his lab was inevitably stamped with Edison's particular vision and sense of marketing. Understand, a group of any size must have goals and long-term objectives to function properly. But human nature serves as a great impediment to this. We are naturally consumed by immediate battles and problems. We find it very difficult, if not unnatural, to focus with any depth on the future. Thinking ahead requires a particular thought process that comes with practice. It means seeing something practical and achievable several years down the road, and mapping out how this goal can be achieved. It means thinking in branches, coming up with several paths to get there, depending on circumstances. It means being emotionally attached to this idea, so that when 1,000 distractions and interruptions seem to push you off course, you have the strength and purpose to keep at it. Without one person on top who charts the way to this larger goal, the group will wander here and there, grasping at schemes for quick money, or be moved by the narrow political aspirations of one member or another. It will never accomplish anything great. You, as the leader, are the only bulwark against this endless wandering. You must have the strength to stamp the group with your own personality and vision, giving it a core and an identity. If you lose sight of the larger picture, then only bad things will ensue. You must play this visionary role with some dramatic flair, like Edison, who was a consummate performer and promoter. He would give dazzling presentations of his ideas and stage events to get on the front page of newspapers. Like Moses describing the promised land, he could paint an alluring picture of the future that his inventions would help create. This drew in money from investors and inspired his researchers to work even harder. Your own level of excitement and self-belief will convince people that you know where you are going and should be followed. The unifier. When Louis XIV began ruling France in 1661, he inherited an almost impossible situation. The feudal dukes and lords of France maintained tight control over their various realms. Recent ministers, such as the Duc de Richelieu and Cardinal Mazarin, had made most of the important decisions that lay outside the control of the lords. The king had been mostly a figurehead, presiding over a deeply fractured country whose power in Europe had been on the decline for quite some time. Louis was determined to reverse all of this, and his method was powerful and dramatic. At first he kept his intentions to himself, and then suddenly he announced to one and all that he would not appoint a minister to run the country. From now on that would be his task. Next, he ordered the aristocracy to take up residence in the Palace of Versailles that he had recently constructed. The closer they lived to him in the palace, the more influence they would have. If they remained in their duchies to conspire against him, they would find themselves isolated from the new center of power he had created. His most brilliant maneuver, however, was the most subtle one of all. He created a cause for the French people to believe in the greatness and glory of France itself, which had as its mission to be the center of civilization and refinement, the model for all of Europe. For this purpose, he led the country into various wars to extend France's political might. He became the preeminent patron of the arts, making France the cultural envy of Europe. He created impressive spectacles to delight and distract the public from his power moves. The nobility were not fighting for Louis but for the greatness of the nation. In this way, he transformed a deeply divided, almost chaotic country into the supreme power of Europe. Understand, the natural dynamic of any group is to splinter into factions. People want to protect and promote their narrow interests, so they form political alliances from within. If you force them to unite under your leadership, stamping out their factions, you may take control, but it will come with great resentment. They will naturally suspect you are increasing your power at their expense. If you do nothing, you will find yourself surrounded by lords and dukes who will make your job impossible. A group needs a centripetal force to give it unity and cohesion, but it is not enough to have that be you and the force of your personality. Instead, it should be a cause that you fearlessly embody. This could be political, ethical, or progressive. You are working to improve the lives of people in your community, for instance. This cause elevates your group above others. It has a quasi-religious aura to it, a kind of cult feeling. Now, to fight or doubt you from within is to stand against this cause and seem selfish. The group, infused with this belief system, will tend to police itself and root out troublemakers. To play this role effectively, you must be a living example of this cause, much as Louis exemplified the civilizing power of France in his own carefully crafted behavior. The role model. You cannot control a large group on your own. You will turn into a micromanager or dictator, making yourself exhausted and hated. You need to develop a team of lieutenants who are infused with your ideas, your spirit, and your values. Once you have such a team, you can give them latitude to operate on their own, learning for themselves and bringing their own creativity to the cause. This is the system that Napoleon Bonaparte initiated and has since been imitated by the greatest generals of the modern era. He would give his field marshals a clear sense of the goals for a particular campaign or battle, what has become known as the mission statement. They were then empowered to reach those goals on their own, in their own way. All that mattered were the results. The idea behind it is that those who are fighting on the ground often have a better sense of what needs to be done in the here and now. They have more information at their fingertips than the leader. With a degree of trust in their decisions, they can operate fast and feel more engaged in the execution of the war. This revolutionary system allowed Napoleon's army to move with greater speed and to cultivate a team of highly experienced and brilliant field marshals. And it took great courage on his part to trust in them and not try to control everything on the battlefield. Operating with a mission statement is an effective way of softening your image and disguising the extent of your power. You are seen as more than just a leader. You are a role model, instructing, energizing, and inspiring your lieutenants. In crafting this team, look for people who share your values and are open to learning. Do not be seduced by a glittering resume. You want them near you to absorb your spirit and ways of doing things. Once you feel they have the proper training, you must not be afraid to let go of the reins and give them more independence. In the end, this will save you much energy and allow you to continue focusing on the greater strategic picture. The bold knight. Every group has a kind of collective energy, and on its own this will tend towards inertia. This comes from people's powerful desires to keep things comfortable, easy, and familiar. Over time, in any group, conventions and protocol will assume greater importance and govern people's behavior. The larger the group, the more conservative it will tend to become, and the greater this force of inertia. The paradox is that this defensive, passive posture has a depressing effect on morale, much like sitting in one place for too long will lower your spirits. More than likely you rose to the top by virtue of your boldness and desperate desire to get ahead. You took risks that made you rise to the occasion with all of your energy and creativity, and this fearless spirit attracted positive attention. The group inertia will naturally tend to tamp all of that down and neutralize the source of your power. Since you are the leader, you are the one who can alter this and set a pace that is more alive and active. You remain the bold and enterprising knight. You force yourself to initiate new projects and domains to conquer. You take proactive measures against possible dangers on the horizon. You seize the initiative against your rivals. You keep your group marching and on the offensive. This will excite them and give them a feeling of movement. You are not taking unnecessary risks, but simply adding a dash of aggression to your normally staid group. They become used to seeing you out in front and grow addicted to the excitement you bring with each new campaign. Reversal of perspective. We live in times of great mistrust of any form of authority. Some of this springs from envy of those who have power and have achieved something. Some of it comes from experiences with people who abuse their position of power to get their way. In any event, such distrust makes it harder and harder to be a strong and effective leader. Under the sway of this leveling force, you yourself might be tempted to act with less authority, to be more like everyone else, or to make yourself likable. This will only make your job that much harder. Instead, it is better that you see the whole concept of authority in a different light. The word authority comes from the Latin root autor, meaning authore, person who creates something new. This could be a work of art, a new way of operating in the world, or new values. The health of any society depends on those who infuse it with such innovations. These works or actions by individuals give them credibility and authority to do more. The great Roman general Scipio Africanus the Elder invented a whole new style of warfare in the campaign against Hannibal that was tremendously successful. This gave him the authority to lead the campaign itself and later to launch a political career. For the Romans, if you simply acted as if your position entitled you to certain powers, you lost your authority. You were no longer an author, a contributor, but a passive consumer of power. As a leader, this is how you must view yourself as well. You are an author creating a new order, writing a new act in some drama. You never rest on your laurels or past achievements. Instead, you are constantly taking action that moves the group forward and brings positive results. That record speaks for itself. Despite the spirit of the times, people have a secret yearning to be guided by a firm hand, by someone who knows where they are going. It is distressful to always feel distracted and wandering. The members of your group will give you the respect and authority you require if you earn it as an author and creator. In the end, if people mistrust and resist your authority, you really have only yourself to blame. A distinguished commander without boldness is unthinkable. No man who is not bold can play such a role, and therefore we consider this quality the first prerequisite of the great military leader. How much of this quality remains by the time he reaches senior rank, after training and experience have affected and modified it, is another question. The greater the extent to which it is retained, the greater the range of his genius. Carl von Clausewitz. Chapter 7. Know your environment from the inside-out connection. Most people think first of what they want to express or make, then find the audience for their idea. You must work the opposite angle, thinking first of the public. You need to keep your focus on their changing needs. the trends that are washing through them. Beginning with their demand, you create the appropriate supply. Do not be afraid of people's criticisms. Without such feedback, your work will be too personal and delusional. You must maintain as close a relationship to your environment as possible, getting an inside feel for what is happening around you. Never lose touch with your base. Hood economics. I knew that the ghetto people knew that I never left the ghetto in spirit, and I never left it physically any more than I had to. I had a ghetto instinct. For instance, I could feel if tension was beyond normal in a ghetto audience, and I could speak and understand the ghetto's language. Malcolm X. Starting out as a drug dealer at the age of 12, Curtis Jackson faced an unfamiliar world that contained all kinds of dangers. The business side of hustling was relatively easy to figure out. It was the people, the various actors in the game, the rival hustlers, the big-time dealers, the police who could be tricky. But strangest and most impenetrable of all was the world of the drug users themselves, the clientele upon which his business depended. Their behavior could be erratic and even downright frightening. With rival hustlers and the police, Curtis could get inside their way of thinking because they all operated with a degree of rationality. But the drug fiends seemed to be dominated by their needs, and they could turn unfriendly or violent at any moment. Many dealers developed a kind of phobia of the fiends. They saw in them the weaknesses and dependence that could befall anyone who succumbed to addiction. The hustler relies on his razor-sharp mind. To even flirt with drug use could destroy such power and lead him down the slippery slope towards dependence. If he was around the fiends too much, he could become a user himself. Curtis understood this and kept his distance from them, but this aspect of hustling bothered him. On one particular occasion, the fiends were suddenly avoiding him and he could not figure out why. All he knew was that he could not sell a batch of drugs that he had on consignment. Under such an arrangement, a higher-up source or connect had given him the drugs for free. Once he sold the entire lot, he would return a specified amount of the earnings to the connect and keep the rest as profit. But in this instance, it looked like he would not make nearly enough to pay back the connect. That could prove damaging to his reputation and lead to all kinds of trouble. He might have to steal to get the money. Feeling somewhat desperate, he went into full hustling mode, working night and day, offering all kinds of discounts, whatever it took to unload the drugs. He managed to make back just enough, but it was a close call. Perhaps the quality of the batch he was selling was inferior, but how could he tell beforehand, and how could he prevent this from happening again and again? One day he sought the advice of a man named Dre, an older hustler who had lasted an unusually long time dealing drugs on the streets. He was considered a sharp businessman. In prison, he had studied economics on his own, and he seemed to have an especially good rapport with the fiends. Dre explained to Curtis that in his experience there are two kinds of hustlers in this world. The outside types never bother to learn anything about their customers. It's just about money and numbers. They have no concept of psychology or the nuances of people's needs and demands. They're afraid of getting too close to the customer that might force them to reassess their ideas and methods. The superior hustler moves to the inside. He's not afraid of the fiends. He wants to find out what's going on in their heads. Drug users are no different from anyone else. They have phobias and bouts of boredom and a whole inner life. Because you remain on the outside, he told Curtis, you don't see any of this and your hustling is purely mechanical and dead. To raise your game, he explained, you have to first put into practice one of the oldest hustling tricks in the book, the tester. What this means is the following. Whenever you get a batch of drugs, you separate a portion of it to give out for free to certain fiends. They tell you right there on the spot whether the stuff is good or bad. If their feedback is positive, they will spread the word through their own networks, and such reports are so much more credible coming from a fellow user than reports from a hustler hyping his own stuff. If the feedback is negative, you will have to adjust and find some way to cut it to offer illusions. Apparent 2-for-1 deals with the capsule simply loaded with dust, whatever it takes to unload it. But you must always operate with feedback on the quality of your product. Otherwise, you will not survive on these streets. Once you have this system in place, you use it to cultivate relationships with your most reliable fiends. They supply you with valuable information about any kind of change in tastes that are happening. Talking to them, you get all kinds of ideas for marketing schemes and new angles for hustling. You gain a feel for how they think. From this inside position, the whole game explodes into something creative and alive with possibility. Curtis quickly incorporated this system and soon discovered that the drug fiends were not at all as he had imagined. They became erratic only when you were not consistent in your dealings with them. They valued convenience and fast transactions, wanted something new every now and then, and loved the thought of any kind of deal. With this growing body of knowledge, he could play to their needs and manipulate their demand. He discovered something else. Spending much of their time on the streets, they were a great source of information about what was going on with the police or the weaknesses of rival hustlers. Knowing so much about the neighborhood gave him a feeling of great power. Later, he would translate this same strategy to music and his mixtape campaign on the streets of New York. Maintaining a close connection to the tastes of his fans, he would alter his music to their responses and create the kind of sound that had a visceral appeal, something they had never heard before. After the remarkable success of his first 2 commercial albums, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, stood on top of the music world, but his sense of connection, so vital on the streets, was fading in this new environment he now inhabited. He was surrounded by flatterers who wanted to be in his entourage, and managers and industry people who saw in him only dollar signs. His main interactions were with people in the corporate world or other stars. He could no longer hang out on the streets or get first-hand looks at the trends that were just starting up. All of this meant that he was flying blind with his music, not really sure if it would connect anymore with his audience. They were the source of his energy and spirit, but the distance separating them was growing. Other stars seemed to not mind this. In fact, they enjoyed living in this kind of celebrity bubble. They were afraid of coming back down to earth. 50 felt the opposite, but there seemed to be no way out. Then, in early 2007, he decided to start up his own website. He thought of it as a way to market his music and merchandise directly to the public, without the screen of his record label, which was proving quite inept in adapting to the internet age. Soon this website transformed itself into a social networking site like Facebook for his fans, and the more he delved into it, the more he began to sense that this represented much more than a marketing gimmick. It was perhaps the ultimate tool for reconnecting with his audience. First, he decided to experiment. As he prepared to launch a G-Unit record in the summer of 2008, he leaked one of the songs onto the website on a Friday night. Then the next day he refreshed the comments page every few minutes and tracked the members' responses to it. After several hundred comments, it was clear that the verdict was negative. The song was too soft, they judged. They wanted and expected something harder from a G-Unit record. Taking their criticisms to heart, he shelved the song and soon released another, creating the hard sound they had demanded. This time, the response was overwhelmingly positive. This called for more experiments. He put up the latest single from his archenemy, The Game, hoping to read negative comments from his fans. To his surprise, many of them liked the song. He engaged in an online debate with them and had his eyes opened about changes in people's tastes and why they might have grown distant from his music. It forced him to rethink his own direction. To draw more people to his site, he decided to break down the distance in both directions. He posted blogs on personal subjects and then responded to his fans' comments. They could feel they had complete access to him. Using the latest advances in phone technology, he took this further, having his team film him on their cell phones wherever he went. These images were then streamed live on the website. This generated intense traffic and online chatter. Fans would never know when such moments could happen, so they were forced to check in at regular intervals to try to catch these spontaneous moments, sometimes riveting in their banality, other times made dramatic by 50's flair for confrontation. Membership grew by leaps and bounds. As it evolved, the website came to strangely resemble the world of hustling that he had created for himself on the streets of Southside Queens. He could produce testers, trial songs, for his fans, who were like drug fiends, constantly hungry for new product from 50, and he could get instant feedback on their quality. He could develop a feel for what they were looking for and how he could manipulate their demand. He had moved from the outside to the inside, and the hustling game came alive once more, this time on a global scale. The fearless approach. The public is never wrong. When people don't respond to what you do, they're telling you something loud and clear. You're just not listening. 50 Cent. All living creatures depend for their survival on their relationship to their environment. If they are particularly sensitive to any kind of change, a danger or an opportunity, they have greater power to dominate their surroundings. It is not simply that the hawk can see farther than any other creature, but that it can see great detail, picking out the slightest alteration in the landscape. Its eyes give it tremendous sensitivity and supreme hunting prowess. We live in an environment that is mostly human. It consists of the people that we interact with day in and day out. These humans come from many varied backgrounds and cultures. They are individuals with their own unique experiences. To know people well, their differences, their nuances, their emotional life, would give us a great sense of connection and power. We would know how to reach them, communicate more effectively, and influence their actions. But so often we remain on the outside and lack this power. To connect to the environment in this way would mean having to move outside ourselves, train our eyes on people, but so often we prefer to live in our heads, amid our own thoughts and dreams. We strive to make everything in the world familiar and simple. We grow insensitive to people's differences, to the details that make them individuals. At the root of this turning inward and disconnect is a great fear, one of the most primal known to man, and perhaps the least understood. In the beginning, our primitive ancestors formed groups for protection. To create a sense of cohesion, they established all kinds of codes of behavior, taboos, and shared rituals. They also created myths in which their tribe was considered to be the favorite of the gods, chosen for some great purpose. To be a member of the tribe was to be cleansed by rituals and to be favored by the gods. Those who belonged to other groups had unfamiliar rituals and belief systems, their own gods and origin myths. They were not clean. They represented the other, something dark, threatening, and a challenge to the tribe's sense of superiority. This was part of our psychological makeup for thousands upon thousands of years. It transformed itself into a great fear of other cultures and ways of thinking. For Christians, this meant all heathens. And despite millennia of civilization, it lives on within us to this day, in the form of a mental process in which we divide the world into what is familiar and unfamiliar, clean and unclean. We develop certain ideas and values. We socialize with those who share those values, who form part of our inner circle, our clique. We form factions of rigid beliefs on the right, on the left, for this or for that. We live in our heads with the same thoughts and ideas over and over, cocooned from the outside world. When we are confronted with people or individuals who have different values and belief systems, we feel threatened. Our first move is not to understand them but to demonize them, that shadowy other. Alternatively, we may choose to look at them through the prism of our own values and assume they share them. We mentally convert the other into something familiar. They may come from a completely different culture, but after all, they must want the same things we do. This is a failure of our minds to move outward and understand, to be sensitive to nuance. Everything must be white or black, clean or unclean. Understand, the opposite approach is the way to power in this world. It begins with a fundamental fearlessness. You do not feel afraid or affronted by people who have different ways of thinking or acting. You do not feel superior to those on the outside. In fact, you are excited by such diversity. Your first move is to open up your spirit to these differences, to understand what makes the other tick, to gain a feel for people's inner lives, how they see the world. In this way, you continually expose yourself to wider and wider circles of people, building connections to these various networks. The source of your power is your sensitivity and closeness to this social environment. You can detect trends and changes in people's tastes well before anyone else. In the hood, conditions are more crowded than elsewhere. People with all kinds of different psychologies are constantly in your face. Any power you have depends on your ability to know everything that is going on around you, to be sensitive to changes, aware of the power structures that are imposed from without and within. There is no time or room to escape to some inner dreamland. You have a sense of urgency to stay connected to the environment and the people around you. Your life depends on it. We now live in similar conditions. All kinds of people of divergent cultures and psychologies are thrown together. But because we live in a society of more apparent abundance and ease, we lack that sense of urgency to connect to other people. This is dangerous. In such a melting pot as the modern world, with people's tastes changing at a faster pace than ever before, our success depends on our ability to move outside ourselves and connect to other social networks. At all costs, you need to continually force yourself outward. You must reach a point where any sense of losing this connection to your environment translates into a feeling of vulnerability and peril. In the end, this primal fear of ours translates into a mental infirmity, the closing of the mind to any ideas that are new and unfamiliar. The fearless types in history learn to develop the opposite. An open spirit, a mind that is constantly learning from experience. Look at the example of the great British primatologist Jane Goodall, whose field research revolutionized our ideas on chimpanzees and primates. Prior to Goodall's work, scientists had established certain accepted ideas on how to do research on animals such as chimpanzees. They were mostly to be studied in cages under very controlled circumstances. On occasion, primatologists would research them in the wild. They would come up with various tricks to lure the chimpanzees closer to them, while remaining hidden behind some kind of protective screen. They would conduct experiments by manipulating the animals and noting their responses. The goal was to come up with general truths about chimpanzee behavior. Only by keeping their distance from the animals could the scientists study them. Goodall did not have any formal training in the sciences when she arrived in 1960 in what is now known as Tanzania to study chimpanzees in the wild. Operating totally on her own, she devised a radically different means of research. The chimps lived in the remotest parts of the country and were notoriously shy. She tracked them from a distance, patiently working to gain their trust. She dressed inconspicuously and was careful to not look them in the eye. When she noticed they were uncomfortable with her being in the area, she moved away or acted like a baboon that was merely there digging for insects. Slowly, over the course of several months, she was able to move closer and closer. Now she could begin to identify individual chimps that she kept seeing. She gave them names, something scientists had never done before. They had always been designated by numbers. With these names, she could begin to detect subtle nuances in their individual behavior. They had different personalities, like humans. After nearly a year of this patient seduction, the chimps began to relax in her presence and allow her to interact with them, something no one had ever achieved before in the history of studying primates in the wild. This took a tremendous degree of courage, as chimpanzees were considered the most volatile of the primates, more dangerous and violent than gorillas. As she interacted with them more and more, she noticed a change in herself as well. "I think my mind works like a chimp's, subconsciously," she wrote a friend. She felt this because she had developed an uncanny ability to find them in the forest. Now, gaining access to them, she took note of several phenomena that belied the accepted data on chimpanzee behavior. Scientists had cataloged the animals as vegetarians. She observed them hunting and eating monkeys. Only humans were considered capable of making and using tools. She saw them crafting elaborate instruments to catch insects for food. She saw them engage in bizarre dance rituals during a rainstorm. She later observed a horrific war that went on for 4 years between rival packs. She cataloged some rather strange Machiavellian behavior among the males who fought for supremacy. All in all, she revealed a degree of variety in their emotional and intellectual lives that altered the concept not only of chimpanzees but also of all primates and mammals. This has great application beyond the realms of science. Normally, when you study something, you begin with certain preconceived notions about the subject. Because scientists had come to believe that chimpanzees had a limited range of behavior, that is all that they saw, missing the much more complex reality. Your mind begins the process in a closed state, not really sensitive to difference and nuance. You are afraid of having your assumptions challenged. Instead, like Goodall, you must let go of this need to control and narrow your field of vision. When you study an individual or a group, your goal is to get inside their minds, their experiences, their way of looking at things. To do this, you must interact with them on a more equal plane. With this open and fearless spirit, you will discover things no one had suspected before. You will have a much deeper appreciation for the targets of your actions or the public you are trying to reach. And with such understanding will come the power to move them. Keys to fearlessness. Few people have the wisdom to prefer the criticism that would do them good to the praise that deceives them. François de la Rochefoucauld. In the work that we produce for business or for culture, there is always a telling moment, when it leaves our hands and reaches the public for which it was intended. In that instant, it ceases to be something that was in our heads. It becomes an object that is judged by others. Sometimes this object connects with people in a profound way. It strikes an emotional chord, resonates, and has warmth. It meets a need. Other times it leaves people surprisingly cold. In our minds, we had imagined it having a much different effect. This process can seem rather mysterious. Some people seem to have a knack for creating things that resonate with an audience. They are great artists, politicians with the popular touch, or business people who are endlessly inventive. Sometimes we ourselves produce something that works, but we fail to understand why, and lacking this knowledge, we cannot reproduce our success. There is an aspect to this phenomenon, however, that is explicable. Anything we create or produce is for a public large or small, depending on what we do. If we are the type that lives mostly in our heads, imagining what the intended public will like, or not even caring, this spirit is reproduced in the work itself. It is disconnected from the social environment. It is a product of a person who is wrapped up in him or herself. If, on the other hand, we are deeply connected to the public, if we have a profound sense of their needs and wants, then what we make tends to resonate. We have internalized the way of thinking and feeling of our audience, and it shows in the work. The great Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky had almost two separate parts to his career. In the first, he was a socialist who interacted mostly with other intellectuals. His novels and stories were relatively successful. But then, in 1849, he was sentenced to several years of prison and hard labor in Siberia for ostensibly conspiring against the government. There, he suddenly discovered that he hadn't known the Russian people at all. In prison, he was thrown in among the dregs of society. In the small village where he did his hard labor, he finally mingled with the Russian peasantry that dominated the country. Once he was freed, all of these experiences became deeply embedded in his work, and suddenly his novels resonated far beyond intellectual circles. He understood his public, the mass of Russian people, from the inside, and his work became immensely popular. Understand, you cannot disguise your attitude towards the public. If you feel superior at all, part of some chosen elite, then this seeps out in the work. It is conveyed in the tone and mood. It feels patronizing. If you have little access to the public you are trying to reach, but you feel that the ideas in your head cannot fail to be interesting, then it almost inevitably comes across as something too personal, the product of someone who is alienated. In either case, what is really dominating the spirit of your work is fear. To interact closely with the public and get its feedback might mean having to adjust your brilliant ideas, your preconceived notions. This might challenge your tidy vision of the world. You might disguise this with a snobbish veneer, but it is the age-old fear of the other. We are social creatures who make things in order to communicate and connect with those around us. Your goal must be to break down the distance between you and your audience, the base of your support in life. Some of this distance is mental, it comes from your ego and the need to feel superior. Some of it is physical. The nature of your business tends to shut you off from the public with layers of bureaucracy. In any event, what you are seeking is maximum interaction, allowing you to get a feel for people from the inside. You come to thrive off their feedback and criticism. Operating this way, what you produce will not fail to resonate because it will come from the inside. This deep level of interaction is the source of the most powerful and popular works in culture and business, and a political style that truly connects. The following are 4 strategies you can use to bring yourself closer to this ideal. Crush all distance. The French artist Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec came from one of the oldest aristocratic bloodlines in France, but from early on he felt estranged from his family. Part of this came from his physical handicap. His legs had stopped growing at the age of 14, giving him a dwarfish appearance. Part of it came from his sensitive nature. He turned to painting as his only interest in life, and in 1882, at the age of 18, he moved to Paris to study with a famous artist whose studio was in Montmartre, the bohemian and somewhat seedy part of the city. There Toulouse-Lautrec discovered a whole new world, the cafes and dance halls frequented by prostitutes, con artists, dancers, street performers, and all the shady characters who found themselves drawn to this quartier. Perhaps because of his own alienation from his family, he identified with these outcasts. And slowly he began to immerse himself deeper and deeper in the social life of Montmartre. He befriended the prostitutes and hired them as models, seeking to capture the essence of their lives on canvas. He returned to the dance halls often and sketched while he watched. He drank with the criminal types and the anarchist agitators who passed through the neighborhood. He absorbed every aspect of this world, including the habits of the rich people who came to the area for entertainment and to slum it. Other painters like Degas and Renoir, who both lived in Montmartre, painted many scenes of life there, but it was always with a sense of distance, as if they were outsiders peeking in. Toulouse-Lautrec was more of an active participant, and as his drawings and paintings began to reflect this immersion, his work drew more attention from the public. All of this culminated in the posters that he did for the dance hall the Moulin Rouge, which opened in 1889. The first and most famous one of all was a scandalous image of a dancer kicking so high you can see her underwear. The colors are intense and garish. But strangest of all is the kind of flat space he created, which gives viewers the sensation that they are there on stage with the performers, in the middle of all the activity and bright lights. No one had created anything quite like it before. When the poster was placed all over the city, people were mesmerized by the image. It seemed to vibrate with a life of its own. More and more posters followed of all the figures in the Moulin Rouge whom he came to know on intimate terms, and an entire new aesthetic was forged around his complete, democratic mingling with his subjects. His work became immensely popular. Understand, in this day and age, to reach people you must have access to their inner lives, their frustrations, aspirations, resentments. To do so, you must crush as much distance as possible between you and your audience. You enter their spirit and absorb it from within. Their way of looking at things becomes yours, and when you recreate it in some form of work, it has life. What shocks and excites you will then have the same effect on them. This requires a degree of fearlessness and an open spirit. You are not afraid to have your whole personality shaped by these intense interactions. You assume a radical equality with the public, giving voice to people's ideas and desires. What you produce will naturally connect in a deep way. Open informal channels of criticism and feedback. When Eleanor Roosevelt entered the White House as the First Lady in 1933, it was with much trepidation. She had a disdain for conventional politics and for the kind of cliquish attitude it fostered. In her mind, her husband's power would depend on his connection to the people who had elected him. To get out of the depression, the public had to feel engaged in the struggle, not merely be seduced by speeches and programs. When people feel involved, they bring their own ideas and energy to the cause. Her fear was that the bureaucratic nature of government would swallow up her husband. He would come to listen to his cabinet members and experts. His contact with the public would be relegated to formal channels such as reports, polls, and studies. This isolation would spell his doom, cutting him off from his base of support. Denied an official position within the administration, she decided to work to create informal channels to the public on her own. She traveled all over the country, to inner cities and remote rural towns, listening to people's complaints and needs. She brought many of these people back to meet the president to give him first-hand impressions of the effects of the New Deal. She started a column in the Woman's Home Companion, in which she had posted above the headline, "I want you to write me." She would use her column as a kind of discussion forum with the American public, encouraging people to share their criticisms. Within 6 months, she had received over 300,000 letters, and with her staff she worked to answer every last one of them. She opened other channels of communication, for instance, planting her aides in various New Deal programs who would then poll on her behalf the public affected by these programs. With this system in place, she began to see a pattern from the bottom up, a growing disenchantment with the New Deal. Every day, she left a memo in her husband's basket, reminding him of these criticisms and the need to be more responsive. And slowly she began to have an influence on his policy, pushing him leftward, for instance, getting him to create programs such as the NYA, the National Youth Administration, which would involve young people actively in the New Deal. Over time, she became the unofficial channel of communication for women's groups and African Americans, shoring up FDR's support in these two key constituencies. All of this work took tremendous courage, for she was continually ridiculed for her activist approach, long before any First Lady had ever thought of taking such a role. And her work played a major part in FDR's ability to maintain his image as a man of the people. As Eleanor understood, any kind of group tends to close itself off from the outside world. It is easier to operate this way. From within this bubble, people will delude themselves into thinking they have insight into how their audience or public feels. They read the papers, various reports, the poll numbers, etc. But all of this information tends to be flat and highly filtered. It is much different when you interact directly with the public and hear in the flesh their criticisms and feedback. You discover what lies at the root of their discontent, the various nuances of how your work affects them. Their problems come to life, and any solutions you come up with have more relevance. You create a back-and-forth dynamic in which their ideas, involvement, and energy can be harnessed for your purposes. If some distance between you and the public must be maintained, by the nature of your group or enterprise, then the ideal is to open up as many informal channels as possible, getting your feedback straight from the source. Reconnect with your base. We see the following occur over and over. A person has success when they are younger because they have deep ties with a social group. What they produce and say comes from a real place and connects with an audience. Then slowly they lose this connection. Success creates distance. They come to spend most of their time with other successful people. Consciously or unconsciously, they come to feel separated and above their audience. The intensity in their work is gone, and with it any kind of real effect on the public. In his own way, the famous black activist Malcolm X struggled with this problem. He had spent his youth as a savvy street hustler, ending up in prison on drug charges. There, he discovered the religion of Islam, as practiced by the Nation of Islam, and immediately converted. Out of prison, he became a highly visible spokesperson for the group. Eventually, he broke off from the Nation of Islam and transformed himself into a leading figure in the growing Black Power movement of the 1960s. In these various phases of his life, Malcolm felt intense anger and frustration at the levels of injustice for African Americans, much of which he had experienced firsthand. He channeled these emotions into powerful speeches, seeming to give voice to the anger that many felt who lived deep within the ghettos of America. But as he became more and more famous, he felt some anxiety. Other leaders in the black community that he had known had begun to live fairly well. They could not help but feel some distance and superiority to those they were supposed to represent, like a father caring for a child. Malcolm hated that feeling of creeping paternalism. In his mind, people can only help themselves. His role was to inspire them to action, not act in their name. To inoculate himself against this psychic distance, he increased his interactions with street hustlers and agitators, the kind of people from the lower depths that most leaders would scrupulously avoid. Those from the heart of the ghetto were his power base, and he had to reconnect with them. He made himself spend more time with those who had suffered recent injustices, soaking up their experiences and sense of outrage. Most people mellow with age. He would retain his anger, the intensity of emotions that had impelled him in the first place and given him his charisma. The goal in connecting to the public is not to please everyone or to spread yourself out to the widest possible audience. Communication is a power of intensity, not extensity and numbers. In trying to widen your appeal, you will substitute quantity for quality, and you will pay a price. You have a base of power, a group of people, small or large, which identifies with you. This base is also mental ideas you had when you were younger, which were tied to powerful emotions and inspired you to take a particular path. Time and success tend to diffuse the sense of connection you have to this physical and mental base. You will drift and your powers of communication will diminish. Know your base and work to reconnect with it. Keep your associations with it alive, intense, and present. Return to your origins, the source of all inspiration and power. Create the social mirror. Alone, in our minds, we can imagine we have all kinds of powers and abilities. Our egos can inflate to any size. But when we produce something that fails to have the expected impact, we are suddenly faced with a limit. We are not as brilliant or skilled as we had imagined. In such a case, our tendency is to blame others for not understanding it or getting in our way. Our egos are bruised and delicate. Criticism from the outside seems like a personal attack, which we cannot endure. We tend to close ourselves off, and this makes it doubly difficult to succeed with our next venture. Instead of turning inward, consider people's coolness to your idea and their criticisms as a kind of mirror they are holding up to you. A physical mirror turns you into an object. You can see yourself as others see you. Your ego cannot protect you, the mirror does not lie. You use it to correct your appearance and avoid ridicule. The opinions of other people serve a similar function. You view your work from inside your mind, encrusted with all kinds of desires and fears. They see it as an object. They see it as it is. Through their criticisms, you can get closer to this objective version and gradually improve what you do. One caveat: beware of feedback from friends whose judgments could be tainted by feelings of envy or the need to flatter. When your work does not communicate with others, consider it your own fault. You did not make your ideas clear enough and you failed to connect with your audience emotionally. This will spare you any bitterness or anger that might come from people's critiques. You are simply perfecting your work through the social mirror. Reversal of perspective. Science and the scientific method are very powerful and practical pursuits of knowledge that have come to dominate much of our thinking for the past few centuries. But they have also spawned a peculiar preconception that to understand anything we must study it from a distance and with a detached perspective. For example, we tend to judge a book that is full of statistics and quotes from various studies as carrying more weight because it seems to have that requisite scientific objectivity and distance. Science, however, often deals with matter that is inorganic or has a marginal emotional life. Studying such things from a detached perspective makes sense and yields profound results. But this does not translate so well when dealing with people and creatures who respond from an emotional core. The knowledge of what makes them tick on the inside is missing. To study them from the outside is merely a prejudice, often one stemming from fear. Dealing with people's experiences and subjectivity is messy and chaotic. Distance is cleaner and easier. It is time to reevaluate this preconception and see things from the opposite perspective. Knowledge of human nature and social factors, the kind that is often most valuable to us, depends on knowing people and networks from the inside, on getting a feel for what they are experiencing. This can best be gained by an intense involvement and participation, as opposed to the pseudoscientific pose of the intellectual addicted to studies, citations, and numbers, all designed to back up their preconceptions. This other form of knowledge, from the inside, must be the one that you come to esteem above all others in social matters. It is what will give you power to affect people. To the extent that you feel yourself to be distant and on the outside, you must tell yourself you do not understand what you are studying or trying to reach. You are missing the mark and there is work to be done. A really intelligent man feels what other men only know. Baron de Montesquieu, Chapter 8. Respect the process, mastery. The fools in life want things fast and easy: money, success, attention. Boredom is their great enemy, and fear. Whatever they manage to get slips through their hands as fast as it comes in. You, on the other hand, want to outlast your rivals. You are building the foundation for something that can continue to expand. To make this happen, you will have to serve an apprenticeship. You must learn early on to endure the hours of practice and drudgery, knowing that in the end all of that time will translate into a higher pleasure. Mastery of a craft and of yourself. Your goal is to reach the ultimate skill level. An intuitive feel for what must come next. Slow money. Master the instrument. Master the music. Then forget all that shit and play. Charlie Parker. Growing up in Southside Queens, the only people Curtis Jackson could see who had any money and power were the street hustlers. So at the age of 11 and with big dreams for the future, he chose just such a path for himself. Almost immediately, however, he saw that the life of a hustler was not glamorous at all. It consisted mostly of standing on a street corner day after day, selling the same stuff to the same fiends. It meant enduring hours with nothing to do, waiting for customers to come by, often in the bitter cold or the blistering heat. And in those long, tedious hours on the streets, Curtis's mind naturally would wander. He would find himself wishing for money that would come faster and easier, with more excitement. There were opportunities for this in the hood. They mostly involved crime or some dubious scheme. Sometimes he would feel tempted to try them, but in such moments he would remind himself of the endless stories of the hustlers he had known who had fallen for the illusion of fast, easy money. All suckers who inevitably ended up dead or broke. There was his friend TC who got tired of hustling and fell in with a crew that would spend the summer robbing convenience stores and occasionally a bank. He made quite a haul of money over those 3 months and then blew it all over the fall and winter. The following summer he was back at it again. It wasn't just the money. It was the thrill that came in flirting with so much danger. But that second summer his luck ran out and he was killed in a gunfight with the police. There was Curtis's colleague Spite, a few years older, who had managed to save some money from his hustling but had dreams of something much bigger. He convinced himself he could make a fortune fast by buying a piece of a franchise business that was new to the hood but that he felt was certain to be hot. He poured all of his money into the venture, but he was too impatient. He had not taken the time to accustom the public to his new life. Everyone believed the business was just a front for some drug operation. They avoided it, and it soon became a hangout for hustlers and fiends. It failed within a few months, and he never recovered from the experience. This was the gist of the problem. To be a successful hustler, you had to accustom yourself to the slow, grinding pace of the job. But in the hood, the future rarely seemed promising. It was hard for hustlers to imagine saving their money for some rainy day in the future when that day would probably never come. Inevitably, the desire for something faster would creep into their blood, and if they gave in, they created a cycle they could never escape. If they were able to get some fast money, it would act like a drug. They would get excited and spend it all on items to impress people. With no money left, they would return to dealing drugs, but now it seemed too slow and boring. They would try again for something fast. They became trapped by their own greed, and as the years went by, they would fail to develop any kind of patience or discipline. They could not manage this up and down pace for too long. By the age of 25 or 30, they would burn themselves out and have no skills or money to show for their years of work. Their fate after that was generally unpleasant. To resist this temptation, Curtis decided he would force himself in the opposite direction. He treated hustling as a job. He showed up on the street corner at the same hour every day, working from dawn to dusk. Gradually, he accustomed himself to this slow pace. During the long hours with nothing to do, he would contemplate the future and come up with detailed plans of what he would accomplish year by year, ending with his eventual escape from street hustling. He would move into music and then into business. To take the first step, he would have to save his money. The thought of this goal helped him endure the daily tedium of the job. In these slow hours, he also devised new hustling schemes, with the idea of continually improving himself at this job. He took up boxing to discipline his mind and body. He was terrible at first, but he was tenacious, training day in and day out, eventually becoming a skilled fighter. This taught him invaluable lessons. He could get whatever he wanted through sheer persistence rather than by violence or force. Progressing step by step was the only way to succeed in anything. By the age of 20, he made his break into music, all according to his original plan. In 1999, after a few years of apprenticing with Jam Master Jay, Curtis, now known as 50 Cent, signed a deal with Columbia Records. It seemed like a dream come true, but as he looked around at the other rappers who had been at the label a little longer, he saw the dangers around him had only increased. The tendency, as he saw it, was to immediately let up in your energy and focus. Rappers would feel that they had arrived, and unconsciously they wouldn't work as hard and would spend less time learning their craft. That sudden influx of money would go to their heads. They would imagine they had the golden touch and could keep it coming. One hit song or record would make this even worse. Not building something slowly, a career, a future, it would all fall apart within a few years, as younger and more eager rappers would take their place. Their life would be all the more miserable for having once tasted some glory. To Curtis, the solution was simple. This was a new world he had entered. He had to take his time and learn it well. In the fast environment of hip-hop, he would slow everything down. He avoided the partying and kept mostly to himself. He decided to treat Columbia Records as a university, his one chance to educate himself in the business. He would record his music at night and spend the entire day at the Columbia offices, talking shop to people in every division. Gradually, he taught himself more and more about marketing and distribution and the nuts and bolts of the business. He studied all aspects of production, what went into making a hit song. He practiced his music over and over. When the label sent him and dozens of other rappers to a retreat in upstate New York to write songs, he returned with 36 tracks, while most of the others could barely muster 5 or 6. In the wake of the assassination attempt on 50 in 2000, Columbia Records dropped him from the label, but by then he had outgrown his need for their expertise. He had accumulated so much knowledge and skill that he was able to apply it all to his mixtape campaign, creating songs at an insane pace and marketing his music as smartly as any professional. Step by step he advanced, the campaign gaining the attention of Eminem, who signed him to his label at Interscope in 2003. Years later, he found himself in the corporate world, and he quickly discovered it was not much different from the streets. So many of the business people and executives he met had that same level of impatience. They could only think in terms of months or weeks. Their relationship to money was emotional, a way to impose their importance and feed their ego. They would come to him with schemes that seemed intriguing in the present but that led nowhere down the road. They were not attuned to the immense changes going on in the world and, planning to exploit them in the future, that would take too much effort and time. These business types came at him from all directions with endorsement deals that would make him some fast millions. They assumed he was like all the other rappers who grabbed at such opportunities. But endorsement deals would not help him build anything solid or real. It was illusion money. He would turn them down, opting to start his own businesses on his own terms, each business building on the other like links on a chain. The goal this time was simple: to forge an empire that would last. And as before, he would get there through his own grinding persistence. The fearless approach. Most people can't handle boredom. That means they can't stay on one thing until they get good at it, and they wonder why they're unhappy. 50 Cent. For our most primitive ancestors, life was a constant struggle, entailing endless labor to secure food and shelter. If there was any free time, it generally was reserved for rituals that would give meaning to such a hard life. Then, over thousands of years of civilization, life gradually became easier for many, and with that came more and more free time. In such moments, there was no need to work the fields or worry about enemies or the elements, just an expanse of hours to somehow fill. And suddenly a new emotion was born into this world, boredom. At work or in rituals, the mind would be filled with various tasks to accomplish. But alone in one's house, this free time would allow the mind to roam wherever it wanted. Confronted with such freedom, the mind has a tendency to gravitate towards anxieties about the future, possible problems and dangers. Such empty time faintly echoes the eternal emptiness of death itself. And so with this new emotion that assailed our ancestors came a desire that haunts us to this day, to escape boredom at all cost, to distract ourselves from these anxieties. The principal means of distraction are all forms of public entertainment, drugs and alcohol and social activities. But such distractions have a drug-like effect, they wear off. We crave new ones, faster ones, to lift us out of ourselves and divert us from the harsh realities of life and creeping boredom. An entire civilization, ancient Rome, practically collapsed under the weight of this new need and emotion. Their economy became tied to the creation of novel luxuries and entertainments that sapped its citizens' spirit. Few were willing anymore to sacrifice their pleasures for hard work or the public good. This is the pattern that boredom has created for the human animal ever since. We look outside ourselves for diversions and grow dependent on them. These entertainments have a faster pace than the time we spend at work. Work then is experienced as something boring, slow, and repetitive. Anything challenging, requiring effort is viewed the same way. It's not fun. It's not fast. If we go far enough in this direction, we find it increasingly difficult to muster the patience to endure the hard work that is required for mastering any kind of craft. It becomes harder to spend time alone. Life becomes divided between what is necessary, time at work, and what is pleasurable, distractions and entertainment. In the past, these extremes of boredom assailed mostly those in the upper classes. Now it is something that plagues almost all of us. There is, however, another possible relationship to boredom and empty time, a fearless one that yields much different results than frustration and escapism. It goes as follows. You have some large goal that you wish to achieve in your life, something you feel that you are destined to create. If you reach that goal, it will bring you far greater satisfaction than the evanescent
Match
thrills that
found.
come from outside diversions. To get there, you
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Hi.
They've got one ugly-looking crew. No offense to any of us.
Can someone get this? Thank you. Good luck, team.
No.
Thanks.
Here.
Concussing!
Enemy spotted.
Clearing out!
Reloading. Reloading. For you. Reloading.
Right there.
Away with you.
Enemy spotted mid.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Trevor!
Flawless.
Beautiful. These new friends of ours are not too friendly.
Hub integrity compromised. Backup repair systems failed. Begin emergency shutdown in T-minus 2 minutes.
Fight!
Launching smoke.
Many enemies B.
Reloading.
Right between the eyes. Concussing!
Reloading.
Blinding! Flash out! Blasting!
Staging.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike is B.
Suffer to die.
Race into the spike sites. Gun here.
Need a drop. I'll find their cipher.
Molly!
Stay.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Headshot.
Made mid.
Trevor! Blinding!
Blocking sight. Bendy.
Clearing
Spike
out!
planted. One enemy remaining.
Top.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Nice try, nice try.
They think they're so secure.
Launching smoke.
Many enemies mid.
Concussing!
Smoke's down.
Reloading. Reloading. Face your fear!
Here.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. We must keep up appearances.
Saving. Keep up the pressure. Trevor! Blasting!
Enemy spotted mid.
Reloaded.
Spike down B.
It's big guys.
So close.
I win again.
Take Vandal,
My
take
ult is
Vandal.
ready. Reloading.
Last player standing.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
They are so dead. I can buy for you my treats. Need equipment. Thanks. Need equipment. Thanks.
Thanks.
Smoke's down. Molly.
Spike planted.
Concussing! Too late.
Enemy spotted A.
Stay down.
Last player standing.
Down you go.
Sorry.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Please remember to encrypt all files before leaving the facility. At Kingdom West, our information is as vital as our employees.
Forward!
What's this?
Mid.
Flash out!
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down A.
Blinding!
Right now, mid. Blocking sight.
My ult's ready.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Tighten our defenses.
Trouble, stay A.
You had your fun. Spike down B.
Enemies B. Stand down.
Enemy spotted B.
You fought well.
Say June me, please.
Hot shot.
Spike planted.
Hit me, hit me.
Cool. Reloading. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
3 down. Hit you, hit you.
I will not die here. Wind, show me where to go.
Need equipment.
One stay A, one stay A.
Face your fear! Fire in the hole!
Flash out!
Spike planted.
Concussing! Out of charges.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy
Killed
remaining.
the rat.
Last player standing.
Rounds ready. Hold on to your hats.
Thank you.
Never count out the underdog.
To all researchers, Dr. Sabine Cullen no longer works for Kingdom, and her legacy laws remain.
I need a drop.
Please adhere to the clearance request moratorium on this documentation.
Tack, tack.
You're welcome.
Hit them fast, hit them hard. Trevor! Plastic!
Enemy spotted. Mid. Reloading.
Spike planted.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
Like butter, baby. Open up the sky!
Team Ace.
Fuck, sorry.
We doing this or what?
Let's fly.
Ça va faire bis. It's B, it's B.
Many enemies B. Enemy spotted B.
Fade smoke.
I say.
Spike planted.
Pepsi! Clearing out!
GG.
Too late.
You had your fun. My turn.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. One enemy
No
remaining.
charges left. My ult's ready.
GG, Ace. GG.
A.
Woohoo! Ba-bum, ba-bum.
Last round before the switch.
No point saving. Spend it
Equipment.
all.
Jet, can you buy me, please?
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okej, nu kör vi.
Don't pick mid, don't pick mid.
Trevor! Plastic!
I know exactly where you are.
Last player standing. Spike planted. Flawless. Switching sides.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Can someone get this?
I've done more with less. Keep fighting.
Launching smoke.
Clearing out!
Front is forward.
Reloading.
Solo! Spike is down.
Spike down A.
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
Safety's off.
Yikes for you.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, time for a protein shake. Pay attention. I learned something.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Healing you.
Smoke's down. Beacon down.
Reloading. Reloading.
Plastic!
Enemy spotted B. Blocking sight.
Sage wall.
Spike is down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Got the spike!
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted!
Behind.
things to do.
I'll find their cipher.
Dim beacon here.
Flash out!
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Rotate, Sage, rotate.
On the money. Our carrier's down.
Spike down A.
Down and out.
My
Round
ult's not ready. My ult's not ready. My ult's not ready.
Last player standing.
My smokes can block the enemy's line of sight. Once they're blind, we move.
Let's go!
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. A.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Eliminate.
In me, Sage, in me.
Reloading.
Blinding!
Enemy spotted. Mid. Barrier created. Reloading. Healing you.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Match point.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and
We'll crush it. Watch and learn. Enemy spotted B. Enemy removed.
Tremor!
Bye. My ult's ready.
your duty is not over.
That was unpleasant.
Launching smoke.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A. Who? You had your fun. My turn.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Defenders win.
واش اخويا الزين بس عليك وانا صفت الشباب
ويلي 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 السيرفر
واش ما تصافش الماروكان فالو
لا صافي خونا الاخر والله ما غنقصر مع داك الاخر
هذاك بروش اول حاجه زعما راه داخل ميوتي زعما معصب زعما راه ميوتينا كذا ما بغاش يلعب يمشي عند مو واش ما بغاش يلعب معنا ويمشي عند مو ماشي زعما ميوتيك ويبقى هكاك
لا برهوش والله ما انا بعقل اخويا
ويز دابا عمرك شي واحد شو ما عندوش كرامه شو ما بغاش ميوتينا انفرنديني وجي البارتي زعما ميوتينا وبغى يلعب معنا
صافي
صافي هو ما دخلش عندي اصلا بارتي والله ما عنده هاد فينيكس هذا والله ما عنده كرامه بالله عرفتي انفرندي فيه وتيرجع ليه فران تيقول لي قبلني
صافي سيخو قلنا
عمرك كدوين
ماشي معايا ودو معايا انا قلنا
القربوز ديال اللحاس المعوق
اقري بيزنس
اسكت الفينيكس القلاوي سيخو قلنا شي لاين اب وكذا
ايوا
قلنا شي لاين اب قلنا شي لاين اب
راه ولا شي خليني نويز بهاد البانر
واخا دابا من ويز
شي الحنشه صاحبي كيدير شو
مشى على حبس
اش بيتي الحبس اش بيتي
شي لاين اب
كاش اللاين اب نعرف اللاين اب ديال الجيم كتلحشموا ليا شي
قلنا خاف منك ندير شي لاين اب لا خلى لا ويز اللي عنده الخبره
نقول لكم
خليها بيتبال صافي
ولا ويز بغينا ويز لاين اب وحده يقولوا وصافي وعاد لاين اب بالروج ولا
شنو وطا زعما
شنو
وطا ما عرفتش الشيخ هذا
كيفاش الشيخ تخيل باش
شوف السنابه الهضره ديالو
فينيكس واش فهمتي فينيكس لاين اب
لا ما فهمتش الصراحه اشرح لي
صافي قلنا خلينا نكتب ديال الكل
قال لك هذا واحد الشلح ياك كان مع مرته وولادو ياك وكان هز قرعه البيطادين يطيح عليه في الارض هرسات البيطادين تكفح على الارض وقال لها
احسن ما بيك
لا فاطمه جرحي الولاد ديالي باش ما يضيع زعما هذاك
اصبر فيك الخرا اصبر واش هي واش الشاد وسلام بديتي نحكوا زعما راه ما نحزركمش
وسيخو لا اش نقول بيك اب
ها
بيك اب لاين
برش عرفت شنو بغيت تقول بحال عطينا شي نويطه انفيتي داك الخرايس باش يجي خليه
لا راه ماشي مشكل انا صيفط المروكين فالو كاع انا اصلا ما عنديش داك الحد بروش ما نسمع
بارك عليا
فينيكس وقلنا ويز واش فهمتي ولا فهمتي ثاني
ويز فين هذيك ختنا هذيك مولات السيج البارح حسب لي زهاتنا
ربي ما شرح عليك فهمتي انت انا مشرح عليها اخويا
بيك اب لاين عطينا شي نويطه تكون زوينه فهمتي شي نويطه بحال قلتي مثلا هذيك اللي كتقول الدريه مثلا كتقول لها دبانتي بالنسبه لي بحال شي خريه حيت كندور عليك بحال شي دبانه.
ماشي اللاين اب هذاك راه ماشي اللاين اب.
بيك اب بغيت نقول بيك اب لاين، مشيت قلت اللاين اب.
قال لي الله يلاه بسيم نقول ضفك في شي موليه ديال كايلو يحرك على صباعك.
دابا صبر دابا تعطيني ما خصنيش تقتلني بالضحك اصاحبي، الله يبارك عليك اصاحبي، راه تقتلني اصاحبي شي نهار بالضحك.
يلا صاحبي يلا صاحبي قول لنا قلنا انت ادم وويز ديك الساعه.
شنو نعاود لك؟ بيك اب لاين. ما عنديش انا مع بيك اب لاين، عندي مع النوكات.
يلا قلنا
يلا
الخبره كنا 30 عام وكذا. طيب فتش يقول لك زعما مراكش يقول سير بدنا سير.
دابا راه تيفكر في بيك اب لاين، في نفس الوقت تيفكر تيقول له جات فيليكس بيك ليا بريش حولي امو. سيدي لي
ها باش نزيد لك الصوت.
سمسال
لا ها
اش هي؟
اشني مصرات
ديك السيونير هذا. قيد كلش
بلاتي خليه يدوي. يا مصرات
مصرات نتايا
مصرات انت خاصني 5 يلا قول لنا قلنا سلام عندك ولا ما عندك؟ صافي قلنا
اذا ربحتوا اجي حول.
يلا قول ما احنا ما بغيناش نربحوا. يلا قلنا اشلح قلنا فينك
معاهم جوج جولد وجوج سيلفر واحد وواحد برونز واحد.
والله صافي قلنا فينك.
تقوم داك فينيكس والله بلاصتو
فينيكس ور جولد.
وناري عندها كاع تيم كتفلاشي الا انا يا ريس. عندك بريتش اومن رينا فينيكس حكايس واحد ميكسهم من فاش دخل ما دوش.
ميكس
كاين مروه كاين الدراس.
كمل
انا كنت كنتفرج انا
فينيكس
نعم
كمل واخا الكاس يقول لك سكيف
عمر البرما
ما عرفتش
واخا الكاس يقول لك سكيف كمل
عمر البرما
ما عرفتش
ما عمرك حبيت ولا
ناري
دخلتي لي بالضحك دابا راه كنضحك صبر كتفهم اكثر نضحك.
ناري كيفك
قال لك واخا
قال لك كون بيت فالكان كيطرولي ما عندوش معاه فالو كون بحالها كاع ما يبقى يلعب كاع.
وراك تما حنا خويا تجي تخرب لنا قد
بانديتي الملاول فينا.
يلا صافي على ودك
بلاتي تغير
بلاتي والحبس
Enemy spotted.
اما في القنبله
Embarrassing. One enemy remaining.
ما فلاش الله يعلك.
ما انت براين داتي
عجبتوني الدراري عجبتوني
ما كنطر
سير دابا
لا جاني ديك خويا اللي تلاحوا في ديك الواد مع ديك الحبس شنو عرفتي هما
قال لك
ولا السباج على الليل
الله يجزاك
مسالين
فينيكس burn them down.
الله يجزاك كاين الفوق
قال لك عمر الخضرات ولا صفر
خنبول على
كيدير لها
مات
حيد بالك ولا الروشيتي
اش من روتيتي يلاه دخل صاحبي تكسر
الروشيتي هذا
خسر قال لي والله
يلاه صاحب زها
واش دابا تروشيتي واش سبايك هذه ثاني غنلوحها عندكم. يلا جي جيبوها لا اللوحه والله حتى اللوحه برا. عندي شي واحد حدايا شي واحد هو واحد ذلك
سكوت
هز داك الشورت والله تا غتحتاجو. ريلود ابي لويز هز داك الشورت وبقى مخبي هنايا وسط هاد البلاصه هادي باش تقدر تفنشو. دابا هما
One
عندهم
enemy
الدم.
remaining.
ناري شريف زهيتي هدادك.
شوف السموكات الملح
ابي جيبو داك الشريف اللي عنده يوسف. جيب داك الشريف اللي عنده.
اصاحبي حسبوا ديالك
وديالك العلم.
صبر خبط سنة.
حط
بوشي.
Last player standing.
دقة واحدة كدرجة 55.
مسكينه قالت لي بغات
تعدات علينا من غدا
باش سيفي. سيفي
ماني
قال لك يا ربي السلامه. شي وحدين باقي زيرو كيل.
نشوف
يا ربي السلام.
قال لك ديالي من الفوق يا ربي السلامه يا
انت كاتب
قال لك مين ريز قال لك زعما راه مين
فيك
ريز
الشريف. انا شريف
ولاد
فاندالا صاحبي.
ولاد فمك
على ضرا.
يلا شوف الله يعطيك الصحه. انت انا
صبر.
جيب
انا معاكم صبر. انا معاكم مالي ديال
اجيب عاكيل. واش انت مسالات جيب اكيل بعدا
صافي باي
بايا
باي.
ما عرفتيش بايا
الله يسكت بيتنا.
Enemy spotted B.
بارك عليا.
عود
درك كتقولوا في مراكش درك.
اجي نمشيو. لا عاقوا بينا
درك اصاحبي. عاقوا بك.
القى مساج ديال الجولد ديال برونز زعما بغيت نقول يمشي
ريت عندها 500%.
رجيتي
بلا هو يا خويا.
تيليبورتات انا غنسموكي صبر. انا سير انا سموكي حرام. قلت لك
يلا زر خايفينك زر.
فين رجع يوسف؟ السموك تخبط السموك.
30 seconds left.
الله الحصريه.
اجي عندي
زر القائم كامل.
سوي على فينيكس سوي.
واه
اجي تيليبورت. اجي معايا تيليبورت.
ما غتليبورتا ما غتموت.
تليبورت.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
واو.
وي
نايس اي كيو.
هاي كاينه ولا الكيو ما كايناش.
شي هاني قال لك 0 كيل.
لا جدي بينغ يوسف. الله يجدي بينغ.
بنا مزيان كذا
عرفتي دابا هاد البينغ هادي عرفتي واحد غادي دوز واحد الساعه غادي نلقاو باقي في كيت غيقول لك راه ما كنتش معاكم انا في الاول ورا تشداتها راوندا.
الله الحسنيه.
مالي ارسل
You're dead.
واو وكي دارينا.
خويا انا مع درت كنلقى في وجهي اخويا.
اخونا كاين في بي.
ما تبعنيش انا وين سير دغيا.
هم التيكا. الله عليك وايز.
Spike down B.
مريدين.
مشي لا
رجع فينيكس رجع
رجعت لك قال لي.
رجع
30 seconds left.
That's done.
غادي سير
سير دير شي حاجه.
One enemy remaining.
يلا خذ سباك. كاين في تيليبورت.
No charges left.
Plant.
Watch your eyes.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
فينيكس الخرم
Spike down B.
شوف ولا حبس. هربات.
الله يخوك عندنا التليبورطا صاحبي مكتوب ديال فرنسا
فين تليبورطا
تليبورطا يا صاحبي
التليبورطا سير ديك الساعه
فين هو التايم؟
اش من
كاين تايم الله يهديك
خورت هذه بالرجوله
تا هما بان لي الاوبن فين بلانتي ولد العبد.
انت البلان ديالها في الاوبن راه باينه قلت لك في التليبورطا عطيتك انفو. واجمع
الفريق خلاوي
دخلنا دار الزيرو كيل تا هو قال لك
هو بغى يتجاب معنا في هذا الجول هذا
اش دابا تبرد والله لا لا
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A.
Heads up.
بلانتي ريز انا مكوفريك بلانتي. ريز خويا كنت كتسمعني.
يلا بلانتي هو
واش ريز كيسمعني ولا لا؟
اسمعك الزين
واخويا كتسمعني اخويا كنقول لك خذ سبايك بلانتي غنكوفريك مالك.
ضربتني
Last player standing.
80 اوفر هيلات.
شيتي
لا
خليك
داخل انا.
انا داخل
One enemy remaining.
ناضي.
Oh, you thought you put up a fight?
ما تقطعيش داخل
شري لي السنة شري لي يا ريز شري
ريز
يا شري
نشوف فيك مع فينيكس عنده 7500
شري فينيكس شري فينيكس
I need a
الدراري فينيكس يلا
واحد فيكم اختار واحد فيكم.
شري ما راك سير شري الويد لا تشري الويد
والله تشري لي بالله
شري الويد
الله تشري لي بالله
عنده فلوس يشري لي شري ليها فينيكس
شكون واش
اصل الحياة تمك بديك الله يتمر هادشي ماهوش يشري لك ويد
دار لك اللعيبه دار لك
ديك زعما ما فراسي
واش قلتي لي؟
زعما
ما سمعتش عليك اصاحبي راه كتحب نص في الشيء كتحب ما كديرش خرا اوكا يا صاحبي قبل نسمع الكايس ماشي كيجري ليه هو النيشان ويز ديك الابي اللي كيديرها من الصباح اصاحبي
Enemy spotted A.
زعما لا فكر فيها دابا عبقري
شوف فين مخبي هاد النوب.
Last player standing.
كيف فين كدير لنا
نزل كايو واه ناري كده اللي
مريديانس.
انا يا ويز انا صافي سير غدا بعد 8 الصباح
راهي علاش نديرو معاك الو اجي لي شارجو التليفون الو
والله الا خويا دخلت بحال هكا خطله مقنشه اصاحبي.
لا راه دابا ملي راه ديك الشمرات متابعين صافي ولا ديما واحد تلقى في الروتين ديما واحد في الروتين في الأ تكون سيج وفي البي تكون رينا ولا شي واحد فيهم السيفيت نتوما طبعا ماشي نسيف انا حيت
لعبه صاحبي اش من نسيفي لعبه صاحبي اللي بتلعب الطر اللي بين
ضروني بك كاع
Reloading.
يجي يضرب بكلاس
Reloading. Joke's over. You're dead. Enemy spotted B.
خلاص
اما ما البو السايت.
اجو عندي اجو عندي اجو.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
You will not kill my allies.
Sorry, bro. My ultimate flash.
رينا راه تيليبورتات رينا جري وجري.
واش عندي هنا؟ واش بلانتي ديف؟ وات ذا فاك. فراسكم
شاور.
تيري ادم ما تيري
وابيد فوالا خويا. ضرب.
One enemy remaining.
اسيفيت طفو 142 والله على صار على 242.
You're not being shot at. You're doing something wrong.
سري لي يا سينجو.
شري الدرا داك الشيء شري.
بس ياخذ تعال
وسينجو.
والله الا كيضرب عيني بالله.
سير لك اخويا ما امك راضيه عليك غنضحك معاك.
جبت لي مو بالخص بحال سبت لي مو بلا ما يسد.
تشوف اخويا.
سب لك
انت كعدت يلا.
عطي لك ما عطيتش لك مخاطر تقول شي.
Reloaded.
راشي سيطرة ما راشي انا.
Going out.
يمشي هذا دقة حبك.
يا خويا بادي بلوكيتيز.
Last player standing. Spike
132 ديك
يدخلوا عليه شوف.
حمار على حمار.
بيت الرياضة عن حياتي.
تو مسكين جا وقت ريرول تلده.
اما شي فكره عرفت شنو غادي يفيكيو عليا داك الشيء.
132 ديك كلوف اصاحبي. صافي اخويا حزقتيني.
عبر على امك.
شري دابا انت فاندار وشريت الواعر وانا نجلس عليه سيما نحقك.
بحال خلي يتجمل عليه دابا. ما تكونش سلحه صاحبي.
Reloading.
وي
سلحه في العباده.
وي
اسلح في كل شيء.
شو هذا؟
انت راه واش تحك به ديالي.
اسلح سلح في العالم بس
يا قتله والله لا قتله.
You had your fun. My turn.
خليك تستنى.
واحد وراك ريس.
مرك ريز.
لا شينا صاحبي كنقلب موراي وفاش مسطي.
مرك ريز.
طلينا
One
عليك.
enemy remaining.
لو
Spike carrier is down.
بنت الحرام كيفاش
Spike down A.
الحبس. دخل دابا.
Last player standing.
يو
تزمل ماشي
عاقش.
صافي خليه.
Spike planted.
انا عاقش بين ندير ديال امك انايا.
اسكت.
لا والله لا
شوف راه في شوف
مرق
بغا سكتو اصاحبي.
140
سكتو.
وعسكتو
راه عارفه فين كاينه.
عسكتو
عندك والله هاك وقيله.
راه قتلتها راه واحد فينيكس فيه الدوده مشات فيك عليها ويدي فيه فريكيت. كلبه
قتلتي هذا الضحك.
انت دابا
عرفتي لا وقيله دوك النكت تاعك.
ماشي الضحك لا دابا ماشي الضحك.
ضحكنا دابا
مش عاود واحد دوك تاعك.
Don't worry. You get
شنو نضحكوا دابا؟
عاد تحمضوا.
شي واحد قال لك 3 كيلات.
اخويا الله يستر قول الله يستر.
والله لا عندي البينك شويه والله لا داوي معاك ماشي انت البينك فوق الكوس.
ريزا تفطر هادو ما تيكنيك صور 3 كيلات. جا سيستي.
ما في هذول اللوز.
لعلي جيت تكسر.
واش تلبسيني؟ واش تلبسيني؟
خلي كورونامي صاب
المضرة في البركة.
خليت لكم
هو فلاش يكون فينيكس تفيك عليكم.
شو والله لا شو ما عرفت كيف تقدر.
بزاف يطيح لك فينيكس.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
واه ما شفتوش.
ذكاء خارق من عند
اخويا خليت لك الذكاء، انت اللي باقي لمتي. انا ما عنديش الذكاء اخويا، انا عم
خويا انا راه ليا ساندويش اخويا انا واش ندير لك.
ما اديت انا ما ندير لك ها اخويا راه بوشو لي بثلاثه، راك تبغي نمشي نتيليبورتا اخويا.
عليك قد
والله ما سمعت
الله يرحمني بالله.
ما تجيش حيد الشلح، راه عندي هذا الشلح نسيتي.
نسيت.
ايوا يلاه حيد من هنا، حيد من هنا.
عطي راه ما راح يجي. صافي.
شو دابا تطرى لي كاين ورانا. اقول لي دابا وين
ويلي زدت له بصح.
قتلوا
لا بالخلعة.
ايش اسي يلا ستوب فيكس نايس جود باي.
يا
واش حاولت تستنى فيه؟ فينيكس راه بلانك.
فينيكس اخويا تزاد فينا غزا صاحبي. اقول لي كاينش كنتي كدير.
شو لعب كيف ايه بغيتي
Last player standing.
تيضربك هاد
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
فينيكس كيتيليبورتا ولعب.
وراه ما يضحكش.
واحد المساج غريب، عرفتي ديك واحد خونا عنده في زعما قال لي السطر معايا 3 امورتال.
Last round in the half.
وخاصنا واحد مرحبا بك اللي بتلعب معنا.
هضرات بهذا الزاويه.
قول لي
والله الا قالها صيفط هذه نصور عليك.
اسمع قول لي انا ريدين
قول لهم كلهم
هذاك الشيء عرفتي قريت ديك امورتال انا نوقف ويجي يقتلني هذاك.
قول لي راني بطيح شو الامورتال. قول لي اسمح لي. قول لي غيباني وانا يسمر. قول لي النيفو ديالهم ما تيسمحش يلعب معاه.
قال لك يسمر فيه.
تشبه الحواس.
هادشي تلقى شي قصير.
هكا كتاودي شي واحد هكا شوف هكا كتاودي راه داك فانتوم.
يلاه راه هز عليا خرا.
واش دغيا؟
ما بغاش نوضي
لا وقيلا كتحشب اخي ويز بالله.
كتلعب بول
سير اخويا
Last player standing.
شو كيدايره؟ ديري ديك بحال سبايدر مان حاطه.
ناكل لك امك. اصلا ساوند.
ويا صاحبي.
نسيت ما بالضبط انا ايتي.
دفم.
One enemy remaining.
دفم.
تخيل ما يلقى كلوب كتسناه.
اسمع
نايف.
فين كاين عرفتيها؟
عندك بلايند عندك جميع.
واش دابا عاش؟
دابا شوف لي على موت غيموت.
مازال ما عرفتش كيفاش. ريلود.
ويلي
حقود كاع قال عم ضحكوا لي دابا.
Switching sides.
حاسين كداو دايوس.
كمان
عرفتي فاش تكون واعر تكثر عندك الحساد. هذا
هما
اعداء النجاح. كناش ينوض الاعداء
كذبه.
ولكن السيمين سيناش فينيكس ارلي ارنا فينيكس.
نعم
انا داك القوص صار كويس. لا لا غتنصب عليا
بلاش
بلاش
دابا
شاد
لا اوه
تستعبي دابا انت عارف
والله وضع خيري انت اكبر
انا ما انت دابا سير سير بقى دير فيها سير دابا ما عنده ما يدير بها بغا يهزو صافي ما يهزو ما عنده ما يدير به عمرك تسمى تا صافي حمود هذه بعيد داكشي ماشي هكا ماشي هكا وما عندك ما دير فيها
Spike planted. Flawless.
انت باش دي تسمى ديتيها حمود هذا
وشوف وانا كليك لك كلوف
راه شورتي اصبر تسميهم
انا كليك لك كلوف
هذيك الخيزه والغادي شنو ولقيت
حطوها باش فهمتي نهز راسك حيت ممكنش نحط راسك في الارض
كلشي يا صاحبي
عاد غتعطي لي ذكرت
والمشكل جاب لي جاي وبغى يجري ولقى راسو باش كنت وزع ويجي يقول لي حامض يا بيجي يقول لي حامض
هذا ما عندك ما دير به راه بغيتي تحمض اللعبه
يا صاحبي كلشي
ما عليك
بجد ضحكه دابا
انفو
منك اليوم خاص انفو منك اليوم
كيف وشي كيف هاكا رجع يشوف خويا السايت رجع انت مازال
Last player standing.
اخر القاعده بالله لا سيدي بالله كيف هو الصيف العام
لا ضربك ملي انا خويت الصيد عرفتي خصني نحافظ على الكيل ديالي بلا ما تجي ما مشيتش انا مت بحالك انا خويت الصيد دابا كون رجعتي انت اللور ما قتلكش فينيكس راه كنا غنبقاو دابا 4
دابا عرفتي دابا عرفتي
انا ما لاعب فين نمشي بك
انا بالك دابا لعبت
انا السين
سموكي
راه 10
سموكي ديال
ايوا ريكويست شورتي لا لا عندي سموكي واش نضيع لك سموك واش انت هبيل
ماما بيبي
ارجع اش كدير تما
تو غادي خويا الصيد تو غادي
Joke's over! You're
غادي
dead!
يديوها
والله نقول ولد لعب
ما غادي يديوها الذكاء راه عطاك واش احمد ما عندك يا جهرت هذا
Spike planted.
The angel's dead!
غادي نسموكي هنا
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
وانا خويا خلي بالك ويلي
ويلي
اي مريدينز
I hate waiting. Let's do this!
اوبي اومن
كاين ورا الريدين واش تولي برو بلاير
كاين ادم باش
كيف تفضل
هي فين اللعبه دابا واش بغيت تضحكني دابا زعما بغيت تضحكني راه حامل راه ما ضحكتيني
وانت ما عرفت اللي دويتي معاه كيولي كيقول لك الهضره ديال صاحبي
شحال واش قلتي شي حاجه تضحك دابا بيني وبينك قلتي شي حاجه تضحك
ولا راه
دابا واش انت قلتي شي حاجه كتضحك قلتي شي حاجه كتضحك
انا سموكيت لك ريس خلاص سحبي عليهم شوفوا على امك ضيعتي الناس سموك
ولا يوسف حموضه هادي والله لا حموضه انا ضربوك تروحها
انا ضربوك قبل ما تفلاش قبل ما
وسير عند امك هو دابا زرتي داك الفلاش دابا علاش درتي شرح لي علاش
فلاش انا فلاش
حموضه لويس والله لا ربحتي قسما بالله لا ربحتي مع هاد البراش هادو كذاب فوالا
الله لا تسكن
على ما عرفت
سير عند امك واش نلعب مع واحد دير بحال هكا
وراك جيبي 5 الكيلو حتى واحد
بلا
14 مره لعب ديالي السود عنده 15 كيلو عنده 5 الكيلو هو البوطون فراكا ماشي يدوز
اصلا شدك الفوق ما تخافش عطيني
Enemy spotted.
وضرب مورا الحيط واش
Last player standing.
شوف
دابا مع
الله يرحم لك الوالد.
مسالي هو ماشي
غير
انت تجيب الكيلات
عميتي لي الحيط ديالي عميتي.
سموحة سموحة.
شد الدري تبارك الله ما فهمتي رينا وكذا وستد الكيلات.
خويا انا راه ما كنتشكى بعدا خويا.
هو بعدا ساكسي هو ما تيتشكاش ما تيدرس الصداع.
انا يوسف ما تتشكاش. انا ما تتشكاش برهوش انت يوسف والله لا برهوش. ما الشباب انا نحاول.
ربي ما خليوها ربي ما تضعفوش انا ما تضعفوش انا ريزي ضرب لنا شي كيلات زدنا ليك 5 كيل ما
خاصك خبطك دايما دوس عليك.
ما تضعفوش انا ريز
شوف كيك خصك تمرك عليها.
خلي دابا يضرب كيلات دابا يضرب كيلات يلا ريز يلا لا ريز يلا ريز لا ريز لا
غتولى العاب ديال عا كضحك على ريز غادي تدوب باش دوز غادي تسمى باش دوز
20 رينا ما قصيش كاع
وكول هاس ما عندك ما تصونداش ما كاينش اللعب والله لا شي واحد والله لا شي واحد
راه هو اللي كيطرول هذا راه
هو كيطرول هذا يوسف هو اللي كيطرول يستفاد.
وي انا اللي كنطرول انا اللي كنطرول انا اللي ما تنسواش
سوراندي وخويا.
اللي مسؤول السيخ راك تطرول يا جماعه باش نكونوا فاهمين راه تبدا تسب
واه انا خاري وانا خاري حتى اللي كاين تبارك الله حجاب الله شوف فيسون شدك طير لك سكيت
ديما دوك الخارين كدوي معاك يقول لكم بيصو ما عرفتش علاش.
وي حتى اللي كاين شيري انت حتى اللي واعر حتى اللي واعر انا عيون
ممكن يوعر امك
عمك اللي واعر هادشي تعرف تقول هادشي
دابا راه السيخ دابا راه ما تيجي في راسو ما فهمتي خاري بحال هكا تيبدا يهضر بحال هكا
واي
عتقتك واش فهمتي والله الا ما فهمتي
تيليبورتار عندك بريتش كيف تعرف وقتها مرحبا بريتش.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
شوفي ضرب يشوفو اصلا.
تخيل فين مشات واش تيليبورطات هي
لا ذات سيفي.
تاخذ بشكل واي
قلت لك راه ماشي لويز
سنخو شري
قلت لك راه ماشي تيليبورتات هكا كيفاش ضربتها بديك الايد ديالي 103 الضمه جات
شري السنخو شري لي السنخو
ولا
شري اصاحبي راه ما كتبرش
هذا عيان انا بزاك عيان
ابي
دابا تيبرر على راسو زعما راه حيت ما ولا زعما راه حنا نديرو السبب راك انت خارج
ولا
خويا التصرفات تاع البراش
وانا برهوش وانا برهوش
انا
انت الشاروي زيك لح عليا موليا موليا ماشي حاجه انا راه دار شي حاجه
Spike down A.
شوفوا على بروش هو بروش دار
بريتش والله تا خورتي خبريت
اوه صاحبي راه مريض في راسك صاحبي
مريض تضحك واخا تضحك مرحبا
Last player standing.
والله شي كان
خرج فريند
اخويا عييت انا من الصباح وانا كنضرب لك فينا.
انا مسمع كضرب لي الصباح والله يضل شي فيهم الدلوي عرفتي واحد فينيكس لقيتي كانت في واحد البلاصه تجد فيه فينيكس مسالي الله يلا
خسرنا بسببك اخي ويز الله يلا خسرنا بسببك
والله الا خسرنا بسببك والله الا خسرنا بسببك
خويا
حيت ستانيتيني انا كنت غادي ندي
واحد صفر لك شورتي وفرحان وفرحان غادي زعما واحد ما دار به والو المهم يهزو الغرض ديالو هو يديه واحد ما عرفتش يخرا كل واحد
والله شوف والله خوتي هادشي
والله خاصني
فينيكس وقول لي دخل بالاكونت ديالو قول لي دير هادشي والله ما يديرو يولي كيكذب ما تقولش يا مدريد بحال هكا دير شنو دا فمك
ممكن دير واش نكتك فونت واش خرجتك
ما بديش انت اللي حرجتي ماشي انت اللي ديتي لي.
واش عرفتي كيما تحضر مع الكذب هادشي كنت
دير باش دير صافي. ودير هادشي شوف
قلت لك خالتك ربطوا فراق انك تلعب هو
ودي كونت ياك دير كونت ياك ودي لي ديك
يلبع عاك كيلعب بدرب
بحال هكا كدير والله حتى بحال هكا كدير.
شوف والله الا راك معوق
انت اللي كاين تبارك الله عليك.
جوج كاين جوج مرات
والله راك مسالي انت بالضبط.
الشباب
ممكن نسالي ماشي انا ممكن
سير
هاو انت كاع باش نقصر كومباد
نمشي ندمو انت وياه سيرتي بها.
هي انا ندخلو دابا نقول لها تهضر في وجهو
جيبو
يلا صبري ربي يدخل يا ربي
صيفط له قول لي يجي ضروري.
انا صفت مصر يا ربي والله ماشي سلكت سلكت ايجنت يا ربي دخل ود هذاك وقول لي فوجي باش نشوفوا واش كاين ولا في قتلك.
لا سيلا دخل باكونتك ودير لنا داك التوكسيك.
انا ما ندخلش مع النواب ما ندخلش معاك يلا.
ايوا انا ما درتش باكونت ديالي.
شوف تعرف زكوك الكونت تاعي والله لا لعبت معاك به.
لا عافاك
لا لعبت معاك
عافاك عطيني ديك السكيت اللي عندك بالرجل عافاك.
والله لا
زعما عندك السكيات
هذاك اللي عطيني الله يلعن لك ولا طلعتش عندك
صوت غير شي نزيد غير بالضحك
وما عنده حتى سكين تيدوي.
وانت راجع عطيه لك خوك على تالي شريه
خويا وشكرا عطيتيني داك الاكونت.
كيدير في طلقي والله
الله احسن كونت في العالم الشامبيون.
الله يلا طارق
وشوف المشكل هي صافي شي يدير ويوسف
نقرا ديال الراضي ديال الصوت. نعم ديال الصوت نعم
دير الميكرو بلوكي
هادشي يقول دير بحال هكا في الغاتي تيقول ضحك ابي ما دير ريبر
كون بديت انا نشغل الكونتات بحالكم مشيت عند الزعيم عطيني لي بيت.
ايوا انت قلتيها ها هي بفمك. مشي عند الزعيم مشي عند هذاك خويا ما بقاش يلعب فالو ثاني. انت تمشي عند الزعيم ما تعرفش واش غتمشي تضرب لي شي حيصه
ما كنعرفوش عشيره.
انا جا عندي خويا جا عندي قال لي هاك الاكونت عيش ما بقاش كنلعب فالو. انت يديك ودابا ما تبقاش دير باش دوي. انت راه بغيتي اكونت فيه اوريجين داير فيه عليه حاله فيها اوريجين فاندال اخنس فاندال في الجيم داير عليه حاله لا 70 لا 80 فين هو ما عندكش عندك ما تدوي عندك كتحل وعندك اصلا صدي
كحلوه عليك يا البوطون فوق
وي كحلوه عليا
اللي كيبوستي الريد انت على بعض
اييه
يلا كيعطيك كونطول البلاط باش يطلعوا ليه
اييه الله يرضي عليك
هي راه عارفه لا
اييه داكشي اللي كاين سيري اكو كنت كنبران كان بحال هكا شوفي معاك.
شوف شتي بعدا كونت والله ما نلعب معاك بيه انت خصوصا.
وعافاك عطيني السكيت اللي عندك غادي نجربهم بالروج عمري لعبت
شوف اطير بزكوك
الروج عطيني ديك السكيت بالروج
ما عنديش سكيلات ولكن ما غاديش نلعب معاك يا الله.
عافاك عطيني ديك السكيت اللي عندك الله يبارك لك الصح حيت ما دخلنا بعدا ما فيها مصدق لا فرص
طير بزكوك
ولا اخر مصدع على هذا واقيلا كاع تدوي على الاخر ومكبر وكنت مكبرو بحال ما عرفتش فيه ما فيه والو. المهم ما عرفتش تلعب فيه.
المهم ما تلعبش معاك ما نلعبش معاك انا بيه وصافي خليه خانز خويا.
وانا راه ماشي باغي نلعب هذاك الاكونت ديالك. انا راه عايش كترولي الاخر ما غاديش ترولي فيه.
لا عافاك
انا راه ما سوقيش فيك انا
عافاك ما عجبكش الحال كيتي ما بقاش تلعب معايا كاع انا
انت اللي خاصك تكيك انت اللي خاصك تمشي بحال هكا.
يا مالكم سكتوا
واش كيكيتو
لا كيكيتي
هو اللي قال لك ما بغاش يلعب معايا
لا الحمد لا الحمد لا الشمال
ماكش شي واحد داخل في البونط وما فيه تاخر يا ما داخل فيه وصافي. راه فارس هذه فارسة. هادشي عجز مشاكل بالراكز. ولا دايس اختار منك فاش كنتي انت كتلعب داك الارك. المشكلة بحال ما عرفتش نبيكي هو عمرو فات السيلفر.
شكون هو هذا؟
لينكس عمرو فات السيلفر وزعما تيعشقو طول الحالة.
سخن شي الناس عييت. صافي يا خويا بارك عنا.
انا معاكم.
خويا بارك عنا. لا بارك عنا نقول بين حنا بادين. لاش ما نونسي تبارك انا نمشي الناس انا فينيكس راه كاين صاحبي فينيكس صافي الفينيكس يقصر معاكم واحد حيل الصحة الدراري الله يعاونكم.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Boys.
شوف عاد صيفط الفينيكس راه مع شي جوج هو 3 راه نكملو فيصل. صيفط لي الا بيجي. خا فيه دودة شوية ديال الفينيكس. نقول لك اللي كاين والله واحد ما فهمتش انتياج الاكونت ديالو ماشي اكونت واحد اخر ويجي يجيب لي الحكايه. لا راه نفس النيفو ولكن ما تيطوليش شي بني جونس ما تيكونش داك التبريج. انا يلاه تنجي نشد البيسي واحد الوقيته يجي في الاخر يطلع لك راسك كوست البيسي تلعب هو هذاك مش تلعب دونك غدا عندنا البريمير. ماشي ويلي غدا عندنا من 7 ل 8. غدا ما كاينش حتى من 7 ل 8. راه غدا غنلعبو جوج ماتشات اللي داك النهار اللي ما لعبناش ديال دابا. فين هي ديك ختنا ديال البارح؟ مزيان هذيك شحال كليزا متزهيك. تاع الشامبيون شريهم. شفا دابا صافي تحمس تروح ناكل في وجه بحال هاكا متحمس يكون شي تروح بحال هكا القنطين انا وياك صافي بوحدنا. ها؟ Valorant. Valorant.
Match found.
شو كتستريسي انا اصلا دابا كنت شحال ما صار انا كنت اصلا مع البراش وريلاكس انت ما كنتيش ما كنتيش اصاحبي نهار كتفا كان كيطلع الكوب بس ما تيقصر ما كنتش كانت الكوب لعيبه انا كان عندي واحد الاكونت هو اللي طلع فيه الكوب كان داك الاكونت شاري كالوس بس قلت لك كان كيلعب من نيتو عرفتي دايما صافي يعني كنشد تاع الصبح الحاله كنت كنلعب وانا كنتزرع جيت كنت كنلعب بس كان داعي لي كنقول لك اصاحبي شنو نلعب وهذا انا فاش كنبغي نطلع كذا بغيتي طرولي عليك اصاحبي انا كنت كندير معاه ونشوف شي كنلعب خاف يكسب التلفون البراك المشكلة ودابا بنادم هو هذا شنو هو دابا هادي سميتو هي سيفر واحد مع سيفر دير فيها الحال سيفر واحد مع سيفر جوج بحال معطل طلاق ولا معرفت فين طالع كاع وانا باقي سيفر شكرا المايك معك ديما
Last player standing. Spike planted.
What's your head, do it. أنا ما ضيعتش الذكاء بالفرصة.
There can only be one Phoenix. I'm coming.
هذا السونا.
Reloading.
لا.
Spike planted.
Taken down. Enemy spotted A. Someone's A.
Last player standing.
Yeah, reload him.
No more doubts. We're ready.
هتسبامي. ما تبقاش تقول لي ايه يا صاحبي، ما تبقاش تقول لي ايه. بقيت معايا قدامي يا صاحبي.
Someone see. Clearing out.
Spike planted.
Rain is down. Going up.
Last player standing.
Oh, you ain't coming back.
One enemy remaining.
Ready. Watch your eyes. Flash.
All good. All good.
What the?
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
هذيك كده عندك فينيكس. واحد ورا واحد. ايش؟
Spike planted.
Safe. Check sheriff.
Last player standing.
Flash out.
It seems these strangers want me dead. Eh bien, they're not the first.
Brain, you have a skill operator. Brain. No skill operator.
Concussing.
Spike planted. Face your fear!
Show me a target.
Last player standing.
Fuera. كنت عارف راح اقول لك.
For a plan.
كنت عارف راح اقول لك. ما اعرفش كان براسي ما اعرفش شو وقع. ولا شيء ولا حاجة. انت هتطلع عليك يا ولد.
One enemy remaining.
Trevor!
أصلا غتلقى ما جايش عندك والله حتى مازال موسى هنايا
Now they are nervous.
I need a drop. Cheers. Don't hold back. Multiple enemies C.
Spike down, C.
No, you don't. They're super dead.
One enemy remaining.
My ult is ready. Was that so best? How embarrassing.
I'll outshine all their radius.
انت لا وياك
Don't look up. Got you.
Come on, let's go!
Flash out. Someone's A.
Careful now.
Spike down, A. One enemy remaining.
别往心里去。Reloading.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's not complicate it.
ما جايين نقول لهم كنت تلعب اكونت ديال الاخر ديال المين كلش مزيان هكا ما ترحش بحال نلعب دابا انا نلعب بدون هدف ومسوق شرا كذا
My territory, my rules!
Reloading.
Sorry, bro. Trap destroyed.
Trevor!
You're out.
Blinding!
Spike planted.
Face your fear!
Last player standing.
نايس
Flash out! Amateur. My
Alright.
ult's ready.
سيء خليك تايم
Clearing out!
شوف اول حاجه راه فاش عندك التايم ما كاينش عليك اصاحبي تيوتي واخا علاش كاين شي وحده اصلا مشات بعيد هذيك الجهه ما تيوتاش ضيعتيها الصراحه
Spike down A.
Concussing!
Someone's A.
They found my trap.
You got it. My ult's ready. Open up the sky.
One's less.
Blinding!
One enemy remaining.
Ah. Spike.
Every fight is a lesson.
يا باقي بحال كذا باقي تابعك
Spike down mid.
Trevor! Blasting!
Spike down B.
Enemy attacker spawn.
No match.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That's a good spot.
هاكين كاميرا
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
مش انا شاكك ايش معاه صح حسب السموك
Last round before the switch.
User credits. They're doing the same. Reloading.
They are so dead. Embarrassing. Someone's A. What?
You had your fun. My turn. The hunt begins.
I have them. Enemy
Concussing!
Spike planted.
Clearing out!
Face your fear!
Flash out!
One enemy remaining.
ايش بالك ها
Tuck, tuck. Reloading.
Change of plans.
ثلاثة اليوم راق
Switching sides.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
شوية صغيرة شوية صغيرة دريم كلاسيك كلاسيك دريم
What's up?
كلاسيك
What's up?
كلاسيك دريم
Enemy close.
Let's sneak
Let's
A.
play slow. Let's play slow.
Rush them. Rush them.
Nice.
You know what to do.
Nice.
Out of charges.
Smoke's down.
Trevor!
A. Reload him. Watch your eyes.
Blinding!
Raiders down. Someone's in.
player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Seconds left.
ديالتي الله يمخرج واش تما.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Enemy close. Enemy close. This time will be different.
Someone's B. Enemy spotted A.
Concussing!
هذا الحوار. ادخل معكم خبيت. لا.
Last player standing.
من ديك الناحية كاينة. تعرف شنو هادشي.
Forgive me if I overextend. Old habit.
صح هذا يعطيكم الجرون لا تفهم.
Need healing.
Gostei.
Enemy B.
Breaking them.
Trap destroyed.
Hey, smoke's down.
One here.
Dip beacon here. Molly.
Ready.
Enemy spotted A.
Come on, let's go!
Reloading.
Blasting! No go there.
Where?
Reload him.
Last player standing.
سير
Spike down mid.
دخل ايه. سبايك.
30 seconds left.
ما عرفتش شنو ما عرفتش. ترى في بنادم في عندنا.
New fight, new tactics, keep it fresh, yeah?
بصي وين بصي
Enemy spotted C. They found my trap.
Flash!
Here.
وإذا هو تلقاتي معدي فريكي حاب شوية الله يسرقس.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Got the spike.
Going up.
Making cover. Spike planted. My ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes.
Distraction.
Last player standing.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
هذا لا يمنع.
Good luck.
Enemy spotted A.
Enemy spotted C.
Trevor!
يا غدا ويز قوة ضرب بعدين هذيك.
Last player standing.
Spike
Spike down A.
My ultimate ready. Watch your eyes.
هي اللي يرسل.
Fast off, ching, little skrrr, then we're done.
ما كان مستوحى خلاص. شو ما ربحناش انا عمري لا فالورانت. انا ما نسيبش. انا عندي اوبي ديالي. شري لك الشيلد شري لك الشيلد وما شريش كاع.
Enemy spotted A.
Concussing!
Ollie.
Here we go!
My territory, my rules. I have them now.
انا عمري ما قلب فالورانت.
Reloading.
Someone's A.
Focusing.
Face your fear.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Team A. Match point.
I didn't bring a snack.
They are so dead.
Did anyone bring a snack?
I'm ready.
Someone C. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy
Stand
remaining.
aside. Show me making cover.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
صبر نديرو راسك.
Front destroyed. Well,
This suit is ruined. Reloading.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
I need a gun. Reloading.
thank you.
I need a drop.
اطلب بعدا.
Cheers.
فينك تشري له. واخا عنده فلوس يدير لك. ثواني.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Target down.
Reloading.
Holy smoke! Stim beacon down.
Stabilizing.
You had your fun. My turn.
One enemy remaining.
Someone's flash.
Hey.
Reloaded. Pressure makes diamonds, baby.
Phoenix keeps bringing the fire. It's like a Viking funeral.
لاعب معنا فينيكس هذا. ما نلعبش انا ما تحسبنيش عرفتي علاش. مش عارف شوف راسك مثلا قاتل 15 من 15 بحال ما نفعش شي تيم والو هي اللي كلا جايبها. ذكر.
Show me a target.
Enemy spotted A.
That's done.
Enemy spotted A.
Trevor!
Heads up.
Stop it.
Launching smoke.
My ult.
Flash out.
Careful now.
Now we're cooking. Else ready.
Spike planted. Open up the... No distractions.
Reloading.
عمر ربح.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Concussing.
عرفتي خبيت قدام الجناش.
Blinding.
ديك الشام ما تفيكش. روح سيديك وسير.
Clearing out.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
لازم. No, skin operation. And you? There. Yeah, operation. Yes, operation.
Focus now.
I need a
Eyes
gun.
open.
Thank you.
The hunt begins.
Flash out.
Destabilizing.
Careful now. Enemy spotted A.
Ring. Attention.
Target down.
Ring.
Going up.
Blinding.
Flash.
Attention.
Gotcha.
See ya.
Come.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike
nice.
down B.
Go be on spike. No sign. No sign. No sign.
10
No sign.
seconds
Last round.
left.
Wow. GG. Nice.
Defenders
Oh,
win.
nice game. Oh, last round ونبغي فيدي. كل هو فينيكس ضربوا الريمونتادا احنا اللي فينيكس ضربوا الريمونتادا احنا لا هما ما معاهمش برين قلت لي عطيني اوبي السكين ديالك ويلعب به هو مشكلة تعيا ما تفرقع هو مع فين ساكن شي نيوزيلندا شي فرق سالينا فينيكس ليس شي جولد تا مرة ما غلب هذيك الأول ديالهم تا مرة ما ربح فيهم لا ديري سي حسن هو ديريس نديرو شي ماتش سخنة سلام 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 ها السلام. هما أربعة ما كانش مفيش أنا ما عنديش كل الخطط. هو مش عندهم مش مشكلة بلاصة نقول لهم ما كانش بلاصة أنا عارف. الو كي كان يود الكلب كي كان انت وصلت لي سير عنده وقول لي سير عنده وصف لي.
يلا بسم الله.
ما كنت تحشت
ويديك في الزب، ويديك في اكبر زب، ويديك في اكبر زب وبدلك
في
حاجه.
الاخير بدر
كذا يا بنت 10 معايا يلا
هزيت ولا
كنترولي
تفتح ولا؟ واه هبطيها صاحب من السيلفر جوجي انتحرت. يلا يلا انتحرتي بالله.
وبنادم هو ما سوقوش هو يلعب بكونطول هانيه وبنادم وي المهم تيلعب في كونطول اصلي ماشي تيخرج كيكلب وتيلعب في اكاكاج.
صبا نشوف واه ايزو صاحبي دار 5 كيلات بطن فرهاد. ايه داك والسماف داك فينيكس 37 كيلو صاحبي. وراه هزكم فوق كتافهم. خاصك ضروري تمر ماب بشويه في شي داد ماتش ولا شحال. باش نشوف فوق انا من كل نجي. لغة باقي كاع ما تخرجوا والو.
دقيقة 5 توصل دقيقة 5 ويدخلون.
Match found.
You can mission.
فراس لقيت ديما كيديرها 5 ستار. باش تلعب واسم جات.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
What? Oh, it's going on.
بس انا مربوطة في النفس على شي واحد.
لازم تسحب عنده كونت تعاور السكينات هو راه خاوي.
فقط في العادة بحثوا فتحوني. ديك علينا بحال ولا يسمر هذاك السمر فيه. قرب حتى تدير هذا.
My reflection is here. Do me a favor, cariño.
بسم الله توكلنا على الله. الدراري بداو
يلا الويز يلا.
Spike planted.
Flash out! Worthless.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Reloading. Don't insult me. You will expect them to work. Reloading.
I can hear them hollering for their mommies for here.
شي واحد يمشي كراج.
كاينه كاميرا كاميرا نسى.
كاميرا لا كاميرا اش تقول؟
نهروا
امك هذه.
Spike down A.
هاي انا
ما تحت.
Not your best.
One enemy remaining.
You made a mess of yourself. We got this.
شفت في فانتوم تشامبر عندك سكن فانتوم.
لا ما عنديش، ولكن عندي في الكونت اخر
عندي باتل باس فهمتي اخويا.
والله انا فانتوم
ها باتل باس اخويا.
وهاني بعدا شي حاجه.
Does anyone have funds?
راه
Who will I spot first? Teleport's ready.
راه في وان شوت يورو ضربت 140.
Blocking sight.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
طالع عندك الار اس ديال الماتش.
I got your back.
كراج حطيت فيها انا كاميرا نعطيكم انفو بلاش كاين فهمتي، ما سوقيش زعما لا دخلوا ولا شي حاجه، ما عطيتكم انفو.
ماشي
دابا خاصني نضحك لك.
شكون مسيفي هاك الشريف بيع الشريف.
راه كلوف خاصها تشد السلم شي.
سبيكت سمعت ايس. سبيكت سمعت هنايا اش باش نجسي.
Snap 20.
راه تسمعوا الهضره اجون. يلا شوف دابا فكوه هنايا.
ورا ايه
Concussing!
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Reloading. My ult is ready. Fancy vacuum deactivated.
Their sage is a coward hiding behind walls. Grow a spine already!
يورو ديما كيفيكس.
ولا الميد
كل شيء
اكثر من 3.
سموك كلوف.
You had your fun.
Spike down mid.
My turn.
كلوف كلوف.
Back like I never left.
انت
خرا شفنا نطيف مع بجوج.
اوف سموك على الاخر.
Blocking sight.
دير خدمتك ولا ما تاخذش كلوف سهله.
زبي وراه كان خارج بدين سموكيتي.
Spike planted.
خدمتك ولا ما تبغاش تاخذ كلوف.
No peeking.
كلوفس عندك الصح.
الا ما عرفتش تلعب سموكر ما تلعبش سموكر صح.
عندك الصح.
enemy remaining.
الأول
Excuse me, I'm working.
ما تتقدر يتم بعد
I'm محسد
My ult is ready. Did everyone see that? I'm too far.
Reckon we're just better, aye?
Who's next?
Enemy spotted A.
راه عندهم اودين واخيرا.
You will not kill my allies!
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
كده
There they are.
Spike planted.
Adapt or die!
One enemy remaining.
Thank you! No easy night for you. No peeking. Reloading.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Reloading.
They are so dead.
كراش مشدود كراش كاميرا كراش مشدود
واحد يمشي كراش
ودابا كاميرا هذاك اف واش كاينين كاين الكراج اصاحبي الكراج
ما تبوشي واش
هاي وحده كراج.
واحد كراج واحد صايب
كانت وحده كراج.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
شوف هذاك
Teleport's ready.
Look your enemy in the eye.
اسير لي وشكي
It helps with accuracy.
راه دقت في البصر ما نعرف
ليه وشكي
Does anyone have funds? Does anyone have funds? Merci.
شري هذا لقيته لا هذا لقيته هذا اللي كحل
Gun here.
راك كحل هو اللي لقيت وهذا ديالك اصاحبي
Flash out. Weapons ready.
Spike down. C.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is.
Don't worry. Your life won't go to waste.
My ult is ready.
Hurt me. It's mine.
اودينا
I
ديالهم
will
مساكن.
kill to defend it.
نمشي انا نشد سي سير ما نشد سي.
انا خليت
بريش
بي وكراج. جوج. اسمر في البلاستيك. بس
خويا كتبدا بحال شي سمار.
والوقت فين كان بيكيش اي كيجيو اي دابا شوف لك هاد الاخرى. والله انا ماكل عيب.
Back like I never left.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
يا بركة عليا. هادشي نتوما كتنجحو لي بونس. شو انا عندي 9000 اصلا ما عرفتش كيفاش نلعب.
واش كلشي فول ستاكي ولا شنو مفهمتش.
انت كتشوف واش تيمشي بحال شي 700.
كلوف سير معاك.
شري ولاد الدراري شري. زويز شري الدراري.
You will not kill my allies. You had your fun. My turn.
لا شافوا.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike
spotted A. Enemy spotted.
نكره بتذكر.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Need a drop.
شو واحد يشري لي.
خويا اش من اوبي الله يهديك راه حنا اصلا عندنا جوج اوبيات.
يلا شري فانتوم.
جوج اوبي ماشي حتى واحد.
صافي يلا شريف.
يلا عوض لنا اوبي دابا. واحد البروش هذا والله من دو. لا بروش.
لا راجع اوبي مشيت لش.
Who's next?
يجي لك الالعاب السحريه.
فين قلت هذاك؟ قلت في بي.
على السبام راه كي دايره.
اي ناري كلشي
Spike planted.
فين غادي جات فين غادي.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
وسط السايت. جيب اوبي. هان فيها وجيب اوبي.
ما تجيبوش ما كيديروا بيه والله ما كيديروا بيه شي حاجه.
داكشي اللي كاين. عاد اسمع انت هاش نقول لك فين كاين شوف. اطلع الهيفن صافي بعيد.
هذاك هز جيب اودي.
Last round in the half.
يقول لك العب بين انت. العب بين. اقصر بين.
ارا يطلع بطل.
والله ما لعبت 5 اوبريتور ما درت والو.
ما عنديش قانون.
شو لقطه شي اطلعوا ياك ولات.
ما عنديش انا فلوس.
وات ذا فاك صاحبي شحال اوبي. اما سي كسر شايف نفسي.
Flash out!
Spike planted.
مخبية.
ايه صاحبي نمشيو هذاك الاوضه.
انا سموكي
مخبية مخبية.
هبط على نحسب هذا. عاونا ويز.
Last player standing.
هاتي ورا مسطران.
سيف النص الدنيا.
One enemy remaining.
برافو.
Thrifty.
ناري جات مشى.
Switching sides.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
ورينا اسمك عليك ولا
مالك تسمى تاع الجام اسمك تاع الجام
جنجل
ورينا.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
هو جا السبع جا السبع.
Reloading. No peeking.
أنا خذ راحتك في النص.
Blinding.
Enemies.
ايش كيدير؟
كيلر كيشبيشي.
ياك
كيلر طلع هيفن طلع هيفن.
Hit the fool.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
كان طلع هيفن.
30 seconds left.
مخبي انا مخبي حدا كلوب.
كده ما انا كده الاول
سوري ورا بليز انا انت قلت فيها ما كاينش
okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
Need a drop.
دابا نشري لك دابا. اصعد.
Need a
I
drop.
take what I want.
Reloading.
Concussing. Clearing out.
Reloading.
انا صديقي في ال
Reloading.
زقت الضايق.
مرحبا صافي. دخلت واش تستوليك يجيبوا لك الرفيسه والمسطيله ثلاثه.
خذ صاحبي
Planted.
نايس اك.
ضرب ناقص.
اسكت لحظة
عطاهم كده
عطيني.
Last player standing.
اسكت صاحبي اسكت.
هاي ديروا عودة بس
دير معاه الحل.
قول بسم الله.
انا تبهدينا.
وماشي بات وتعذب عذاب القبر.
الرجل بالحجارة.
عذاب القبر والله عذاب القبر.
صراحه فورتنا هذيك السيجه صاحبي درت مليون.
اجي ميتوسي ولكن شفتي
وليا تيجي وليا
خلاص.
No prisoners.
والله لا
شفتي
دابا رديتي
ضربت من العين.
انا هزاريت على قدو ما درت به والو.
Spike down.
الله اخويا اسمح لي الله ما نبقى نعاود.
انت تصرف التران.
خرج واحد الطريقه ندير.
جاي من هنا. مرة كارينا مرة. تم علمت. عندكم تبرنت الصوت عندكم. وهي شو واحد يبرنت. مرة.
Last player standing.
كيف بيتي بيكم هذا لا كيف بيتي بيكم.
وي ديال سعود. هاي ضربني.
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
يا بحال لويز.
هو راه قتلهم.
ما درتش عليه العيد.
هذيك الله ما نصرش على الهدية ضربة في الصوت تعرف.
انا بضرب علاش شي واحد يضرب اريس هيد.
مجنون واحد ولكن شي ضرب هذيك الضربة.
Reloading.
شفتي كلوف شفتي كتر
ضحك لك. عدم بريد
شو استعمل غير شي فلاش عاوني بيه مرة.
ريد عسل عدم الخارج. ريد عسل.
كتغوتو بزاف.
Trap destroyed.
فايسر لو ما تزومش خرج وحده.
Spike planted.
سموك باش ما تدوش موراك اصاحبي. عندك الفلان
Tremor.
خليك.
Last player standing.
هناك.
وليدي. بيت بالذنب بويا انا. Spike defuse.
We gotta pick. Move in. Got it?
You want to play? Let's play.
خوتي لازم انسري لكم ولكن بريتش سطاني فلاشي شي حاجه تخليني ديما مع يوروب بلا والو.
ما نتوما
كيسيفيو
دابا نتوما راه ما فهمتوش. انا ما فهمتش. قروسكي والله الا زوين اصلا صافي فاير.
Reloading. Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke.
الخرا كتضرب بزاف.
Enemy A.
في الجيتات شد مثلا.
لا كاينه كاميرا في الكابر والله اذا كاينه قسما بالله بحال فيك باش نمرض.
My ult's ready.
ويو فين يلا ورجع صاحبي.
No peeking.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Right there. Spike planted.
هو جا قرص حي والله.
شد لي الجنب ابرو شد لي اسمع لويت
Concussing.
فيك اصلا خط.
Flash out.
رانا شكون قتلك والله ما تكفيت السنخ وما رجع جبت تسحب شي سيفي
كنت ثلاثة بحال شي سبعة.
Need a drop.
نقول لك السباك جا.
شرا الصفر
اللي بغا هذا اللي بغا هذا.
انا
اللي اوبيريت. يا مال هذا مالو.
هكا كنلعب اود
Who's next? Trevor.
ناري شوفيس
I have them.
سموك يا الخرا سموك يا كلهم دير شي لعبة.
Reloading. Stealing sight. Here, catch. Bye. My ult is ready.
I have this bike. 30 seconds left.
يلا انتر
Dropping smoke.
Spike down A.
My turn.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
10 seconds left.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
سير سيفي
كتخرع كلوب اصاحبي دير خدمتك ولا ريح.
كتخرع راكي
You know, I could just.
راك دير زعما خاصك تكون طوب فرق.
وي دير
بوطون بحال طفرك بحال بوطون فرق الله يجعل كلشي زينة صاحبي كلشي زينة صاحبي.
Reloading. Reloading.
Behind me.
هذيك كانت
Reloading.
Reloading.
Blinding.
هذاك الاعتبار الطريق كبريتش راه الاعتبار الطريق
Flash out.
the angels dead.
تشبر رجع سي بريتش بريتش
Drop in a smoke.
رجع بريتش
شي دابا
30 seconds left.
بريتش ياك
Last player standing.
شو كراوشو معوضين ولا حاجه
قتلك اويز
كراوشو تجيب الزؤودين ولا حاجه من كيف دير هاد الحاله انا
لابوت دي ميرد
احمر والله احمر واحد لعب دوم خانزه والله لا تقول الصويا خاصنا
Reloading.
بريتش ما لاحظتش بانك في منطقه معزه خاطر
Reloading.
كيفاش يشوف راه نظر ياسر انا اسمي بالسايد ارسبك بيتش ارسبك
Enemy spotted A.
دبل بوش انه يكرهنا
خبرك عيا جد خلص
ايش خاوي سي هنا كاين
اكاد بلانتي في الاوبن كاين ديك بلانتي
No peeking.
So got.
احنا بحطنا ورانا
سيت وان شوت
لقات مويز تلقى ديك كلوف جاي من اللور كاع من اللور عليم
One enemy remaining.
واعر
You had your fun.
هرب
My turn.
عديك
One enemy remaining.
واعر صاحبي واعر
Last player standing.
وكتديفيوزي واش الري
كديفيوز اش عندك كذاب والله الا كذاب هربات برا سنت دابا
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
يا قطعك يا اخي الله يعز عليك بالله
Reloading.
انا بكت من عز انا الطفل يكون بعد كده
ليش على ظهري على الجنون بسم الله يلا
Inside.
Clearing out.
Spike down mid. I have the spike.
رينا ضرب مورا الحيط هنايا واخا كلوف عليم ديك هاي بوشي
اكلوف اللي هو صاحبي فين تلقاه ريفريشات
Last player standing.
خويا واش عاطي ظهرك
Spike down B.
انت عاد ما عليه والو
ماشي عندهم داخل
هذا سيفي
30 seconds left.
دابا انا ضحكتي ليش استرجع
ايه اش كيدير
One enemy remaining.
نايس وان
سير الله بوشي
10 seconds left.
ويا واش السباكي مخيمه
My ult is ready.
كضحك
اسكت
I need a drop.
هذا بيت 6
ودي اليسر ما دخلناش في الشوط كاع والله ما دخلنا في باكي بالله.
يديرها
سيفي الروم سيفي.
ايكو راوند
Reloading.
قعدوا عارفين الروم ما عارفينش الايكو. يا ايكو يا روم مشيت معاهم بجوج. ما نصرفش عليهم لي كولومبي.
انا سبقت التراك خلي بخلو.
Reloading.
Flash out!
Player standing.
اويلي والله انت هاد فالو عيانه
Yous don't get a
والعين في راسو ما كيتبغيش
ما
يضرب.
خداماش اوف سيرفر.
شعرو ما محسوبش. حلاك دابا.
راسبك بريتشر راسبك
فوق سبايك.
وارسبك ابارك عليها.
ولي عاوتاني درك.
سير فيك يو اي فيك يو اي
فاك يو لا فاك يو. كدير معتني يا رجل.
عشان فيك يلا اجي
Carrier is killed.
Like
Spike down. C.
Who's next?
There's the spike.
One enemy remaining.
هذيك درت السي جي هو صافي 1 في 3 راه نايس ام
كيفاش دابا نعيش
كراج ويل يلا دابا شنو نزيد تما يا زيد
خويا ما عرفتش
مسك تحوى هرب هرب
سير سيفي مازال ما بغيتيش تمشي انت.
تصح على زيد كيامنش بداك الشيء حرام.
لا راه حاسب الوقت عندك
كو
Flash out!
عاود انت علي
الله يديرها بالله.
Come on, friends. We're so close.
الله يديرها بزاف.
Reloading.
مرات ما تشد
Reloading.
Does anyone have funds?
سرية وين سرية؟
Reloading. Reloading.
يا ربح هادية صافي باي
يا باي سلام. لا زعما انا صراحة مازال ما مليتش باقي بغيت نزيد معاهم. ضربوا لكم على البيكات ديالهم.
كيمشي انت بريتشي ديال الصيد زعما نايس
شو كلوف.
نايس انا
Lock in sight.
Last player standing.
يلا
You can do it.
فلاشي.
نايس
كتشوف الفلاش تقول لي هاني دايما
نك
ماشي ناكو نك
ابي تربح حسابي ابي تربح تفوز
انا خسران.
Overtime. Switching sides.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
يا ما اطلع
هذا بطلب
ما تضحكش على الدراس.
عادي كيفاش تضحك علاش تحبط؟
زعما انت فين دابا؟ انت 3000 برونز شنو؟
لا خويا جولد فاير
جولدن داك البيم واعر داك البوس.
جولد
واعر تنحباق عليه صراحه.
Alright, muckers.
ترى بيم واعر داك الكاس. سير كلوب سير غير سير. شو جيت تبارك الله شو
Drop in a
شو
smoke.
جيت كيدير لهم. هذا ما وصلش كاع تما وز. اسمح لي يلا يلا
حيدو.
يا ربي السلامة.
Spike planted.
واحد علي من الشيء على اليسار ديالك هو الشيء طالع لنا في الجد.
باقي الحال
يلا يدي كوبي زرباني.
Last player standing.
راح تشرب شي كزيتي.
Duck.
نايس مرض
وش على الاولي.
نايس طراي.
فهمت اخويا واش بدا تلعب انت تلعب على الكيل ولا تلعب على السبايك باش تمشي ليها. شرا كثير سبايك ان شاء الله. نرى الحين في 3 مشيت كامل بسبب داك فينيكس الحبس. ضرب 27 كيلو الشمرة ولا مال؟ مسالي والله انا مسالي.
Reloading.
انا عرفتو
شرو من هذا شرو من هذا.
Merci.
اخويا ما تغلاش عليك.
ايه
طلعت عندك تريد بريتش وبريتش
كملي طيب سير جري وجري الاي جري الاي
وبريتش
جري الاي جري. شوف
وبريتش
اي ما تحبش جري الاي خوي
ما كيأمنش هو بريتش
ما تسترش عليه ايه بس هو شي واحد هنا.
Flash out.
هو قايم
الروبوت زبال.
Spike planted.
شوف اللي كسب اخويا وروح حبه.
اوف خاشيني.
One enemy remaining.
واعر.
رانا كان فلانك على حساب تاكل بيا.
No peeking.
قلتها لك.
We bring in a
ايش والله ما اجيتي على جد.
انت تبرد شفت عليه.
Switching sides.
ضرب ما حشمتوش.
بارك حبيبي ناري ما تجدروا ولا كنتوا
هي
برك هكا ناري برك هكا 4 اوف الراجل قال لك هكا.
Overtime. The enemy only looks composed.
يا ضينا صاحبي
هاك اجي هاك شرط وهاك شرط
فيني يجي
وانا جاي كاك اختي باش
يا
نشري
ليش اللعيبه باش تطيح بنزين.
لا
عارف واش نشري ما رضيتيش.
ناكل احسن
كاع واش فيه كاميرا حبيبي فيه.
خويا ابرد ان شاء الله. صح فيها صح. شنو عليك بالله.
My ult's not ready.
Spike planted.
ما تحركش من بلاصتك، ما تحركش.
وجرب باش ما تموت.
دبل بوش دقه واحده جويه.
No peeking. Enemy spotted.
فارينا بوشو السايد.
Cutting their vision.
ما تسترش عليهم تايم. هو يورو عليهم كاين ديال.
One enemy remaining.
صافي سير واحد سموك.
هبط على هبط.
سموك اكمل.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing.
هبط راسك.
ناضي. كاين تايم. اصلا كان عندها الرباط. ايش والله ما ايش ما راس. اش لحق يقرب يزيد.
Switching sides.
ما كاينش يقرب يزيد.
Okay, it's got to fix this time.
Does anyone have funds?
عطاني سيرلي شلون.
Have a drop.
شري ويز شري لا شوف.
Reloading. Reloading.
صوت كير واعر. يا ايش كدير انت؟ لا لحظه لينكس بالروج ولا بلا ما تشتي الحال. طيب احشم عليك بالله الحشم.
ثقة بي واحد يختار عند اوبر.
Reloading.
ارجع. درك. سكين دير الله يلا هادو خاصهم شي نيو هادو والله.
صدقكم
هاكاك سير.
الدراري ضربوا مقحبه بالله.
كاين كيما صاحبي.
جو سير تغيير دابا غيروا تيجي.
فهمتي شي يموت.
دق في راسك كل ورا. بلانتي. فلانك واحد فلانك حتى مرة فلانك.
يلا هاني يلا.
Last player standing.
You lose.
صاحبي وانا عارف.
One enemy remaining.
جرج تبا. صاحبي غير انت راه داك انت.
They are so dead.
صاحبي.
Attackers win.
See our faces. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. This was fun.
ما عرفتش شكون اللي مات هنا بأوبي مع سبحان الله. اي زيادة اصلا.
هذا ما نلعبو غدا.
ضروري الويزر ديالك غدا عنده شي عراسية ما حابش يسكننا. ولكن ما حابش يسكن. والله ياك قصرت مزيان ياك. وراه زادوني حتى 13 بحالك. قول لي هذا بيكي بلاطة الخرادة هدرينا.
بلاطيني وفري فاير.
البلاطو هذاك البلاطو ديال البيض.
بلاطي ديال البيض. سيستم تاع والله ما تخصصت.
وقال لك يمشي يدير ميزاجور يمشي يكمي.
شحال كتكمل في النهار تا خاوي ويز؟
64.
شا الرجل فاش كيلعب معنا راه كيكمل على الاقل واحد 5 الكوار وداك هي هادي
تيقاد لي الام.
هذا رابيد فضائي والله لا فضائية بالله. كنا ريكنا بنقسم على السماء سقام السقسام. والله كيدوي مع الفضائيين. سي بدل الكونت، دخل بشي كونت في السكينة تبدا برا هنا.
والله ما عندي
خطة صوفيا.
ما مثل الاكونت مثل المود باس بدير.
واضح.
ما تيمشي عند الموين فوق يتحد ديال برا ما يبقاش يدخل ليه.
المار شحال بقى لك البان شحال؟
سيمانة.
واه بزاف.
ندخل ليه نشوف واش تحيد البان ولا داروا معاه شي حاجة.
لا شنو تحيد لك البان واش تحمق تا اجي حيد البان.
ماشي. اي فوق يتحيد البان وناخذ لك اكونت كينا طلع الرانك.
هذاكشي عاد ما دير نمشي نزيد الناس انا.
بقى مع ناس.
بقى جوج حطات لك هنا.
باقي الحال.
باقي بزاف. زونا 13 صاحبي.
والله علاش انا 13 راه كان 13.
انا ما حسبوش الكيلة تحسبوها الازيستات. اش عرفتي ما دير عاد كان غير نتبع
يبقى اسمع
هادو انا بختين صافي اخويا التقاليد.
الويز صاحبي قال لك غنمشي بالسلام ونجي نجرب تهرب.
صافي الله لا ساليت انا.
اي جي وسير.
دير الجواز.
يجي بس انت ديما تمشي كنتي جيت تلقى كانوا خمسة تولي واحد ولا جوج.
خويا انا صافي ضرني ظهري راه ماشي الكرسي عندي قاصح شتي كيدير.
هذاك الكرسي الله يهديك اصاحبي.
باينه. المهم سيت الغدا ما عادش كتفيق انت.
دابا اليوم راه عرفتي اليوم البروغرامي ديالي ما نعستش الليل كامل حيت دابا كتصاحب ما نعسش. عرفتي شنو حيت فات مع التسويق خلاص نمشي نقاد المسائل قلت بلا ما نعس صافي مشيت حتى خديت غار المرجع حتى الجوج انا ناكسو مشينا طرقنا في داك الشيء صافي بجوج هاد الشيء ونعس مع الثلاثة ما بقيتش حتى 9 لا خسر ليا الناس.
خاصك تربط كل شويه.
دابا ماشي كبرك ماشي بحال دابا نتايا داخل بأكاكاج ما كتستمتعش كاع. دابا انت راه عرفتي شنو هي الحلاوه ديال الفالون هي
وقمة الاستمتاع الطرولي بلاد.
دابا انت طرح لي بنادم هذا ما طروليتي فيه ما والو عادي هادشي فيه ربحتي استفدتي شي حاجه صفتي وكان فينيكس كونطلات. المشكل اللي سمع ما تلعبش فيه ما بغيتيش تلعب فيه باش ما تخرجش عليه اسمع كيقول لي ما عرفت هذا طلع شي طلع البوم وباش يهبط منه هي انت باقي في السيرفر في بلاصتك.
خويا انا خليني في السيرفر انت مالك.
دابا انت مناش خفتي تهبط البرونز. خويا
ما بغيتش نلعب معاك.
ولا طرح واحد ديك الساعه شتي طرولو كذا صافي خرج من ديك انت ما تلعبش كاع ما جربتيش كاع.
خويا صافي زوين زوين وبنين.
لا ما تطلعش من نيت كترولي كنتي كتلعب من نيت بس وقيت تدخل تبع اكونت لا واخا.
المهم سي دابا شوف غدا ان شاء الله ونتلاقاو كان غينا
صافي حتى بريمير. اوف ياك نمشي نعس ما عرفت شنو لا ها غدا اصلا السبت عارف قال لك فين الناس غدا شفت اللي بيجي اوكي درت السريع وبدا شوف طيب
فين وايز؟ بخير. اخويا تقتلنا والو اخويا. واقع رانا واحد التيم صاحبي من الصباح هما مضاربين اصلا، ما يخليوك تساوندي، ما يخليوك دير والو. زهرة خويا مسكين انا وياه لاعبين ديو مسكين، والله الا بدا كيغوت بوحدو انا صافي انا نوض ناس. كلوف ديالهم جايبه 33 كيلو صاحبي.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
واش على انستالك بريتش. كاين دابا ديال المشكله صاحبي، ما كاين اللي غيدور لك بريتش. خلاص خليها على الله. غنخسر نهبط برونز جوج عاوتاني ناري. والله الا عاوتاني عرفتي هبطت عاوتاني برونز جوج وطلعت عاوتاني طلعت وبقات لي 10 السيلفر عاوتاني هبط.
Shall we see who gets quicker? No harm in a little competition.
وزرافة
الو
قلتي الراي ديالك.
الفرا خويا ولا قلاوي بدا.
مابقاش ليه تيما بس ينعلم عليه صاحبي تعطلتي يلاه بدينا.
والله الا بديت
والله ما انا
Time to jump.
طيب انا نمشي صافي حيد
سير على الخنصر.
Forever. Blasting.
انا ادخل الميل.
Someone is being.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
ايوه
You died last. Good job.
وتلعب تنقز عليا كيصحاب.
Armin, let's teleport and spook those guys.
كيصحاب راسو هاد الشوت كان وديك ينقز يضرب نهايته صاحي الثلجة.
Reloading. Reloading.
كيفاش ما نمشيش؟
سيخو دير لنا شي طرايب، دير لنا شي طراب سينخو.
حكا نسيت طراب.
Reloading.
خويا يلاه جيت.
Last player standing.
خويا باش نجيبها هاد باش شوف لي السين خويا يطيحهم ايس.
Fires out.
ايم ريديانت.
باغي يرجع للور. تخبى مورا هذاك.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
واحد
كان شي سكين فاندار شي حاجه.
واحد الفقر انه
القح القح.
اسكت خليها عندك اخو.
سير كاع عشينا. نوار.
عندي واحد سكين فاندر بحال بغيتي.
عندي انا دبي بغيتي.
لا خويا بصح.
لكن
صايفه.
Worthless.
Reloading.
Stealing back. Cypher.
No go there.
مالك غندير اليوم واحد الفلان.
ابي ما لعبوش انا غندير لك واحد اللعيبه واعره سير.
وشو كي غندير لهم انت؟
Flash out.
او نزل عاد. نقول لهم مولدي.
شابك. تمار.
مالك؟ بيبي شو مو؟
عاد الله فيك الدرات الله فيك.
ديو.
I am everywhere.
وين قيادة يا معلم.
Cover going out. Tremor. Decoy. Clearing out. Shadows.
صابرين نشوف والله. شو تلعب كين سالينا طرافات شو ما حول.
Spike down B.
Got the spike.
Tripwire destroyed.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
اما ميد
يلا خلينا نلعب.
Last player standing.
كي دير لي يا ولد الكلبه.
Camera taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Probably afraid.
ويلي راديانت.
The copies are nothing.
والله لا راديانت. شوف راديانت. جيب لي معك واحد.
ما جبلك عشير.
برايم صاحبي.
اش بالك الويس في جيم سنس. بدي ندير
Reloading.
بدي ندير شي كريب فاير ولا شي حاجه اخرى.
راديانت دي سويتش بلاي.
That cipher is a dead.
عرفتي غنتلاقي انا عرفتي غنمرضهم بالسما. سيروا ديروا هيفي.
لا.
Reload.
Flash out.
دير الاوربر هنا دير.
Blasting. Blinding.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
ايش اللي دير؟
They will cover.
يلا شوف.
انا كنستسلم. انا اخر مره هاد اللعبه هادي اللي غنلعب.
They're usually distracted once I reveal them.
كاين شي حاجه احسن من فريق.
لا هذا الغلط. وغلط.
كاين مايكرافت روبلوكس
لا انه غلط صغير يا شباب. ميري على غلط. يعني واخا كنا غنطيحوهم اللعيبات راكم عارف. تنز ولعيبات. تنز راه كنعرفو.
تنز ديك كتعرف ماشي تنز.
واخويا سجلي.
Enemy spotted mid.
Still in sight.
Fire in the hole!
ضرب.
Too late.
ويلي انا وايز. خذ فاندر خذ. كاين عندي تما سير.
اللي مديك كاين تما فينيكس عندك. لا ماشي تما وها هو
كاين
جاي.
لينك
تما هذا يجيك.
سير وايز سير عندك سبايك الخاي ديالك. ايوا فينيكس لينك.
دخل انت بلانتي انسى.
لينك برو لينك.
One enemy remaining.
سموك.
ستيل لينك.
زهير. هاي. سير.
Are you radiant bro?
I don't care if there are 5
Yeah.
of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
You chill.
طيب.
Need a drop.
شري لي سنجو.
مرحبا. نشري لك انا مكره ديالك.
سربي انا غنربحكم اصاحبي سرب. يور can you ult bro?
Go info.
Ult you're ult.
Cover going out. Many enemies B.
Still in sight.
Reloading.
الله.
My eyes are down.
كاين 3 في السيت. لا يلا.
You had your fun. My
كامل
turn.
في السيت شو. اجي لبيتي
بقى لا عندك تيمات عندك ما تطلش ميت. كاين بزاف ماشي واحد. انا مخبي كنتسناو. سير بي
رجع. جو سير. غير. جوجهم كاينين هناك بجوجهم كاينين. دخل السيت خاويه.
30 seconds left.
شدوا من مات. جوجهم دامجين.
اصبر انا جاي.
One enemy remaining. Team A.
شو صفر لي الكلب شو الحمار صفر لي. يا على حمار. والله لا فينيكس 120.
ضربت انا 80.
وضربت
رهيلة
بالعافيه.
سيرش كذا مساعدة نقول لك
بلاش نبيش حبك بلاش.
انت تقولي متى تهلاش فيكم برفة الملاح. انت عيش.
واو. حط لنا تراب.
Flash out, Deacon. Cover going out. Time to jump.
My camera is destroyed.
Concussing. Clearing out.
Reloading.
الله فينا يا رب.
Reload.
Enemy spotted B.
Found you.
اجي
وايد علق.
Right there.
عرف.
يلا عويز.
اسطاني ندخل عليه اسطاني. هنا.
Enemy spotted B. One enemy remaining.
او فين
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
C'est bon.
Now remember, wipe the prints from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
لاني بطلع لاني بطلع. لقيتكم مسكين.
اجي نستناو هنا كاع كيجيك
لقيتكم مسكين كيروح هذاك الفلاش وما كيديروا كيضرب في الخوان.
كيتشد ليا في الطرف مسكين.
صحاب راسو هو
ايت
ديكو
ايت الايت. يا كاين
ياك
كاين هنايا.
Monster on the loose!
يلا اسمح لي يا اخوي.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted. Annihilated.
You want more? Here's more!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Cutting their vision.
لا لا معول نقتلوها.
جيب هذا اللحظة جيب الفانتوم. الله يلعن لك الوالدين.
Might as well give them to me.
كيفاش داك الفانتوم علاش؟ علاش ما جيتيش داك الفانتوم علاش؟
عرفتي كنكون مسكين كيضارب وكيلقى دم واحد وباقي كيشوف فيه واحد كيدير فيه. زعما معوز تعتقني زعما.
Try not to die.
They will cover.
Cover going out. Cutting through. My ultimate is ready. Shadows traveling.
واحد.
Trevor.
Spike down B.
وحيد السلاح بكل قوة واحد.
Last player standing.
شغال هزه زعما بينا نمشيو لديك الجهة.
عنده
والله ما فراسي وما فراسيش يا صاحبي واش عنده الأونت كاع ما نجي. ما فراسيش.
ما يجيبهاش.
Watch them run.
كايتسنى.
صافا معروف اما دابا غير بحال شي هجوم عمالقة. دقانا سماش دا الشارع عربي برا. Behind you.
نايس برو.
Poppy Omen.
Flawless.
المشكلة كلهم داماج.
Trust me, they'll know what's
ريس فيها 120 فينيكس فيه 120. الاخر جايكو فيه 80. سايفر فيه 120. ما فهمتش.
وجايكو فيه 170.
الدراري انا ورايكم تفرج.
نرجع باين لي. يا اوبي مش منيش.
سيروا guys don't pick guys don't pick.
Cover going out. Cutting through.
كشف فايز غادي. لا تنجح.
One enemy remaining.
ناري مشى لي اوبي. جيبوا لي اوبي. اوبي جيبوا. اجيب اوت واه
Last round before the switch.
لعبة ديك واعر لعبة ديك واعر
I'm dodging crowd.
ويز ما عطيش واحد اللعيبة ديت لكم 4 تضربون فيك تربحها بسبابي تبارك الله عليا صاحبي 16 كيلو بصفر وفلاطاك
راح نوراك
شو ديري غادي الميد وحنا غادي الصيد شو ديري الله عليكم احسن دي الله عليك
نسيت لي معك واحد الاوب ديالي وايد حدود انا خاطر
Someone is mid. Where is
داري الاوب
Fire in the hole!
وايد خذ الاوب
برو سبايك بليز سبايك يورو سبايك ديفند
وايز من احسن بريتش
not here please come here نايس
عندك شي لاين اب السي
planted the spike.
هلا علمك الله
عرفتك اش باغي دير عرفتك شتت انا في واحد تيك توك وفي الاخر غتموت
ويلي
سيري يلا
One enemy remaining.
بروش بليز خلي لي هذاك
ويا يمكن الاخر ما كتقدرش والبان
بليز العز خليها اش كيسهل اش كيسهل اصاحبي
ما كاينش توالبان كاع يمكن
وخليها
Reloading.
خليها
Last player standing.
ضرب
Switching sides.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
يلا عندك شي طرابات ديال الصيفر ياك
اجي تفرج
يلا وريني
الكاميرا دي كنشوف بها الدور كنشوف فيها الكولوار واش مروتيتي ولا لا صافي اللي حطها تشد ولا ما تشدش؟
من سموك من سموك من سموك
Trevor!
Spike down B.
Flash out!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
انا الدور ديالي درتو
ديت واحد
دابا ما بقاش في شي واحد دابا ريز تحت القنابل
داوني
والريز تحت القنابل هازت لي كاع الطرابات بحال ما كاين والو فهمتي
بحال ما كاين والو
بحال
ما كاين والو
بحال ما تعاشر معايا دغيا انت
بحال ما كاين والو هادي دير دوك الطرابات دير نوريك كي غيموتو طراب كيطير في الاخر غيموت مات يورو you got this bro you got this يورو
فينيكس رالو
Spike planted.
شو مسكين داير فرابي.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
انا هو اللي كاين. شو كينقي الارض هو الاول عادي ديفيوزي.
انت نورك شنو خديت انت شنو خديت.
We know more than we did before. Let's use that.
المهم قتلنا جوج. وي
وبيطلع الصفر جوج. ما راحش تراب هادشي. داخل باش ما يدخلوش.
Spike down A. Reloading. One enemy remaining. My ult's ready.
I've taken worse. What the fuck اصاحبي من الصباح انا كنقلب عليه.
شحال ضربت
ما نشري والله ما نشري فاندا.
عرفتي شحال ضربت ريز، عرفتي شحال ضربت ريز 148.
عرفتي شحال ضارب صايفر 210.
هما يجوا عندي دابا وانا خليك خليك تما سبكتر. واش اسمها نتايا سبكتر؟ انا نخبيك بعدين تخبى فيها.
بلا
انا كاين والو. خليك ما كاينش داكشي.
ما كاينينش. باقي أما كيف؟ دير ديريكت لعبة عاوتاني. دير لي السموك. عرفوني يلا تفك الله.
هاني
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Match point.
Let's finish this already. I need a drop.
مسكين راه شافني خرجت لها خلعات ما عرفتش مدي.
خلاص حط في الخ ما عطوناش ماتش ان في
ما عطاكش ما عرفتي علاش حيت راني غناخذ.
والله ديتي لي ماتش ان في خاطر
خصني ندي ايس ان شاء الله. غنوريك كيفاش غنديروا لها حيت
تقدر غرام
واخا تخي ما يجمع. الدراري ما ديرو حتى واحد بعديز. غنضرب واحد الطول.
Clearing out. Joke's over. You're dead.
Caught one.
Killed the rat.
ويلي شنو قلت؟
120 في فينيكس.
يا ربي تخسروا يا ربي قتلكم يا ربي فينيكس يولي اتنز يا ربي.
بلاص عندك بوش.
Flash out.
يا ربي فينيكس يولي.
One enemy remaining.
يا ربي كيكو تنس كيكو عارف كل تنس كيكو.
تب اون جو بي تب يور اتش.
Spike planted.
تب يور اتش.
يا ربي كيف يولي، يا ربي كيف يولي شي حاجه.
سيرو سيرو سيرو.
ملاوي كيف ما داير
اللي حيد ديك السبايك راه زعما يلا.
Not your day, is it?
Defenders win.
اللي خلالك ديك البرانك. انت وليت كتشد فيك هاد الحاله، غدا دخلنا بشي اكونت اخر. يلا سير كدا ومن بعد
الله زادوني 18. يلا شوف دابا واش انا عندي اكثر منك في الكيلات ست خراوه
داصر عليك
وسط الملاون خاص الكيس.
تبدا
الدراري نصيفطو وزاره فنتسناوه 8-4
تبيع 4 بالك
وبالك. يلا بدا وبدا
سير الدرويس هنا.
وتبقاو لي 2 جيمات اصاحبي، 2 جيمات نطلع السيفر تبارك الله.
واش باغي كتحل انت بالسيفر اصاحبي؟
وانا ندخل مع السينجو واكا كاين الترول كاين الترول.
واش انت ديك الساعات
الله يلا حشوم عليكم بو
خويا راه هو اش ندير اليوم.
تبرا الشوا صاحبي والله
تبارك شو كاع بغيتي عندي هنا اصلا الدري ما بغيتي ما يبغيش.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
اش خاصكم سنتي
سموكر باينه كلوف ولا صافي مزيان اومن.
دير بنادم نلعب بيه انايا. ماك واش تهبيل الله يهديك هداك الله يهديك اصاحبي صافي جاتك واش جاك الرباح يا صاحبي الرباح.
حنا بغينا نسكتو نديرو كالم ايم ناري، هما عندهم بريد يا صاحبي. يلا تفايتي معاه كنا خدينا كيل جوي في هاد المابا صاحبي زوين. الله 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 ديال كاكاشي بيكي جول جوج.
It brings to life a city after my own.
يا ربي يا ربي لما انا مزيان.
Reloading.
قدرنا له. اش قلتوا لي يا الدراري؟ ولا شي تسطا.
Loading.
Trevor!
يا خرام فينيكس.
Cutting their vision.
فينيكس هو تيتمنى. فينيكس راه عيا خرام.
لاش فينيكس.
Reloading.
I did not know what happened.
Blinding!
عشقوا فينيكس صاحبي.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
شوف لي سنجو كيغير موت. وليدي علق صافي بدي شي كيلعب. عنده نسيت.
Shadows traveling. Blinding. Go.
واش كتسناني ندير زعما شنو؟
Don't have a single life worth saving.
كنت سميت اي سي مي ما درتي والو.
اسمع نضرب شحال يمكن اي زيرو واك حلقه ديال واك حوار واك
My ultimate's not ready.
واك
We
على
got
الفص.
this. We've got
Reloading.
this. Yeah.
Reloading.
Yeah.
We win. We survive.
Nice.
Negative.
نايس.
Yeah.
يا يا
Yeah.
يا.
Worthless. Someone's new.
Oh man.
Flash out!
Last player standing. Spike down B.
وايز اخويا وايز. شنو هذا برو؟ باقي ما شنو والو.
Looks composed.
وقت ستة هذا واش فيه.
كنت فينيكس سكران ولا ما؟ Phoenix, bro. Are you drunk, bro? Phoenix, we're drunk.
Nah, he's on weed. High chance.
Got the
For
spike!
highlights.
Too late.
You're so fucked, bro.
Blinding! Out of charges.
تيبانش ليا تيبانش ليا.
وراك الزبي. Behind you, bro.
ما تطاشيش ما تطاشيش.
منيك يا حبيب.
Concussing!
نايس.
سدوا الباب ولا
طلع من الفوق.
Last player standing.
لا دير السيدير.
What the fuck? اطلع من الفوق يخرج لك برين بكل رجولة.
I need a drop.
صاحبي رينا حشيتهولي في يورو.
ديدلوك صاحبي
برو ما شورشي.
لو كنت بعرف برم هنيك والله هنيكو.
اوكي.
بريش سموك عنده بومن.
Reloading.
يضرب ورا فلاشاته.
شنو كان
Flash out.
Hostile down.
.65 on breach, 65 calm aim, bro.
Spike planted.
Why are you
Last player standing.
برانيك bro برانيك. Are you ready?
Calm aim.
Why did you do that? Oh. Why?
Phoenix is tense.
سايب علينا الولاد برجولية ترحم بتاع مصلحة تعبانة الناس كل تحب تبعد على
لا فينيكس برو. فينيكس برو. انا بعرف عندك كالم ايم برو. ستاند داون. بدنا نربح بسببك انا بعرف.
صحيح. منين
يلا قدام حبيبي يلا
يلا
انا بعرفك حتى انت بتربحنا يلا قدام.
اوكي برو ام جولد.
انت جولد؟
واز
جولد
ولا فين؟
ما شاء الله يلا قدام يلا.
نايس مثلي باين ما شاء الله مثلي باين برو.
الله يرحمه.
I have spike down A. Last player standing. Long.
ما شاء الله
انك روحك.
ما شاء الله حبيبي ما شاء الله.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
يو
لا اسمع شباب فعل الهاك
انت بمسك
لازم تكتيك خرق الناجر.
لا فعلوا الهاك يا اخي بدنا نربح.
اسمعوني لحظة رينا اومن come back they always push so we wait for the flank.
اوكي let's wait
اومن الزبي تحكي 0 كيلو وانت 2 كيلو واحدة الزبي. شفت يا خليوي.
Got the spike. Someone's B. Flash.
Phoenix, why you pushing, bro?
ما شاء الله
Enemy spotted.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Reloading.
علق فينيكس.
Blinding.
Reloading.
Going up. Someone's
واو.
كي جاي في السايت تما.
Target spotted mid.
سنايك.
30 seconds left.
احسن كاكاش في العالم. بقى تشوف فيه شو؟ بقى تشوف فيه تسنى واحد شويه ياك. شرب زويه هيو. عاد ضرب. شوف فيه باش تفرج فيليكس كي كيدير.
سنايك. في بالي ما شافنيش.
Last player
جايز
standing.
اف بليز.
Spike down mid.
نو
شو كي ضرب هذا؟ كيس.
كالم ايم.
اف اور ترولين.
لا
اف بلا مرة والله دير السبايكا ديال الشتي
زيرو والله لا صار.
يا زين
لا والله المال والله لا كنحاولوا اخويا.
والله ديجا السبايك والله.
حسن فينا.
قوي
شوف
حبون ياسر ماشي وحدك البيت.
Reloading. Hold them to their grave.
Going up.
Enemy spotted me.
Last player standing.
اخي كيف بالك
يا اومن برا مشينا يا قوم يا اومن برا مشينا يا بعيد
ومن ريديانس
دمرت
ماشي ريديانس
مالي انا استسوق
والله نربحوا
سينزو قارات العايت
لا كلنا مريقلين جونا غير شويه
لا جونا باهي وشوف شوف 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 ايزي ايزي
ويب كفايه كفايه برو عاود يا حرام
يمدينا شباب ايزي ايزي والله ايزي لا تبوش لا تبوش لا تبوش لا تبوش حبيبي اوف اني بطالع عند السيف هنا عندي بلطات
شوف كيف سبامي دلسي انا بخاف ذاك القنت بقى هنا يعني
130 بريش
Spike down mid.
يلا يا شباب ورونا ايم اسطوري خرافي ومشتري
Going up. Got spike.
هرب
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
الله عليك
الله
عليك يا ابني
قال لك دخلنا جول كان جول
Stay out of the fire. Super
Fire.
high level tactical. Remember, yeah?
هنا تروح سهلي
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله
Reloading.
Just have easy.
يخرج هذا منين
Out of charges.
Spike down mid.
الفضة ديالو
Watch your eyes.
Last player standing.
اخويا واش كنديركم كسروا هذا الشيء
صافي تيجي كاع جيت
برانيت
Switchy here. Let's go already.
قوم الله ينعم ثابت دخل ثابت تمشي ايه ثابت تبعو بحال هكذا بس
شوف الحياة هي هادي يا اما تربح يا اما تخسر راه عادي وايد واش قول لي ديك الحكمة اللي عندك اخويا وايد
You should run.
ويلي شداتني
حرام
No, you don't. Trevor.
دخلوا واش يدخلوا اي
One enemy remaining. Reloading.
Spike planted.
يكون فلانك يا ولد يكون لا باين
Cover going out.
طيب
ايزي باش ايزي
Concussing.
سبام
Last player standing.
كلاسيك اللهم تيجي كلاسيك ما راجل يلا كلاسيك يسير حسابي كاين حسابي ماشي داكشي ما نسكوش هنا
ضربتهم 104 عاودنا كان يدي يا بنات
براي مرة
برشا ايزي برشا كنا بنسوي عليكم فرانك يا شباب احنا امورتال
Affirmative.
لا تبيك لا تسوي بيك لا
Off your feet.
اوف مسكين ضيع الارض مسكين ضيع بريتش شكون اللي مات اومن والله كنت حق اومن فاتيو
ايش فاكر
Someone's mid.
ايش لا برجليك انا
خويا قتلته سليم
Reloading.
انت ما قتلتيش
Last player standing.
برشا خويا قتلت واحد قتلت حتى حاجه ولا انا مكاريكم
Last round in the half.
كارينا هي رابحين اصاحبي راه انت مازال ما فهمتش شنو هي كارينا
لا خويا مكاريك عرفتي شنو انا مكاريك انا طب فرانك
اوه بابا طب فرانك
احسن من راسك احسن من راسك
عليا
يلا برشا احنا مورتال شباب يلا لا شوف ايزي تمام
Got the spike.
Multiple enemies mid.
خذ السبايك اخوي
Joke's over. You're dead.
انا ضايع لك
Target spotted. A.
Last player standing.
وانا
Spike
مساعد
down A.
I'm pissed.
شوف لي على اي سنتر
ايس
برشا ايس
برا انت حرف
برشا ايس
وراك الزبي وراك
Poor Rich. Seconds left.
برشا ايس ما شاء الله دينا واحد وكذا
Switching sides.
Make them regret their choice of profession.
برشا سورندر حبيبي لا نمشي انا اللي حبسها بالشعر
بس كاع مثلا عندي شي بغيت ندير لقيت نصاف واحد حبس
ايوا يكون عرفت شي يكون وايز هذا باين
حب راسو
انا درت اخويا درت اف 5 واو كلكم هنا سبحان الله
I am not just a shadow.
وايز خويا ما تسفع له خويا بقاو صافي سيروا
Shadows traveling.
تبسطاني في شيء ما اللي قلت لك شي قلت لك لا بليز
Many enemies say.
No.
واو بيوتيفول تيم
Plastic. Blinding.
انت واقف اوبن اسين
Last player standing.
ولا موت غير موت اصدوا الباب
Spike planted.
Cover going out.
يروي عرفوك واش انت حمار؟
دابا يشرح لي دابا اشرح لي اشرح لي
راه
دابا بيني وبينك هادشي دابا لا زعما لا درتي غنربحو
ما
غنجيبو
كان مرة
الريمونتادا
ديالك ما درتيش تربح اصاحبي راه عارف.
مع تكليخه
اف 5 اف 5 و اف 5 اصاحبي.
Attackers win.
ايزي نكاريكم اصاحبي نوابال توالي.
سير صاحبي قال لي
شوف الماتش ام في بي حمار. شوف الماتش ام شوف الماتش ام في بي.
اللي كنشوفو ماتش ام في بي شكون زين
وشوف
انت ماتش
تيم ام في بي
تيم ام في بي
وليا خصو لي 23
انا خصو لي 30
وايش نقصر كار. الخرب الطاقي قهرات العايات نلعافك وايز. نو بليز برا
واش هاد الماتش نسخنو
لحظتك وايز فكر بداك الشيء اللي غدير دابا. انت فكر في الحياة ديالك.
واحد داك الفاندال ديال الاكواريوم ديال نيبتون
وانا حطوا لي الريفر اوبريتور والفورسيكن اوبريتور وديفرجنس فاندال
شي
شاخده.
نجيب لكم واحد الدري عنده سكين فاندال عنده كورنر
حتى ياكلو
لكن زيرو اي كيو تا هو.
ايوا سبحان الله خويا غنولي نلعب لكم باومنات انواع اوبي اومنات تعرفوش. لا وايز لا الا مشيتي نتايا غنمشيو كامل.
والله حتى مشيت انا بالله.
ايوا صافي تدخل بالليل انا عاوتاني سيرو حيد سير.